Sha State, an active construction site in Yunhee City, buzzed with the rhythmic sounds of nearly 100 diligent workers engrossed in their tasks. The air was charged with an atmosphere of industry. The overseer, akin to a deity dictating life and death, patrolled the site with unwavering authority. Suddenly, a furrowed brow betrayed his dissatisfaction as he boomed across the site. Yi Xingchen. How dare you nap during working hours? Can you still handle this job? If not, pack up and leave. Startled, Yi Xingchen jolted awake, vigorously rubbing his ears in an attempt to shake off his drowsiness. You lazy fool. The foreman scolded, fixing Yi Xingchen with a fierce glare. I gave you a chance yesterday out of pity, and how do you repay me? Sleeping on your first day? Is this how you show gratitude? Apologies, foreman. I won't let it happen again, stammered Yi Xingchen, shrinking away as he hastened to the cement pile to prepare for his duties. Laughter erupted from the surrounding workers as they observed Yi Xingchen's embarrassment, taking a momentary break from their own tasks. The overseer, still displeased, lectured the entire crew. Our team needs strength, foresight, agility, loyalty, and hard work, not slackers, troublemakers, or black sheep. Our efficiency is paramount, and we should be ashamed compared to Sakura Construction next door, who started later but is already near completion. If you delay the project, Mr. Chin will hold you accountable, and the consequences will be severe. Yi Xingchen, feeling unjustly singled out, bore the resentful eyes of his colleagues. The foreman's scolding had turned him into the construction site's pariah. The overseer, unrelenting, declared, I've been clear. Anyone feeling lazy? Fine. Move this cement bag to the third floor, and you can take the day off with full pay. He pointed dramatically at a bag of cement nearby, its label proudly displaying 25 kg. Yi Xingchen, about to start his duties, hesitated at the announcement. 25 kilograms. He questioned, unable to comprehend the seemingly impossible task. Is this a joke? Are you sure it's not 25 tons? Laughter erupted again from the workers. Even the foreman was amused. The overseer, cigarette dangling from his mouth, clarified, You think it's a joke? Move it to the third floor, and you're off for the day with full pay. Yi Xingchen, glancing at the cement bag, was stunned. That's it. Don't just stand there, move it, came the retort. Coworkers chimed in, doubting his ability. Undeterred, Yi Xingchen decided to confront the challenge head-on. He approached the cement bag and, with determination, reached down to pick it up. The construction site fell silent. The overseer, workers, and even the thin cigarette dangling from his mouth, all were suspended in disbelief. After a few moments, the silence erupted into chaos. God. He's holding it with one hand. Isn't that bag supposed to weigh 5 or 6 kilograms? He's stronger than weightlifters. The legends are true, a strong man exists among us. The overseer, pointing a trembling finger at Yi Xingchen, stammered, My God. You can actually move it. How is that possible? How can you carry 5 or 6 kilograms so effortlessly? Yi Xingchen, equally baffled, responded, I suspect this is a prank. Not only this dish of cement, but the whole bag would be easy to carry. You could do it too. His words triggered a chorus of disbelief that echoed across the construction site. Impossible. That's 25 kilograms of cement. Even the champion of the world's strongest man competition can't do it. Did we see it wrong just now, or is that pile of cement hollow inside? Damn it, he pretended to do it this time, and he said we can also lift it? Not to mention that it weighs 25 kilograms. Even if it is 1/10, I can't move it. Don't argue, shut up. The contractor roared hysterically, then looked at Yi Xingchen with an unbelievable expression. What did you just say? This bag. Can you move the cement? I'm talking about the whole bag of cement, not the remaining. After the commotion settled a bit, Yi Xingchen observed everyone's expressions as if he had seen a ghost. What are the expressions on their faces? It's just 25 kilograms of cement. Is it difficult? Did I miss something today, encounter some bad luck on the way, and get possessed? Or are they genuinely trying to fool me? Fool me like this? Their acting skills could compete for an Oscar Golden Rooster Award directly. Foreman, brothers, please stop playing with me. I acknowledge my mistake, and I genuinely promise not to sleep during working hours again. This joke isn't funny at all. Let's get back to work. What did he say? We're playing with him. Why would I waste my time playing technician number 9? Are you out of your mind? He's just strong. What's the use? Why not help me move cement at this construction site? Just at that moment, a group of people walked onto the construction site. The leader, a young woman in a business suit, was Qin Yanren, the president of Yida Construction Company. Mr. Qin. Hiss. Why are these people gathering around instead of working on the project? I'm going to reprimand them. No need. Qin Yanran shook her head. Let's see what they're doing. So, Qin Yanran and her group quietly approached to observe. The contractor, still in shock, didn't notice Qin Yanran and others coming over. A bead of sweat formed on the contractor's forehead. You. Try lifting that bag of cement. Just move, but you can't fire me. If you can move, why would I fire you? Hurry up. The contractor looked at Yi Xingchen with a mix of anger and anticipation, sensing he was on the brink of witnessing a miracle. Okay, I'll satisfy you. Yi Xingchen sighed, walking towards the bag of cement on the ground. As a laborer accustomed to manual work, a 25-kilogram bag of cement was nothing to him. Yi Xingchen picked up the bag of cement amid the surprised and horrified eyes of everyone. Damn it! He really moved it. How is that possible? That's a whole 25 kilograms of cement. Am I dreaming? It's so scary. Shang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu in history, is said to be able to carry a dog. I still think it's impossible. This kid actually. This is simply scarier than Shang Yu. Oh my god. The contractor couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This is a whole bag of cement. If this kid can move the cement with all his strength, wouldn't one person be able to take on the dozens of people on my construction site? With this guy here, what other projects can't we complete in advance? How much money will be saved? I'll get rich. Is this difficult? Yi Xingchen suddenly felt embarrassed. He involuntarily wrapped his right hand around the cement and scratched the back of his head with his left hand. For some reason, Yi Xingchen always felt that these people were treating him as a fool. F***K. One hand. Waterfact, what the hell is this? What kind of god is this? I remember the Guinness World weightlifting record is only over 2 kilograms, right? This guy. Actually, 25 kilograms, and with one hand. People are so irritating. I'm autistic. I'm leaving, goodbye. Seeing Yi Xingchen carrying the bag of cement with one hand, the entire construction site exploded again. Even Qin Yanran, who was watching, had a look of shock on her pretty face. I have long heard that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in construction sites, but I never expected that there would be such a magical figure. Without the help of the latest technology artificial exoskeleton, you can actually lift 25 kilograms of cement with your bare hands. When have you ever heard of this timeless anecdote? It was only then that Yi Xingchen realized something was wrong. Aren't these 4 weeks surrounded by high-rise buildings before? Why are they all turned into short buildings? The highest one is only 4 floors, right? Aren't these workers carrying cement before? Why is everyone holding a small paper plate now? So squeamish. Why don't these people look like they are joking? Why do you look serious? And who is that guy sitting in a robot exoskeleton like in Avatar? Moving bricks? Is moving bricks so luxurious and high-tech now? What is going on? Isn't this world too crazy? Why is everything in front of me so familiar yet so strange? Mr. Qin. Ah, it's Mr. Qin. Quick, hurry up and get to work. Just when Yi Xingchen was doubting his life, the coworkers discovered Qin Yanran's existence and quickly picked up the small paper plates in their hands to continue carrying cement. Mr. Qin? Yi Xingchen looked at Qin Yanran blankly. The Qin Yanran in front of her had seen her on TV more than once. Whether it was her prominent family background, angelic face, or devilish figure, she could definitely be called a goddess-level figure. May I have your name? Qin Yanran walked to Yi Xingchen with interest. Breathing out like an orchid probably describes the Qin Yanran in front of her. Yi Xingchen was just thinking. My name is Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, right? Qin Yanran nodded slightly. Can you do me a favor? Me? Yi Xingchen was stammering and speechless. If it were normal times, Yi Xingchen would definitely agree without hesitation. After all, Qin Yanran is her big boss, and the big boss has orders that as long as the money is in place and it doesn't break the law, she can do anything. It's just that Yi Xingchen hasn't digested everything in front of him yet, and he is a little out of sorts. Don't refuse in a hurry. Qin Yanran smiled slightly again. If you can help me with this, I will introduce you to a new job and go to work at the headquarters of our Yida Construction Company. If you can't help me, it will also not matter. I will also pay you a considerable amount for your hard work. How about it? Can I ask what you are doing first? Yi Xingchen was worried. If he was taken to the laboratory for anatomy and research, it would be the end of the world. Haha. It's very simple. The construction site next door is Toyo Kuni Sakura Construction Company. They have been provoking us these past few days and messing with the mentality of our company employees. I hope you can help me punish them. Good. Hearing Qin Yanran's words, Yi Xingchen nodded in agreement without hesitation. A little devil? Is this even necessary to think about? every Sha country person will do it without hesitation? Ha ha ha. You Sha people are all a bunch of trash. The sick men of East Asia. You are all the sick men of East Asia. From a distance, Yi Xingchen, following Qin Yanren, heard a dog barking. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but frown, sensing that what happened next might not be easy. Hey, you also heard how bad these guys' mouths are. I'm going to put an end to their arrogance soon. Qin Yanren raised her beautiful eyes, her face full of displeasure. President Qin is here. It is President Qin who is here. Mr. Qin, you're finally here. Don't you know that these little devils are barking here all day long, making it impossible for the brothers to work? But that little devil is very strong, and we don't have anyone who can compete with him. Seeing Qin Yanren bringing people here, all the employees of Yida Company complained incessantly. Don't worry, Uncle Huang. Didn't I bring people to deal with this little devil who doesn't know the heights of the world? Qin Yanren quickly comforted everyone and pointed at Yi Xingchen behind her. Him? Uncle Huang looked at Yi Xingchen in the direction of Qin Yanren's finger and then turned to look at the Japanese man who was yelling and scolding. The expression on his face became extremely strange. Isn't it? This kid. Look at him. He's skinny. Even though he doesn't have a beer belly. But he doesn't look like the opponent of that little guy with tendons. Yes, it is said that Ah Meng, the strongest muscular man at our construction site, has been defeated by this little devil. Now that Mr. Qin is looking for such a weak and gentle young man, is there no one in our company? What do you know? This is Mr. Qin's plan to attract firepower. If this young man gets involved, he will definitely lose. If he loses, he will definitely be ridiculed by that little devil. The young man is young and energetic, and he will definitely not be able to resist fighting with the little devil. The two of them have been scolding each other here for a whole day. No matter how energetic the little devil is, he can't hold it back, so he probably won't laugh at us anymore, and we can work with peace of mind. What a brilliant plan. Qin Yanren frowned slightly. Uncle Huang, don't look down on him. I just saw it with my own eyes. He could lift 25 kilograms of cement with one hand. Hee hee. Uncle Huang had never heard of such strange news and laughed disapprovingly. Yoshi. Flower girl. Is there no one in your Yida company? Send a flower girl over. What? Flower girl, do you want to compete with me? If you lose, you have to stay with me all night. Ha 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 ha. The Toyo employees of Sakura Construction Company burst into laughter at the right moment. It's too much. Damn it. If you weren't stronger than that little devil, how could you be so useless? Qin Yanren was obviously a high-quality and successful person. Faced with the rude remarks from the Japanese, she just curled her lips in disdain. It's just you. Let's defeat this employee under me first. After Qin Yanren finished speaking, she winked at Yi Xingchen. As a result, Yi Xingchen stood at the front of the crowd surrounded by everyone. To be honest, none of the Yida Company employees at the scene were optimistic about Yi Xingchen, but after all, everyone was from Sha country, so they still worked hard to cheer Yi Xingchen up. F*K him. Boy. You little devil, FK your grandma. Come on, brother, FK him. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and walked toward the clamoring Dongyang people. The Dongyang man glanced at Yi Xingchen with contempt. His attitude was very arrogant. My name is Hikawa Gosaka. I am the #1 strongman under His Excellency Kabato Enichiro, boy from the Sha kingdom. It is not shameful for you to lose to me. After all, you Sha people are all the sick men of East Asia. Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. What an arrogant little devil. Yi Xingchen has heard of Kabato Enichiro's name. He seems to be the boss of Sakura Construction Company. I understand the truth, but don't these little devils have more normal names? Why is he not a day wearer, or just a stupid puppy? Of course, Hikawa Gosaka didn't know what Yi Xingchen was thinking. Seeing that Yi Xingchen didn't speak, he thought he was shocked by his arrogant spirit and couldn't help laughing. Ah ha 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 ha. The people of Sha are indeed a bunch of cowards. Hearing that Hikawa Gosaka insulted the Sha people many times, Yi Xingchen couldn't bear it no matter how good-tempered he was. If you can do it, don't talk. Tell me how to compare. Although Hikawa Gosaka didn't understand Yi Xingchen's previous sentence, he could still understand the latter sentence clearly. Hikawa Gosaka glared at Yi Xingchen with disdain. HMPH. Ignorant Sha people. You know nothing about my power. Let's compare pure strength. A duel between real men. This. Let's see who can lift this brick with bare hands in the shortest time. After speaking, Hikawa Gosaka pointed to a brick in front of the two of them. I wipe it? Yi Xingchen was stunned. I thought it was some kind of difficult power showdown, but it turns out. Although this brick looks a bit big, no matter how heavy it is, it only weighs 2 or 3 kilograms, right? Who can compete with an adult in lifting a brick weighing 2 to 3 kilograms in the shortest time? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but blush, feeling a bit fake. HMPH. Hikawa Gosaka seemed to be satisfied with Yi Xingchen's silence and stood next to the brick without hesitation. People from the Xia Kingdom, open your eyes wide and watch. This is absolute power. After speaking, Hikawa Gosaka squatted down, clamped his hands tightly on the bricks on the ground, and then let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! Hey! Drink! Then Hikawa Gosaka struggled to lift the brick on the ground with his bare hands in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Damn it! I really lifted it up. That brick must weigh 2 or 3 kilograms, right? This terrifying power. This little devil is so powerful. The employees at Yida Company lost their composure and started shouting one after another. Yoshi, see Gorui. The employees at Sakura Company were also screaming and cheering. Hey! Hikawa Gosaka threw the brick in his hands on the ground and then stared at Yi Xingchen proudly. Xia people, it's your turn. This. Yi Xingchen looked at the brick in front of him and fell into petrification. Did you really get into trouble today? A brick weighing 2 to 3 kilograms. Damn it. Don't you look like you're sucking milk? Competing with an adult in lifting a brick? I'm afraid it won't be on a TV show. Two men competing in lifting bricks on the street. After investigation, it was found that the two men were escaped patients from a mental hospital. They have been captured back to the hospital for treatment. The two patients' emotions have now stabilized. Yi Xingchen has even figured out the news content. Seeing that Yi Xingchen had not moved for a long time, Hikawa Gosaka laughed proudly again. Ah ha ha ha! Xia people! Don't you dare! What I said is right. You are just a bunch of sick men of East Asia. You are weak and cowardly. It's even pitifully small. In such a big company, no one dares to compete with me. From now on, don't compete with our Sakura Company for projects. Just go home and feed yourselves. Oh, you can't blame this brother, it weighs 2 or 3 kilograms. Yeah, if it were me, I'd probably lose too. Having said that, I don't dare to give it a try. Am I, the 7-foot-tall man of the Xia Kingdom, so looked down upon by the little devil? You up, no can no BB. Not only Hikawa Gosaka, but even the employees of Yida Company couldn't bear to look directly at him, thinking that Yi Xingchen couldn't possibly lift the brick. Yi Xingchen. What are you doing? Qin Yanren couldn't help but become anxious when she saw Yi Xingchen's stunned look. At this time, Qin Yanren couldn't help but start to wonder if the contractor, Yi Xingchen, and his group were playing her role. What Yi Xingchen moved before was not a bag of cement, but an empty bag. Now the pretentious Yi Xingchen has revealed his true colors. Damn it, if I had known I would have touched that bag of cement just now. At least I know something in my heart, at least you won't be cheated. At least. At this moment, Qin Yanran's intestines were filled with regret. That, Yi Xingchen came back to his senses amidst Qin Yanran's shouts. What do you want to say? Do you want to lift it or not? If you don't lift it, admit defeat and admit that you are the sick man of East Asia. I won't make things difficult for you. After all, there is an old saying in your Xia country, which is called, there is a lot for adults, ha ha. Hikawa Gosaka looked at Yi Xingchen proudly. Yi Xingchen instantly became unhappy. You don't do it. Your whole family doesn't do it. I've already lifted it. Then you should lift it. Hikawa Gosaka was a little confused and didn't understand Yi Xingchen's words. Yi Xingchen glanced at the brick in front of him. I want to change it to something to lift. Ha ha. What rubbish. Sure enough, the sick man of East Asia. As soon as Yi Xingchen said this, there was a burst of laughter from the crowd in Sakura Company. Qin Yanren couldn't help but feel a black line on her head, feeling embarrassed. He. Hikawa Gosaka smiled proudly. Okay. What do you want to lift? Lift a dish of cement. Let me remind you, that dish of cement is not light for you, it weighs a full kilogram. Who said I wanted to lift that one? Yi Xingchen glanced at Tsuyoshi Hinikawa. Then what do you want to lift? Is it an empty plate? An empty plate only weighs a few dozen grams. Do you want to lift this? Is this what you Xia people are capable of? Mr. Qin, why don't you ask that young man to come back? Hold up an empty plate. I feel ashamed of the old man. If he continues to do this, he will not only lose the face of our company but also the face of our country. He was completely disgraced. Yes. Mr. Qin, why don't you bring him to play like this? I even suspect that he was invited by those little devils. The employees behind Qin Yanren covered their faces and persuaded Qin Yanren to call Yi Xingchen back. Qin Yanren thought about it carefully and agreed. Just when Qin Yanren wanted to call Yi Xingchen back, Qin Yanren was surprised to find that Yi Xingchen had been looking at a big rock not far away. That stone is neither big nor small. It looks like it weighs about 10 kilograms. Qin Yanren couldn't help but feel shocked. This guy. Could he be trying to lift that 10-kilogram stone with his bare hands? Could it be that what I saw before was true? Can he really lift a 25 kilograms bag of cement with his bare hands? Thinking of this, Qin Yanren couldn't help but hold her breath and looked at Yi Xingchen expectantly. Sure enough, as Qin Yanren thought, Yi Xingchen pointed to the big stone with his right hand. A brick is too childish. It's embarrassing to say it. I'd better lift this stone. What? Hikawa Gosaka looked at Yi Xingchen in disbelief. This ignorant Sha countryman actually said that lifting a brick with bare hands is childish? Idiot. Rikawa Gosaka looked at Yi Xingchen with disdain. Hey, Sha people. Are you kidding me? Are you thinking that you can't lift it anyway, so you just pick one that no one can lift? That's it. If word gets out, people will only say that you can't lift a stone and you are no match for me, an Eastern warrior, but they won't say that you can't lift the brick. You are overturning the table and no one will be allowed to play with it. HMPH. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but snorted. Who are you kidding me? I feel like lifting this stone is child's play, but I can't find a more suitable one nearby, so I'll just give it a try. Extremely arrogant. Hikawa Gosaka certainly didn't believe that Yi Xingchen could lift this big stone weighing nearly 10 kilograms. Are all you Sha people like this who have little ability but no tone but are very big? Oh? Yi Xingchen looked at Hikawa Gosaka with a playful expression. What if I lift it up? As long as you lift it up, it's up to you. Okay. If I lift it up, I don't have anything else to ask for. I just want you to yell at the sky 3 times, I am a little son of a bitch. Hikawa Gosaka was so angry that his face turned green and red, and his facial features became distorted. Okay. If you don't lift it up, then you shout 3 times, I am the sick man of East Asia. It's a deal. Yi Xingchen walked to the stone with leisurely steps, then smiled slightly and easily grabbed the stone with his right hand. What the hell? How is that possible? One hand. Oh my god. 2F** King awesome. A strong man. Nani? Impossible. This stone must be hollow. No, it's fake. The crowd fell into deathly silence at first, and then burst into bursts of exclamations. Impossible. Hikawa Gosaka also stared at the stone in Yi Xingchen's hand in disbelief. You must be cheating. You must have put a fake stone here in advance. Really? Yi Xingchen threw the stone on the ground casually. Then you try? Just try it. Hikawa Gosaka walked to the stone very unconvinced, and then stretched out his right hand to try to pick up the stone. Forehead? Hikawa Gosaka was dumbfounded and found that he could not shake the stone in front of him even half an inch. Impossible. Hikawa Gosaka did not give up and quickly stretched out his left hand, trying to pick up the stone with both hands in a pincer-like posture. But no matter how hard Hikawa Gosaka tried, the stone in front of him would not move at all. In the end, Hikawa Gosaka came to an answer that made him despair. This stone is real, and it weighs about 10 kilograms. 10 pounds. Not to mention lifting it, I can't even push it. But, how did this boy from Sha Kingdom lift this stone just now? Is it pure power? How can it be? How could anyone in this world be able to juggle a 10-pound boulder with one hand while clapping? How's it going? Are you convinced? You little devil, if you are willing to admit defeat, hurry up and scold yourself. Under the urging of the employees of Yida Company, Hikawa Gosaka had no choice but to suppress his blush and carry out his previous bet as if he had eaten a cockroach. I am a little son of a bitch. I am a little son of a bitch. I am a little son of a bitch. Ha ha ha. I was laughing so hard. Is this the little devil? It turns out they are all sons of bitches. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant in our Sha Kingdom in the future. You deserve it. You are still a strong man, so go back and make love action movies as soon as possible. The employees of Yida Company celebrated with high fives, creating a scene of joy. Even Qin Yanren couldn't help but smile. On the other hand, Sakura Company ran away in disgrace, fearing that they would continue to be ridiculed by the employees of Yida Company if they stayed. Yi Xingchen, one of the parties involved, stood quietly, with no emotion on his face. I originally suspected that these Japanese people were also playing me, but now it seems. Things are far from what I thought. What happened to this world? Why did I just take a nap and wake up with such dramatic changes? Is he still dreaming, or has the world really changed? While Qin Yanren was enjoying the victory celebration, she glanced at Yi Xingchen out of the corner of her eye. Neither arrogant nor impatient, mature and steady. Not only is this man naturally gifted with supernatural powers, but he also seems to be very reliable. It just so happened that I had been bidding against Sakura Company in recent years and had offended Sakura Company. Those little devils could do any despicable thing in a hurry. Moreover, it is rumored that Sakura Company has a military background from Japan behind the scenes. If Sakura Company really uses the military's means to play tricks on itself. If Yi Xingchen was by his side to protect him, it would be a good idea. Thinking of this, Qin Yanren walked to Yi Xingchen. Mr. Qin. Yi Xingchen stared blankly at the breathtakingly beautiful woman in front of him, feeling a little nervous in his heart. Your current job is to carry cement at the construction site? Yes, Mr. Qin. How much is your monthly salary? Yi Xingchen lowered his head in embarrassment. I just officially went to work today. The foreman said, 300 days. So the monthly salary is less than 10,000. This job is quite hard. Are you interested in changing your job? Hard? Yi Xingchen looked at Qin Yanren with a strange expression. If you say, just carry 1 or 2 bags of cement upstairs a day. There should be no easier job than this, right? Seeing Yi Xingchen's reaction, Qin Yanren was even more satisfied. He is a hard-working and honest person. I happen to be short of a bodyguard. Normally, you don't have to do anything. You can do whatever you want in the office, as long as it doesn't affect other employees' work. You just need to protect me personally when I go out and act as my driver at the same time. That's it. You will be an intern for 1 month, and your monthly salary is tentatively set at 80,000 yuan. You can add more after you become a regular employee. In addition, I will buy you a villa next to the villa where I live. You can live in it as long as you are still employed. How about you match it with a car? Yi Xingchen was stunned. Is there such a good thing in this world? For a well-known entrepreneur like Qin Yanren in the Xia Kingdom, there shouldn't be any blind thieves harming her, right? Doesn't this mean that all you need to do for your job is to drive and paddle? That's it, and you still get a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, a car and a villa. Please give me 10 jobs like this, pack. So Yi Xingchen kept nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay. Okay. Thank you Mr. Qin. I will work hard and won't let Mr. Qin down. Then it's settled. Come to Yida Company headquarters before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to report. I will make an agreement with the front desk in advance. Then you can just state your name. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I'm just short of money, so this job is great. For a moment, Yi Xingchen felt like tears were streaming down his face. Short of money? Qin Yanren raised her beautiful eyes. I'll ask someone to transfer 100,000 to your card when I get back later. Think of it as a job bonus for you. You applied for the bank card at the construction site. Is this one? Yi Xingchen could not describe his current mood. This Qin Yanren is simply inhumane. You said it would be nice to have money. If I want money, I will play like this. Yi Xingchen quickly nodded his thanks again. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Then. See you tomorrow. Mr. Qin, walk slowly. Yi Xingchen bowed to Qin Yanren very humbly. Nowadays, if you have money, you are the boss. What's more, Qin Yanren was kind to Yi Xingchen. In both emotion and reason, Yi Xingchen had no reason not to respect Qin Yanren. Seeing Qin Yanren's leaving figure, Yi Xingchen really wanted to jump up and cheer a few times. Got money. Finally have money. Dad finally has money to pay off his gambling debt. When Yi Xingchen was extremely excited, the employees of Yida Company gathered around Yi Xingchen. Everyone was celebrating, congratulating, admiring, or other random chatter. Okay, young man. I didn't realize that you are still a strong man. Yes, yes. No wonder they say that people cannot be judged by their appearance, and seawater cannot be measured. Strong, invincible. Look at the dejected look of those little devils. It really made me laugh. It really gave us a bad breath. I guess the little devils will not dare to come to our place to provoke us in the future. Young man, look at your talent. Do you have a partner? I have a sister, she is 24 years old. Stop, stop. Yi Xingchen was shocked. Well, I have a girlfriend. My girlfriend loves me very much, and I love my girlfriend very much. Really? The man who tried to introduce his sister to Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel disappointed. That's such a pity. Oh, brother, I don't have any other intentions. The main thing is, I see that your conditions are excellent in all aspects. And it just so happens that my parents are really awesome. They told my sister this morning that if they don't find a partner this year, they won't go home during the Chinese New Year. Your parents are quite reasonable. Yi Xingchen smiled meaningfully. What? Is this reasonable? That's right. Yi Xingchen nodded, then grinned. My dad always told me to die, but you are just not allowed to go home during the New Year. You are already very reasonable. Okay, okay. I won't tell you anymore. I'm going home. Yi Xingchen waved goodbye to everyone, and just at this moment, a text message alert came from his phone. Yi Xingchen took out his phone and took a look. It was a message from the bank. Sha Guo Agricultural Bank, your financial account ending in 3838 completed a transfer transaction of Sha Guo currency 10W on XX, with a balance of 100,000.01. Yo ho! Yi Xingchen waved his fists excitedly and skipped away from the construction site. Holy shit! Did you just see that? That brother is using a mobile phone. Why do I think the bottom case is made of metal? The legendary metal-cased mobile phone. This one only costs 1 or 200 grams, right? Although 1 or 200 grams is not very heavy, but carrying a mobile phone weighing 1 or 200 grams with you is really a strange person. It's so scary. The few people chatting with Yi Xingchen looked at Yi Xingchen's leaving figure, with deep fear on their faces. Dad, I'm back. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? As soon as Yi Xingchen arrived at home, he couldn't wait to share the good news of his new job with his father Yi Hao. It was just that the room was unusually quiet, and no one responded to Yi Xingchen. Ha! Where is Dad? Yi Xingchen walked into the home, glanced around the room, and couldn't help but frown. I don't know why, but Yi Xingchen always feels like there's something weird everywhere in this home. The door is not locked, and why is the door so thin? Does this really deter thieves? Dong dong dong, Yi Xingchen looked at the wardrobe that he had broken into with just a few clicks, then at the rice in the rice vat, which was about a kilogram, and then at the less than 100 milliliters of drinking water in the kettle, and fell into deep thought. Yo? Isn't this Yi Hao's good son? Are you back? Just at this moment, a well-dressed yellow man squeezed in from the door. Who are you? Yi Xingchen looked at Huang Mao warily. Hee hee. Huang Mao grinned, boy, I am Brother Long's younger brother. Your father lost so much in Brother Long's casino today that I lost all my pants. I owe Brother Long 200,000 in total. Brother Long, I've spoken. No matter what today, you have to pay back the money you owe me. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but frown. His father went gambling again today. 200,000. This is an astronomical figure for Yi Xingchen now. Yi Xingchen sighed helplessly. Brother, can you give me a few days' grace? I don't have so much money. How about I give you part first? The rest? I will pay it off as soon as possible. As long as you let my dad go, everything will be easy. Huang Mao smiled again and shook his head firmly. That's not okay. Brother Long said, you can pay back the money today if you can. If you can't, you have to pay back even if you rob a bank. Isn't this going too far? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but became furious, waving his fist and trying to hit Huang Mao in the face. Huang Mao didn't care, and even moved his fist towards Yi Xingchen. Come on, hit, boy. Look for it, hit me. Brother Long has spoken, you kid dare to touch me in one moment, I'll chop off one of your fingers. Finally, Yi Xingchen regained his senses, and his raised fist hung weakly in the air. Brother, you also know the situation of our family. Where can I get so much money in a short while? Even if I go to rob a bank? No. Look at my physique and the tools I have at home. Even if I have this heart, I still don't have the ability. Huang Mao seemed to have expected Yi Xingchen's words. He just smiled and exposed his two front teeth that had been yellowed by cigarette smoke. Forget it, Brother Long knows that you don't have that much money. Brother Long said, since you have no money, you have to work for Brother Long to pay off your debt. Debt payment? Yi Xingchen was slightly startled, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. That's right. Huang Mao nodded heavily. Brother Long has opened an underground boxing ring. As long as you go to fight in a black boxing match, you will be free of 100,000 yuan, and you can still have grace for the remaining 100,000 yuan. Half a month. Black Punch. Although Yi Xingchen has not participated in it, he has a certain understanding of it through countless film and television dramas. Life and death depend on God. Even if you are beaten to death by your opponent while playing black boxing, no one will take responsibility. You can only go to Jiaquan to regret that you are not good at boxing. If he really goes to fight black boxing, it is still unknown whether he can come back alive tonight. If something happens to him, who will take care of his father in the future? But if we don't engage in black boxing, how will we repay this 200,000 gambling debt? How could an ordinary citizen like me be able to fight against a legendary underground gang boss like Brother Long? Dad is really in trouble. $200,000 really stumps a heroic man. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but clench his two fists and fell into endless hesitation. How about it? Boy, have you thought about it? I forgot to tell you that the number of sessions in the underground boxing ring every day is also limited by time. If you hesitate for a while, maybe it won't be your turn, and you can't pay back the money. What will brother Long do to you, father and son? You can even think of it with your feet, right? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but grit his teeth, and at this moment he was ready to fight. I'll go. But you must keep your word. It's just one game, and the debt will be reduced by 100,000 yuan. The remaining 100,000 yuan will be paid back in half a month. Huang Mao didn't say anything but made an okay gesture calmly. Huang Mao looked confident from beginning to end. Now Huang Mao is very much a scheming hunter, and Yi Xingchen is naturally the prey in the eyes of Huang Mao, an old hunter. No matter how hard he struggles, he can't escape from Huang Mao's grasp. Soon, Yi Xingchen locked the door and followed Huang Mao to the underground boxing ring. But when Yi Xingchen got into Huang Mao's broken van, Yi Xingchen had new doubts. Brother, your car. What's wrong with my car? Huang Mao concentrated on starting the engine and putting it in gear without even looking at Yi Xingchen. Is your car too thin? Is it an Oriental car? Is it so thin and brittle? After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he gently tapped the passenger's door with his fingers on his right hand, which was as thin as a piece of paper. Clang! In Yi Xingchen's horrified eyes, the passenger door fell to the ground. I wipe it? Huang Mao was dumbfounded. Huang Mao looked at the car door that had fallen to the ground with a confused look on his face, then looked at Yi Xingchen who also looked confused, and soon a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. MD. Why is this car so worn out? I bought it just over a year ago. I obviously bought a domestic one, not an Oriental one. That's weird. Forget it, don't care, let's get over it first, just use it. I'll buy another Wuling car some other time. Huang Mao didn't care. He just thought it was because his car was worn out and didn't think it was Yi Xingchen's problem at all. Alright, Yi Xingchen didn't think much about it, although he always felt that everything in front of him was weird. Huang Mao started the van and drove steadily towards the underground boxing ring. And Yi Xingchen also looked solemnly at the rapidly retreating roadside scenery. Yi Xingchen's solemn look was not because he was worried about the upcoming boxing match, but because he saw scenes that made him doubt his life. A girl holding an ice cream as big as a fingernail and licking it crazily. A man carrying a load of sofas in a robot exoskeleton that only appears in science fiction movies. 4 sanitation workers working together with a pencil-sized saw were cutting up a tree that had fallen on the road. 2 children holding straws in a fencing competition, one of whom appears to have bruises on his arm. Are you sure this is not a dream? Oh, underground boxing ring. The noisy and piercing cheers and colorful neon lights all revealed the crazy hearts and perverted souls of the audience. Yi Xingchen followed Huang Mao into the underground boxing ring. At this time, the 2 boxers were engaged in a fierce physical fight. Ouch! Hey! The 2 fought back and forth, their faces and bodies covered with horrific bruises, and even a trace of blood spilled from the corner of the man who was at a disadvantage. It's just that this fierce boxing match seemed a bit like playing house to Yi Xingchen, an amateur. No. Such a slow punch. I could easily dodge it when I was 4 years old, right? And why does it feel like everyone is walking so slowly today? It's almost the same speed as when I first learned to walk. This soft punch. Can it really cause bruises and vomit blood? Are you sure these bruises are really caused by punches and not from slipping? Is this an underground boxing ring or an underground film studio? In the end, under Yi Xingchen's horrified eyes, the man who was at a disadvantage was knocked out with 1 punch and fell to the ground with his life and death unknown. The referee walked slowly and nodded towards the host after confirming. After receiving the referee's affirmation, the host walked onto the court without any haste, carrying a toothpick-sized microphone. I declare that the winner of this match is Taiguo boxing champion Mai Shanzai. Oh. Mai is guessing. Mai is guessing. The excited audience around them began to shout the winner's name in unison. It seems that most people bet on Mai and guess the winner. Huang Mao patted Yi Xingchen's shoulder softly. Boy, the next match is yours. Go and get ready. You guys, take this kid to prepare. He will face the boxing champion Park Gachong in the next match. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be slightly startled. Boxing champion Park Gachong? This name suggests a boxing champion with experience and energy. Several Huang Mao's younger brothers knew very well how strong Huang Mao's boxing champion Park Gachong was. No one thought that Yi Xingchen could win. They all looked at Yi Xingchen numbly with a dead look in their eyes. Come in with me. Walking into the backstage of the boxing ring, gloves that seemed to be made of plastic were placed in front of Yi Xingchen. Just pick anyone, the ending is the same anyway, no matter what you choose, you will die. Yi Xingchen stared at the yellow-haired little brother blankly, and for a moment he felt as if the wind was rustling and the water was cold. Do you want an energy drink? If you want, I'll pour you 2 or 3 milliliters. 2 or 3 milliliters. Then, let's forget it. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but secretly dumbfounded. Isn't 2 or 3 milliliters enough to fit between teeth? This underground boxing ring is really dark. That's right. The younger brother glanced at Yi Xingchen with a look of pity. For a dying person, whatever he drinks is a waste. Are you ready? Park Gachong is coming soon, we can't let him wait. Okay, I'll show up right away. As several big men whispered to each other, the ignorant Yi Xingchen was forced into the boxing ring without even knowing the rules. It was also at this time that the supporter began to introduce Yi Xingchen to everyone. The person who is coming on stage now is. Yes. Forget it, the name is not important. Next, he will challenge the boxing champion Park Gachong. Everyone cheer for him. Leave. Who is this? Fighting with Park Gachong in black boxing, isn't this looking for death? Who is Park Gachong? Brother, I have only come to see a few shows. I have never heard of Park Gachong. Can you educate yourself about it? You don't know about the boxing champion of the Western 8 Kingdoms, Park Gachong. You've heard of the boxing champion Awai, right? What? Boxing champion Awai. The same Awai who has won the world boxing title many times. Yes, it's him. It is said that boxing champion Awai once killed a chicken with one punch. This terrifying power is really scary to hear. But, what does this have to do with today's Park Gachong? You don't understand this. It is said that Park Gachong had a match with boxing champion Awai, and in the end boxing champion Awai won only by points advantage. Damn it. Isn't this Park Gachong as fierce as a yuppie? Then what are you hesitating about? Hurry up and buy Park Gachong. I'm going to bet 10,000. I'll go too. I also want to bet 10,000. Listening to the chattering of the audience on the sidelines, Yi Xingchen suddenly felt like he had entered a madhouse. Next, let's invite the challenger, Park Gachong, to come on. Under the cheers of the audience and surrounded by entourage, a man less than 1.5 meters tall appeared on the stage. Yi Xingchen almost dropped his jaw in surprise when he saw Park Gachong, who was no taller than his shoulders. A shorter height for boxers helps them control their center of gravity and protect their vitals. Yi Xingchen understood the truth, but such a boxer who was less than 1.5 meters tall looks somewhat funny. Axi. Pu Gachong glanced at Yi Xingchen and couldn't help but snorted, "Boy, I will punch you to death before you beg for mercy and admit defeat." Yi Xingchen was speechless. First of all, both sides started to pay tribute to each other. The so-called mutual salute is that the boxers touch each other with their gloved right fists. Yi Xingchen was an honest man, and he simply stretched out his right fist to touch Park Gachong. But Park Gachong's next behavior made Yi Xingchen confused and petrified on the spot. Park Gachong also slowly stretched out his right fist, and then, under Yi Xingchen's shocked eyes, his right fist slowly changed its trajectory, and finally gently touched the back of Yi Xingchen's fist. What's the situation? This person just touched himself. No. Why did this person touch himself? Is this teasing me? For a moment, Yi Xingchen began to doubt Park Gachong's experience. When this group of people experienced that kind of thing, could it be that the target was a man? As a result, Yi Xingchen suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body, and he retracted his right fist as if he was electrocuted. Ha 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 ha. Pu Gachong did not doubt that he was there, and laughed proudly, showing his big black teeth. Holy shit. Park Gachong is giving this kid a blow. He pretended to be a fist bump in salute, but he actually punched the back of this kid's hand. It's terrible. He is worthy of being a man who can compete with boxing champion Awai. Just a powerful punch caused this kid to suffer so much pain. Doesn't that mean this kid is dead? Fortunately, I bought Park Gachong for 10,000 yuan. Let me look at the odds. Damn it, this guy's odds are 25 to 1. Park Gachong's odds are 1.05 to 1? That's ridiculous. Park Gachong wins, only then can I earn 500 yuan. That's it. Then I'll buy that guy for $1,000. Brother, if you have any money, you can donate it to me. Jingle bell. As the referee rang a bell on the sidelines, the fierce boxing match between Yi Xingchen and Park Gachong officially began. Park Gachong turned sideways and moved his fists forward and backward, constantly provoking Yi Xingchen. Boy, come on. Come on Axi, look at your lame preparation posture, you must be a newbie. Do you have the strength to fight with me, Park Gachong? Do you want me to punch you 3 times? Yi Xingchen was slightly startled and glanced at his right fist involuntarily. No one knows how much your own strength is better than you. When I was a kid, I was always the one who got bullied in fights at school. You might not win in a fight with an ordinary person, let alone with the professional boxer in front of you. In a daze, what Huang Mao said before appeared in Yi Xingchen's ears. As long as you go to a black boxing match, I will give you 100,000 yuan for free, and you can still have half a month's grace for the remaining 100,000. It seems that Huang Mao didn't say that he can only do this if he wins, right? Meaning, as long as you participate. If he raises his hands and surrenders when Park Guchang attacks later, Huang Mao won't regret it, right? In fact, you can't blame Yi Xingchen for being timid. After all, Yi Xingchen is just an ordinary person, and he is now in an underground boxing ring. Any ordinary person would probably have the same idea as Yi Xingchen. Just when Yi Xingchen was thinking secretly, Park Guchang was already impatient and took the lead in launching a fierce attack. Park Guchang walked slowly and punched Yi Xingchen softly. When Yi Xingchen saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned. Is this person giving himself a chance to surrender? Could it be that this man was so talkative that he saw that he was an ordinary person and deliberately said some unpleasant things to actually give himself a chance to admit defeat? Damn it. What a good man. Did you say that those who have cheated on prostitutes are not good people? Who said there are no good people in the Western 8 kingdoms? Isn't there one right in front of me? As a result, Yi Xingchen turned around without hesitation and raised his hands. I surrender. I admit defeat. My skills are inferior to others, so I am willing to be defeated. What? Park Guchang was stunned. What the hell? Can you surrender and admit defeat after a black boxing fight? Is there no rules at all in this underground boxing ring? It's no use even a bit of blood, look at it. It's a refund. Refund the money. Audiences eager to see excitement and bloodshed did not buy it, protested one after another, and even asked for a refund. The supporter and the referee couldn't help but look at each other. This was the first time they saw someone giving up at the beginning of a black boxing fight. Under the protests of the audience, the referee had no choice but to bite the bullet and hold the toothpick microphone. Surrender is invalid. In the black boxing ring, there is only victory with fists and no gentleman's agreement. The game continues. After receiving the referee's reply, Park Guchang continued to wave his fist and slowly rushed towards Yi Xingchen. What the hell? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being dumbfounded. Doesn't this mean you're going to kill yourself? Seeing Pu Guchang rushing over again, Yi Xingchen was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized. What a good man. What a great person. Such a slow and soft fist. Obviously he wanted to pretend to punch himself, and then make himself pretend to be unconscious and be KO. In an instant, Yi Xingchen's favorable impression of Park Guchang once again rose to an unprecedented height. Yi Xingchen stopped resisting and stood quietly, waiting for Pu Guchang's fake punch. I'll go. Park Guchang's punches are so fast. This kid must have been frightened out of his wits. He actually stood there motionless. Dead to death. This kid will definitely be knocked out by Park Guchang with one punch. This hot blood makes me intoxicated and makes me crazy. The audience on the sidelines couldn't help but become even more crazy when they saw this scene. So, under Yi Xingchen's gaze, Park Guchang waved his fist slowly and gently touched Yi Xingchen's face. What are you doing? Yi Xingchen was completely confused. No, brother, if you give fake punches, just give fake punches. Why are you touching me? And he touched my face. This guy. Shouldn't he covet his own male seductress? Axie. What are you doing? Pu Guchang couldn't help but froze when he saw that Yi Xingchen had been punched by him and stood motionless on the spot. He asked himself what he was doing. Yi Xingchen was stunned for a moment and then woke up immediately. What is he asking me for? Meaning is, why am I standing there and not falling down? Yi Xingchen blinked twice, looked at Park Guchang who looked stunned, and then looked at the audience who were surrounded by a dead silence. Oh! Yi Xingchen let out a hysterical scream, then covered his chest with his embarrassed left hand, and pointed at Park Guchang with his trembling right hand. Such a heavy punch. Ah! I'm dead. Yi Xingchen took a dozen steps back in an extremely exaggerated gesture, and then fell to the ground very simply. All the audience couldn't help but look at each other, and then their pent-up emotions finally broke out. Did I draft it? Li Zai gone, God and Demon? He's playing us, right? Is this an underground boxing ring or an underground movie studio? If I want to watch a movie, I won't go to the cinema. Do I need money for movie tickets? Stop talking. Refund the ticket, you idiot. Seeing that the audience was ready to attack, the referee couldn't help but shuddered and quickly walked to the court. Hey, boy. Are you dead? If not, get up quickly. Oh. Realizing that his acting skills were too poor, Yi Xingchen had no choice but to stand up and walk to Park Guchang again. How is that possible? You just took a heavy punch from me, how could you be unscathed? Pu Gachong raised his head and looked at Yi Xingchen in shock. The audience didn't understand, but Park Gachong knew it clearly in his heart. He had just punched Yi Xingchen in the face, but Yi Xingchen was fine. Did you just have a hallucination? As the person involved, Yi Xingchen looked at Park Gachong with an aggrieved face. Brother, your lines are really realistic, but your martial arts moves. Your acting skills are too poor. You must at least get a punch like this, right? Acting skills. Park Gachong glared at Yi Xingchen fiercely. Axie, who the hell has time to act with you? You're not good at acting, so why did you do this to me just now? You should be like this. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and quickly touched the left side of Pu Gachong's face. Perhaps in order to compare Park Gachong's poor acting skills before, Yi Xingchen used half of his strength this time. Under Park Gachong's horrified eyes, Yi Xingchen's right hand touched Park Gachong's left face heavily. Pu Gachong wanted to dodge, but his speed and reflexes were not that fast, so he could only watch Yi Xingchen touch him. What a fast punch. Poof. A scene that stunned Yi Xingchen appeared. Park Gachong was touched on the left side of his face by Yi Xingchen, and before he even finished speaking, he vomited blood and fell to the boxing ring. The silence in the air hung thick, a stark contrast to the raucous cheers that had filled the underground boxing ring just moments ago. Yi Xingchen looked blankly at Park Gachong lying on the ground and then at his own fist. Sorry, brother, I wrongly blamed you before. Who said your acting skills are not good? Your acting skills are comparable to those of an actor. I just patted you, although it took some force, but even if you fall down, you can still spurt out blood. In order to honor his father and be willing to slander his reputation, he is really a good person. Holy shit. This kid actually knocked out the boxing champion Park Gachong of the Western Eight Kingdoms with one punch. Am I reading that right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. That's Park Gachong. How is it impossible? Didn't you just see that kid's punch? How fast? According to the calculation formula of potential energy and kinetic energy, you can imagine how terrifying the power contained in that punch is. This King One Punchman. I originally thought Chu Yuxin was invincible, but I didn't expect someone to be braver than her. Whose general is this? It's so exciting. It's worth this trip. You'll make a lot of money. The referee walked to Park Gachong blankly to check on Park Gachong's situation, then stood up and nodded to the host. Only then did the host come to his senses, holding the toothpick microphone and jumping up excitedly. Tonight, a new king is born. This player actually knocked out the boxing champion Park Gachong with one punch. It's so shocking. So exciting. I declare that the winner of this game is. What's his name? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Just call him One Punch Man. Ahem. The winner of this game is One Punch Man. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. Driven by the host's emotions, the audience cheered in unison, chanting Yi Xingchen's new nickname, One Punch Man. At this moment, no one cared whether Park Gachong was alive or dead, and no one even called an ambulance for Park Gachong. This is the cruel side of underground boxing. There is no life or death, only victory or defeat. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded and turned to look at the referee and host in surprise. I swear, I just touched him. Ha ha ha. One Punch Man, you are so humble. Did you touch him? If you punched him, wouldn't he be torn apart? The host smiled awkwardly, then walked to Yi Xingchen and placed his right hand under Yi Xingchen's right arm. Yi Xingchen raised his right hand in confusion, ending the boxing match as a winner. At this time, in a dark corner of the underground boxing ring, a bald man was smoking a thin cigarette, watching the scene in the boxing ring with interest from a distance, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Huang Maozheng lowered his head to apologize to the bald man with a humble expression. Boss, is this kid too cruel? He actually knocked out Park Gachong with one punch. Park Gachong was co. From now on, our boxing ring will lose a money tree. Boss, I'm sorry. I really didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. It turns out that the bald man is Huang Mao's boss, Brother Long, the boss of the Qinglong gang in Yunhe City. Huang Mao glanced at Yi Xingchen, who was buried in cheers, from the corner of his eye, and recalled the scene where Yi Xingchen wanted to beat him up at Yi Xingchen's house. Huang Mao couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Fortunately, the punch didn't come down. If he had been punched by this kid, he would have lost half his life even if he didn't die. At the same time, Huang Mao also recalled the terrifying speed that Yi Xingchen showed before, but Huang Mao's attention was not on Yi Xingchen at that time, so he realized it later and became afraid. A master who combines the power of destroying the world and the speed of the wind, he actually made a mistake. Brother Long waved his hand disapprovingly. It's a money tree. If one tree falls, there will be a new one. Boss. Brother Long narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yi Xingchen in the distance with interest. He is just a poor boy, but he still has to be manipulated by us? You. Go find this boy's gambling father tomorrow and find a way let him lose another 10 or 200,000, and then. This kid still has to be driven by us? Isn't this the new cash cow? Huang Mao couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Wonderful, boss. With this kid here, it is conceivable that our underground boxing ring will be hard to find tickets in the future. By then, as long as this kid raises the price on the day of the competition, we will make a fortune, got it? He. Brother Long couldn't help but laugh sinisterly. You have found such a treasure, don't worry, I won't treat you badly. From now on, money, horses, cars, houses, everything will be yours. Thank you, boss. Dad. After leaving the underground boxing ring, Yi Xingchen finally saw Yi Hao. Yi Xingchen was so excited that he quickly stepped forward and wanted to hold Yi Hao in his arms. But Yi Xingchen's gaze touched Yi Hao's cold eyes, and he had to stand there angrily, giving up the idea of holding Yi Hao in his arms. Who asked you to redeem me? Yi Hao was not moved at all by Yi Xingchen's act of risking his life to save his father. On the contrary, there was only coldness and disgust in Yi Hao's eyes. Dad. We can talk about it after we get back, okay? Yi Xingchen looked at Yi Hao with a pleading look. Everything will be fine. I found a new job today, and I have 80,000 yuan during my internship. Monthly salary. That's enough. Yi Hao interrupted Yi Xingchen coldly. I don't want to hear this. Also, I said, from now on, you will follow your sunny path, and I will cross my single plank bridge, and we will never interact with each other. From now on, please, don't come to ransom me again. I won't accept your favor. Huang Mao on the side looked at the father and son in front of him in surprise, and said with a smile, Old man, don't say that, although I don't know what the unhappiness between you is. But after all, there is nothing that can't be resolved between father and son. What about? You know nothing. Yi Hao didn't show any good looks and glared at Huang Mao fiercely. I'm sorry. Huang Mao was furious. If he hadn't thought that Yi Hao was still valuable, Huang Mao felt that he would let the people behind him beat Yi Hao to death. HMPH. A chicken bites Lu Dongbin, but he doesn't know a good heart. If he doesn't listen, he will be pulled down. Let's go. Huang Mao didn't intend to interfere with Yi Xingchen's family affairs and took his men back to the underground boxing ring. Dad. Yi Xingchen looked at Yi Hao eagerly. Snort. Yi Hao snorted coldly, ignoring Yi Xingchen, and slowly disappeared into the night alone. Yi Xingchen stood there blankly, looking at Yi Hao slightly hunched back, with helplessness and distress written on his face. Yi Xingchen would naturally understand Yi Hao. A few months ago, Yi Hao was diagnosed with a serious lung disease, which required 500,000 yuan for surgery, and a series of subsequent expenses would also cost hundreds of thousands. This amount of money is really an unaffordable amount for an ordinary family like Yi Xingchen. Yi Hao's temperament began to change drastically, and he began to drink alcohol every day and indulge in life and death. He was almost certainly tricked by Huang Mao into spending money in a casino. Well, there is no way. Who allowed me to be such a dad? After his mother left, his father had always taken care of him. He even refused several opportunities for a second marriage because he was worried that his stepmother would treat him badly. Yi Xingchen has to repay this father-son relationship no matter what. Yunhe City, Yida Building. Yi Xingchen arrived at the gate of Yida Company headquarters early. Today is Yi Xingchen's first day at his new job, so naturally, he can't be late. Looking up at the 10-story building in front of him, Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and walked in through the door without hesitation. Hello, sir, who are you looking for? The girl at the front desk was very polite and gave Yi Xingchen a professional smile. Hello, beauty, my name is Yi Xingchen, I'm here to report. Are you Yi Xingchen? Before the girl at the front desk had time to speak, Yi Xingchen heard a pleasant voice coming from behind. Yi Xingchen turned around suddenly, and a beauty in black stockings wearing a professional suit came into view. Hello, I am Yi Xingchen. Hello. The beauty with black stockings smiled and nodded to Yi Xingchen. Are you the strong man that Mr. Qin mentioned? It's better to be famous than to meet him. My name is Lin Yun, and I am Mr. Qin's secretary. Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. It turned out that the beauty in black stockings in front of him was the president's secretary. Hello. Yi Xingchen quickly bowed humbly. This is a big company, and everyone is likely to be a big shot that ordinary people like themselves cannot afford to offend. Moreover, Lin Yun is also the secretary to the president, so if she offends Lin Yun. If Lin Yun casually gives herself eye drops from Qin Yanren, she will lose this dream job. Lin Yun was very satisfied with Yi Xingchen, who was very polite. She made an invitation gesture with her right hand towards the elevator not far away. "Mr. Yi, please come this way, I will take you to see Mr. Qin. Xiao Zhang. This is Mr. Qin. I'll take the newly hired bodyguard and driver to see Mr. Qin." "Okay." Yi Xingchen and the girl at the front desk both nodded. Entering the elevator, Yi Xingchen quickly smelled a hint of fragrance in the air. Secretly glancing at Lin Yun beside him, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel emotional. Such a charming, mature, polite and sincere lady must be the couple that countless people dream of. Whoever can marry Lin Yun in the future will be blessed for 8 lifetimes. Hiss. I just don't know which man who saved the galaxy in his previous life can marry a top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman like Qin Yanran. Ding dong, just when Yi Xingchen was thinking about it, the elevator bell rang and the elevator stopped at the top 10th floor. "Mr. Yi, please come this way." Under Lin Yun's guidance, Yi Xingchen quickly arrived at Qin Yanran's office. At this time, Qin Yanran was immersed in the computer, dealing with something. Entering Qin Yanran's office, a strange feeling flooded Yi Xingchen's heart again. This keyboard. Why is it as thin as a touch screen? Is this really not going to break? The bottled water on this water dispenser. Strictly speaking, it can only be regarded as small bottled water, right? Is this really enough for a drink? And the lipstick on the table. Isn't it too many? Does this really cover half of your lips? As for the pen on the table. Let's just call it a pen. Why is this the same thickness as a toothpick? Can this tube of ink really write a page of words? Coming? Qin Yanran then raised her head and glanced at Yi Xingchen. "Good morning, Mr. Qin." Yi Xingchen quickly put back the messy thoughts deep in his heart and stood very cautiously. "Mr. Qin, I happened to have something going on down there, and I met Mr. Yi." Lin Yun explained with a smile. "Okay." Qin Yanran just smiled. "Yunyan, take him to the unused office on the 9th floor. Let's make do with it for now. You can see what's missing, and we'll add it when the time comes." "Okay, Mr. Qin." Qin Yanran then looked at Yi Xingchen. "I'll call you Xingchen from now on. You can just stay in the office, play on your phone, computer, or sleep. Just come with me when I go out. If you have any questions, just ask Yunyan. That's it." "Okay." Yi Xingchen nodded, then smiled at Lin Yun. "Please forgive me if there is any trouble in the future." "You're welcome." Lin Yun smiled freely. "Follow me to your new office." Lin Yun and Yi Xingchen walked in tandem and soon arrived at Yi Xingchen's new office on the 9th floor. Snapped, Lin Yun lightly touched the touch screen switch, and the lights in the office instantly brightened. Although the office is simple, it is fully equipped. Computer, desk, office chairs, sofas, air conditioners, green plants, bookcases, everything is available. The only flaw in the layout of the entire office is that the bookcases are a bit off, and the potted green plants are actually placed in the center of the office. Lin Yun couldn't help but was slightly startled. "Hey! Why are the potted plants and bookcases in a wrong position? Mr. Yi, how about I go find a moving company? Let them use the machine to move the potted plants and bookcases." Moving company? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being dumbfounded. Just move the potted plants and bookcases, find a moving company, and operate the machine? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Oh, look at my brain. Lin Yun patted the top of her forehead in embarrassment. "I have forgotten that Mr. Yi is a strong man. Although this potted plant weighs at least 5 or 6 kilograms, as a strong man, you can push it. You should still be able to push it." After Lin Yun finished speaking, she quickly shook her head. No. Even if you can push the potted plant, the bookcase weighs dozens of kilograms at least. Even if you are a strong man, it is almost impossible to push this bookcase. Maybe, otherwise, I'd better call the moving company." "No? How about I go try it first?" Yi Xingchen was not sure whether the jin in Lin Yun's mouth was the same concept as the jin in his imagination, and his tone was a bit unconfident. Then, you try it first. Lin Yun couldn't help but widen her eyes, obviously curious and looking forward to Yi Xingchen, the legendary strongman. Yi Xingchen nodded and then walked to the potted plant. Yi Xingchen turned back to look at Lin Yun, then looked at the potted plant in front of him, and tentatively kicked the potted plant with his foot. The potted plant weighed only a few kilograms, and Yi Xingchen almost knocked it over on the spot with his kick. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun seemed to have seen a ghost, with shock or horror written all over her pretty face. Even a person with a strong psychological quality like Lin Yun couldn't help but exclaimed at this moment. "What? How is it possible? This seemingly random kick. It almost knocked over a potted plant weighing several kilograms. Oh, what a terrifying power this is." Oh my god. If you kick someone like this, why don't you go see the king of hell on the spot? Ah? Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun awkwardly and couldn't help scratching the back of his head. At this moment, Yi Xingchen was in a mess. For a moment, he didn't care whether to move or not move the potted plants around him. It wasn't until this moment that Lin Yun realized that he had lost his composure, which had greatly affected Yi Xingchen. Lin Yun couldn't help but stick out her tongue, and then covered her mouth, signaling Yi Xingchen to continue and that she would not disturb Yi Xingchen again. After receiving Lin Yun's affirmation, Yi Xingchen bent down and held the potted plant in his hands. That's right. This is a potted plant weighing several kilograms. How come it looks like a 1,000-year-old tree weighing several tons? As for that. Oh, seeing Yi Xingchen holding the potted plant with his bare hands, Lin Yun couldn't help but gasp as she covered her mouth. Strong. Too strong. Hercules, so terrifying. A potted plant weighing several kilograms can be picked up at the drop of a hat. This is a real man. For a moment, Lin Yun felt that the men she knew were so weak. Yi Xingchen put the potted plant in the corner behind the office chair with a strange look on his face, and then walked to the bookcase. Lin Yun even widened her eyes, fearing that she would miss the scene that was about to happen in front of her that would shock her for the rest of her life. It started. Hercules is going to perform live to push the bookcase. Can he push this bookcase weighing dozens of kilograms? No way, he shouldn't be able to push it. After all, this is a bookcase weighing dozens of kilograms. Let alone one person, even 10 people may not be able to push it, right? I was so stupid. What did I expect? Do you expect one person to be able to push a bookcase weighing dozens of kilograms? But any normal person would think it's impossible, right? It seems that my sanity has been affected by this unattractive strong man. Thinking of this, Lin Yun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and her mentality became normal. Yi Xingchen walked to the bookcase and took a look, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, this bookcase is a normal bookcase, made of thick wood. The only flaw is that the small door of the bookcase is too thin, a typical tofu quality. Ahem. Yi Xingchen coughed lightly, put his right hand on the thick wooden surface of the bookcase, and then sank down and prepared to exert his strength. Lin Yun's heart trembled, and she stared at Yi Xingchen's back with a mixture of expectation and suspicion. I'm coming. Let the show begin. Not only do you have to push a bookcase weighing dozens of kilograms, you do it with one hand. Hey, creak, with a soft sound, Yi Xingchen easily pushed the bookcase back to the wall with his right hand. Papa, Yi Xingchen clapped his hands and smiled at Lin Yun. Done. Call it a day. Huh? What's wrong with you? At this time, Lin Yun was so surprised that her jaw almost dropped, and she kept repeating one sentence. I did it. You really pushed this bookcase, and you did it with one hand. You did it, you really. It was only then that Yi Xingchen realized something was wrong. It seems that the people around him have become ignorant of power after he wakes up. When he picked up a bag of cement, everyone at the construction site was excited. Even Qin Yanren showed great importance. The majestic strongman of the Eastern Kingdom actually compared himself with lifting bricks. The whole world is full of shoddy quality furniture and facilities. During the boxing match, I just touched Park Gachong, and Park vomited blood and fell to the ground on the spot, his life and death unknown. Embarrassingly little water and food. After pushing the bookcase casually, Lin Yun reacted as if she had seen a ghost. We are just asking if there is a possibility. If a person feels that he or she has a problem, there may be something wrong with that person. If 10 people think they have a problem, maybe all 10 of them have a problem. However, if everyone around him thinks that he has a problem, is it possible that he is actually the one with the problem? Could it be? Wake up by yourself? The human physique of the people in this world has declined to a perverted level? The physical strength is so small that it's shocking, the physical quality is so weak that it's scary, the speed of the body is so slow that it's a headache. Now this situation. In terms of physical fitness, it seems that apart from a reasonable decrease in speed, there is an extraordinary decrease in all other aspects. Hiss. If that's the case. How do you explain the clothes? The weight of several kilograms has become an unshakable weight. How to explain the clothes the man is wearing? Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but walk to Lin Yun, who was still in shock and had not recovered from his shock. Yi Xingchen, who was obsessed with seeking knowledge, accidentally reached out and touched the small suit Lin Yun was wearing. It feels very light and thin. Yi Xingchen grabbed a bunch of clothes and weighed them, and was surprised to find that the clothes Lin Yun was wearing were not made of ordinary clothes. Although there seems to be no difference, the weight is not at the same level at all. This can explain why people in this world are not afraid of the weight of clothes. So, is the same thing with black stockings? Full of curiosity, Yi Xingchen bent down and stretched out his right hand to pull the black silk on Lin Yun's leg. Laugh, there was a tearing sound, and Lin Yun's black silk was torn easily by Yi Xingchen. Ah! What are you doing? Lin Yun came back to her senses and jumped on the spot like a frightened rabbit. In an instant, Yi Xingchen realized his rudeness and said to himself, I'm done with it. Ah! That. I'm sorry. You might not believe it. I was just doing research to prove an idea in my heart. Yi Xingchen regretted it after saying this. I don't even believe this when I say it. Would Lin Yun really believe it? It's over, it's over. Lin Yun will definitely slap herself and then go to Qin Yanran to complain. I will definitely be fired and lose this dream job. It's true that one misstep can lead to eternal regret. Are you crazy? How can I go out to meet people? People think I'm in the office with you. To Yi Xingchen's surprise, Lin Yun didn't seem to blame Yi Xingchen. Nor did she run outside and shout, someone is playing hooligan. She just blushed for a while. Then, what should we do? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded. Forget it. Take off your coat, I'll cover it, go back and change it. Alright, Yi Xingchen quickly took off his clothes. Shua, as soon as Lin Yun took over, Yi Xingchen's clothes fell straight to the ground. Lin Yun himself showed a look of horror. Your clothes. You wear such heavy clothes? Odd this. Only then did Yi Xingchen realize that the clothes he was wearing were normal clothes, weighing several hundred grams. For Lin Yun, they were indeed a bit heavy. Forget it. I'll take off my coat and cover it a little. You. Just call me if you need anything. Lin Yun had not yet recovered from the shock. She took off her coat and held it in her right hand with a scared look on her face, and then fled the office in embarrassment. Only Yi Xingchen, who was alone and messy, was left in the empty office. It's unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. This world has gone completely mad. Yi Xingchen, seated alone in his office chair, couldn't help but raise his eyes to the sky and let out a sigh. Haven't I just taken a nap? Why has the world turned topsy-turvy since I woke up? As the head of academic research, Yi Xingchen's mind was now occupied by a peculiar academic query. Considering the current feeble state of people in this world, he wondered about the challenges faced by women with remarkable figures like Lin Yun and Qin Yanran. In my understanding of that area, A. 71 grams, equivalent to an orange. B. 140 grams, equivalent to 1 persimmon. C. 240 grams, equivalent to an apple. D. 380 grams, equivalent to 1 grapefruit. E. 570 grams, equivalent to a pear. F. 810 grams, equivalent to a cantaloupe. Such weights, in a world struggling to lift a few kilograms, must be staggering. Lin Yun and Qin Yanran, at least D, right? How absurd. How vulgar. Yi Xingchen admonished himself and promptly smacked his forehead. Just then, Lin Yun walked in, witnessing Yi Xingchen's self-inflicted slap. Observing Yi Xingchen's behavior, Lin Yun understood the strength behind his seemingly casual move. This man, despite being hit so hard, showed no change in expression. Truly peculiar. In that moment, Lin Yun found herself developing a favorable impression of Yi Xingchen. Ah! Miss Lin. Realizing Lin Yun's entrance, Yi Xingchen hastily stood up from his office chair. Lin Yun had now donned the small suit again and sported a new pair of black silk stockings. Ignoring the prior misunderstanding, Lin Yun simply nodded at Yi Xingchen. How old are you this year? 24. Lin Yun nodded thoughtfully. I'm older than you. You can call me Sister Yun from now on. Yi Xingchen, glancing at a certain area of Lin Yun, was momentarily taken aback. If you're older, I should call you sister? Lin Yun, puzzled, looked at Yi Xingchen. Do you still want to call me sister? Oh. No. I mean. Yi Xingchen scratched the back of his head awkwardly. I wanted to say that calling me sister doesn't sound nice. Lin Yun smiled again. Okay. I don't care about getting older, do you? Ah. That's okay, Sister Yun. Perfect. Lin Yun nodded with satisfaction. As Yi Xingchen was about to speak, Lin Yun suddenly inquired, by the way, Brother Xingchen, why are you so big? Big? You mean? Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun, bewildered. Lin Yun, with a suspicious expression, said, strength. Otherwise, what do you think I meant? Oh. Yi Xingchen shrank his neck guiltily. This question. Sister Yun, I really don't know how to answer you. To be honest, I was born like this. So, you're naturally gifted. Lin Yun nodded thoughtfully. You can say that. Yi Xingchen smiled strangely. After work, Let's go to the company cafeteria for lunch. Lin Yun extended a friendly invitation. Glancing at the clock, Yi Xingchen saw it was already noon. Okay. I just don't know where the canteen is. Thank you, Sister Yun. The two headed to the cafeteria on the first floor while chatting. However, upon arrival, Yi Xingchen was left dumbfounded. Numerous colleagues, holding small paper plates, queued at 10 windows for meals. What shocked Yi Xingchen even more was the meager amount of food on their plates. People in this world may have weakened physically, but with such large bodies, how could they sustain themselves on such minimal meals? What's wrong, Brother Xingchen? Lin Yun looked at him with a puzzled expression. Nothing. Just surprised. Everyone eats so little. Lin Yun dismissed his concern with a smile. You're a strong man. You must eat a lot. It's normal. However, when it was Yi Xingchen's turn to collect food, Lin Yun couldn't remain calm. Oh my god. This is too abnormal, isn't it? Shyly extending 2 paper plates, Yi Xingchen requested more rice from the cafeteria ant. Colleagues nearby burst into laughter. Since when did our company start recruiting from Rwandan refugee camps? Let's call him, good guy. Hasn't this guy eaten in a month? Almost as big as 5 people. Will he come back as a starving ghost? Ignoring the onlookers, Yi Xingchen ate with gusto, causing the cafeteria ant to pack as much as possible. The once laughing colleagues were now in a state of shock. Did you see that? This guy just now. That plate of rice must be more than a kilogram, right? He actually held it with one hand. It seems. I heard. Our company recruited a new strongman. He is a bodyguard hired by Mr. Chin himself. Could it be this person? Damn, holding up a kilogram of food with one hand. Indeed, Mr. Chin's bodyguard. He's awesome. The boring time at work is fleeting. After get off work, Yi Xingchen acted as Qin Yanran's driver and drove Qin Yanran home. In the car, Qin Yanran was always busy on his ultra-thin tablet, and Yi Xingchen had no intention of disturbing Qin Yanran. The two spent the drive relatively quietly. The villa where Qin Yanran lives is not far from the headquarters of Yida Company. It only takes 20 minutes to get there. After getting out of the car, Qin Yanran glanced at her villa, and then handed Yi Xingchen a card and a small key. Hey, room card, the 3-story building next door is for you temporarily. As long as you are in office, you can live there as you like, with as many people as you want. Here is the car key. This car is parked. The Buick in the parking space is your temporary car. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Yi Xingchen took the room card and car keys and looked at Qin Yanran with gratitude. See you tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Qin, see you tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Qin Yanran, Yi Xingchen jumped a few times excitedly, and then trotted to his new home with great expectations. The door is actually a combination lock that can be opened by reading a card, which is full of technology. Enter your new home. This is a fully renovated villa with all electrical appliances and furniture. The only fly in the ointment is that these things are made according to the standards of ordinary people, and are somewhat too fragile for an alternative like Yi Xingchen. But despite this, Yi Xingchen was still very satisfied. After exploring his new home, Yi Xingchen immediately decided to go to a nearby supermarket to buy some daily necessities and food, and then brought his father and girlfriend Zhao Wen in. A wonderful life is about to begin. Full of expectations for his future life, Yi Xingchen opened the car door carefully, fearing that someone might accidentally pull the door off. Then he gently kicked the accelerator and headed straight to the nearby supermarket. Soon, Yi Xingchen came to the grain and oil section of the supermarket alone. Brother, do you want to buy rice? Today's rice is on sale, only 198 per pound. The shopping guide girl in the rice area greeted Yi Xingchen warmly. What? 198 per pound? Or is it a special price? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes carefully and made sure that the sign said 198 per pound and not 198 per 100 pounds. That's right. The shopping guide smiled awkwardly and pointed to several other rice sales areas. The fragrant rice over there is 224 per caddy, and the Wuchang rice over there is 310 per caddy. They are all on special price. Yi Xingchen was speechless. It was only then that Yi Xingchen thought of a cruel fact. My normal appetite, according to the standards of this world. Just to eat. Wouldn't a meal cost 200 to 300 yuan? Almost 1,000 yuan a day? It costs almost more than 30,000 yuan a month? This is so gross. With a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan, the basic food expenses alone account for almost half. How can you still afford dad's medical expenses and nutritional expenses? Hey! Yi Xingchen could only sigh helplessly. Now it seems that he still has to find a way to make money. No matter, let's buy some rice for a while. Beauty, I want 50 pounds. Okay. The shopping guide first smiled and nodded, and soon the smile froze on her face. What? 50 pounds? What's wrong? Oh, it's okay. That. 50 pounds. We can deliver it to your door. Give me your address and someone will confirm a specific time with you later and deliver it to your door. Yi Xingchen wanted to refuse, but then he thought about it. There is no normal person in this world except myself. If I lift 50 kilograms of rice in front of everyone, it seems a bit. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen gave up the idea of taking it back and left his new address to the shopping guide. Afterwards, Yi Xingchen went straight to the oil and salt area. The labels in the oil and salt zone are all shocking. Arowana corn oil, special price 68 per bottle, 45 milliliters bottle. Refined iodized salt, special price 12 packs, 40 grams pack. Jindao noodles, special price 30 per tube, 50 grams tube. Haitian natural soda, special price 16 per bottle, 100 milliliters bottle. Haitian premium oyster sauce, special price 62 a bottle, 70 grams bottle. It's over, it's over. Yi Xingchen was completely dumbfounded. I only get 80,000 yuan a month to eat. Handsome guy, do you want to buy some meat? Fresh pork costs 11 yuan and 5 grams. Looking at the other shopping guide girl next to him, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but choked with difficulty. Forget it. I'd better go buy instant noodles. When Yi Xingchen came to the instant noodles section, he discovered that the packaged instant noodles were only 1/20th the size of before, about 5 grams per pack. The lowest price for a pack of instant noodles was more than 10 yuan. Nima. This amount. You need to eat at least 20 packs for a meal, and instant noodles for a meal are more than 200. I'm playing with your sister. Better to die than live. Yi Xingchen had no choice but to frantically raid low-priced instant noodles. While Yi Xingchen was scanning the low-price instant noodles, a mother and son passed by the instant noodles section at an inappropriate time. The woman glanced at Yi Xingchen, her face full of contempt. Then the woman pointed at Yi Xingchen and patted her young son on the shoulder. Azai, you must study hard. Otherwise, you will have to be like this person and live on instant noodles. Do you understand? The child looked at Yi Xingchen's back and nodded in understanding. I know, Mom, I will definitely study hard and make progress every day. Yi Xingchen turned around and glared at the middle-aged woman in disgust. What are you looking at? A stinky dick who can only eat instant noodles. The middle-aged woman showed no signs of weakness and rolled her eyes at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen was speechless. How can a child know the troubles of fish if he is not a fish? My food intake is almost 100 times that of yours. If you were asked to increase your basic food by 100 times, you might not be able to handle it, right? More than half of my monthly salary is spent on basic food. According to the previous family expenditure standards, it seems that there is nothing wrong with being a stinky loser. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen could only sigh helplessly and continue to scan for low-price instant noodles. Snort, the middle-aged woman snorted coldly, the contempt on her face getting stronger. But this disdain didn't last long, and soon turned into surprise, and then panic. You, the middle-aged woman seemed to have seen a ghost, trembling all over and pointing at Yi Xingchen, who was already holding a few kilograms of instant noodles. Finally, under the watch of the middle-aged woman, Yi Xingchen waved his sleeves and left the instant noodles area. Mommy, mommy. The little boy tugged on the middle-aged woman's clothes and asked, if I don't study hard, will I be able to become a strong man like that big brother just now? You and I. The middle-aged woman looked at the little boy and then at the aisle where Yi Xingchen left. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. It turns out that the clown is actually me. I actually just called such a terrifying strong man a stinky dick. Some simple food cost tens of thousands of dollars, and Yi Xingchen felt heartbroken when he returned home. Yi Xingchen vaguely felt that he must find various ways to make money, and his monthly income must at least reach 800,000. It's better to take your girlfriend Zhao Wen over first and tell her what happened to her. Zhao Wen usually has a lot of ideas. If Zhao Wen understands the truth of the matter, her smart mind will probably show Yi Xingchen some ways to make money. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen, who had just returned home to receive the rice, went straight to Zhao Wen's home without stopping. There is a huge difference from the villa area where Yi Xingchen lives now. The place where Zhao Wen lives is very old. In the past, you could still see a few 10-story buildings, but now they are all 3-story buildings. Fortunately, Wenwen lives on the second floor, otherwise I wouldn't know where to find her. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but mutter, and arrived at the door of Zhao Wen's house with ease. Yi Xingchen wanted to knock on the door as usual, but when his eyes touched the quality of the door panel, Yi Xingchen finally gave up the idea and called Zhao Wen outside the door. Wenwen, Wenwen, I am Xingchen. Open the door quickly, breaking news. Yi Xingchen clearly heard a commotion in the room, followed by Zhao Wen's emotionless response. Coming. The door opened and Zhao Wen was wearing a sexy pajamas. But what was inappropriate was that Yi Xingchen clearly saw a man wearing a bathrobe lying on the bed in the room. Fan Jian? You. Wenwen. Yi Xingchen recognized the man at a glance. It was Fan Jian, his and Zhao Wen's college classmate. The double betrayal of his girlfriend and brother was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Yi Xingchen's fragile heart. Have you seen it all? In that case, let's have a showdown. Fan Jian and I have been together for a long time, let's break up. Zhao Wen shook his head nonchalantly, as if he had been mentally prepared for what happened today. Why? In the past few years, I have been trying to give you the best. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I can't wait to pick them for you. Why do you do this to me? Yi Xingchen raised his arms half-raised unbearably, becoming more and more excited. HMPH. Stars? Zhao Wen couldn't help rolling her eyes. You mean holding a mirror up to the night sky and picking the stars off? Sorry, I can't understand this kind of romance, and I'm not surprised either. Xingchen. Fan Jian half squinted his eyes and waved his hand lazily. Forget it. The three of us are all good friends. What does it matter who is with whom? Shut up. Yi Xingchen was furious and pointed at Fan Jian fiercely. I have always regarded you as a good brother in vain. Friends' wives should not be bullied. Is this how you treat your brothers? I have the freedom to choose who I am. Also, who is your wife? Shameless. Zhao Wen was also angry, striding forward and actually pushing Yi Xingchen. Don't you understand me very much? Why do you want to be with Fan Jian? Let me tell you the truth. Fan Jian now earns tens of thousands a month, but you are just a stinky loser with a monthly salary of 3,000. What can you give me? Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. You resigned the day before yesterday. You don't even have a job with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. And there is a sick person at home who is holding you back. Follow you. What good consequences can I expect? Fan Jian can hold on for 30 seconds at a time. What about you? You don't even dare to touch my trash. I'm afraid you can't hold on for 3 seconds. Are you done just after taking off your pants? There is another important reason. Fan Jian is extremely powerful and can easily lift something weighing 1.5 kilograms. How about you? It's hard to lift something weighing 1 kilogram, right? What a useless waste. Ha ha ha. You really made me laugh to death. Fan Jian, who was lying on the bed, laughed with added jealousy. Yi Xingchen was almost furious. He kept pointing at Zhao Wen and Fan Jian with his right hand. Adulterer, whore. Hey, Yi Xingchen. Who the hell are you scolding? If it weren't for the sake of our long-standing brothers, do you believe I would beat you down now? Fan Jian became angry after being scolded by Yi Xingchen. He stood up from the bed and pointed his right hand at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen was furious, and for a moment he wanted to rush over and punch Fan Jian. But Yi Xingchen still didn't lose his mind after all. If it was before the drastic changes in the world, Yi Xingchen would definitely rush over to fight with Fan Jianqin without hesitation, and then leave with a flash of the middle finger towards Zhao Wen. But now, Yi Xingchen is worried that one punch will make Fan Jian follow in the footsteps of Park Gachong. It's really not cost-effective to beat Fan Jian to death and then go to jail out of anger. HMPH, beat me up? Do you think you are really strong? Oh. Ha 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 ha. Fan Jian held his stomach and laughed wildly in an exaggerated manner. Yi Xingchen. What do you think you are? Look down on my strength. My strength is something you will never be able to achieve in your life. Hi. Rubbish. Yi Xingchen coldly raised his thumb to Fan Jian. Ha ha. Yi Xingchen, you are so crazy. Do you dare to test your strength? I will convince you tonight. A beauty like Wenwen can only be owned by a strong man like me. Compare? How do you want to compare? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. It's very simple, it's just an arm wrestling match. If you win, Wenwen is yours. If you lose, you have to call me grandpa when you see me in the future. How about it? Do you dare? Ha ha ha. Fan Jian didn't take Yi Xingchen seriously at all and laughed heartily. Brother Jian, what are you talking about? I am a living person, not your bet. Although Zhao Wen's tone was a bit dissatisfied, she shrank into Fan Jian's arms. Yi Xingchen glanced at Zhao Wen coldly, shook his head and refused without hesitation. No, change the bet. This bet is too disgusting. I don't want this kind of stuff anymore, it's just dirty. Hand. Son of a bitch. What did you say? Zhao Wen couldn't help but became furious. Hey, Wenwen. Fan Jian patted Zhao Wen's shoulder lightly, then looked at Yi Xingchen. Then tell me, what bet do you want to change to? It's very simple. If I lose, I will call you grandparents when I see you in the future. If I win, you will shout, 'I am a dog adulterer,' 3 times outside the door, and she will also shout 3 times outside the door, 'I'm a bitch whore.'" As Yi Xingchen said this, he pointed heavily at Zhao Wen with his right hand. Can. Fan Jian never thought that he would lose and agreed without hesitation. "Hey! What are you doing?" Zhao Wen glared at Fan Jian and pushed Fan Jian's chest in dissatisfaction. "Don't worry. Baby, you still don't know what abilities Yi Xingchen and I are capable of. Sure win. From tonight on, you will have a cheap grandson. Ha 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 ha." Zhao Wen looked at Fan Jian, who was full of confidence, and then calmed down. "Okay, that's it." Fan Jian shook his right arm and planned to get serious with Yi Xingchen. "Come on, Yi Xingchen, let's use this table as an arena to arm wrestle and win 2 out of 3. After Fan Jian finished speaking, he rested his right elbow on a wooden table in the room. Yi Xingchen glanced at the wooden table in the room. It was only 1 millimeter thick. "Wouldn't it be possible to wear this kind of crispy table if you just use your strength? When the time comes and I scratch myself with wood thorns, sawdust or something like that, it hurts so much." Seeing that Yi Xingchen was unmoved, Fan Jian thought Yi Xingchen was scared. Fan Jian made another mockery. "What? Are you scared? It's too late to admit defeat now. I don't force you to call us grandparents when you see us in the future, just stay away. I am indeed afraid, but I am not afraid of you, but I am afraid that if I use force later, the table will be worn out. Let's change to a sturdy tabletop." "What?" Fan Jian was stunned for a moment, and then laughed wildly again. "Ha ha ha ha, you made me laugh so hard. Did I hear it wrong? With your little strength, you even pierced the tabletop. How do you think you are? What is it? The sun is wearing a wooden board? If you are scared, just say so and go back to where you came from." Zhao Wen also felt that Yi Xingchen was scared and deliberately made excuses. So Zhao Wen also smiled contemptuously. "The kitchen countertop is made of concrete. Now, you don't have to worry about the countertop being worn, right? Okay, just go there." After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he walked into the kitchen without looking back. Fan Jian looked at Yi Xingchen's confident look and couldn't figure out where Yi Xingchen's confidence came from. To be honest, Yi Xingchen did give Fan Jian an indescribable feeling today. But Fan Jian didn't think much about it, just thinking that he had just shot Zhao Wen twice and was a little tired. Fan Jian waved his arm and followed Yi Xingchen into the kitchen with the same confidence. Fan Jian showed his right arm again without hesitation and placed it on the concrete stove. "Yi Xingchen, you have no excuses this time, right? Come on. Tonight I will let you see what it means to be a real man." After hearing what Fan Jian said, Yi Xingchen quickly stretched out his right arm, preparing to teach Fan Jian a lesson. But soon, Yi Xingchen paused for a moment before shouting to stop again. "Wait a moment. I wiped it. What the hell happened to you? What excuse are you trying to make?" Fan Jian was already angry. "I'm too strong. I'm worried that I'll break your wrist if I use too much force. I still have to take care of my dad, and I don't want to get into trouble for such a bastard. Damn it. I have never seen such an arrogant person in my whole life." Fan Jian looked at Yi Xingchen with a suspicious look on his face. "Don't you know that you will lose, so you deliberately create difficulties for yourself, and then you have as that an excuse for losing? It must be." Zhao Wenxiang nodded in agreement with Fan Jian's conjecture without thinking. "I still don't know who this poor loser is. She must be showing off." HMPH. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but snorted. "Whether it's just a show or a real gun, you'll know if you try it. Okay, when you lose, don't say that I took advantage of you." Fan Jian once again put his right arm on the stove. This time, Yi Xingchen had no worries. He slowly stretched out his right hand and gently held the bottom of Fan Jian's arm. "Are you ready? When you're ready, I'll start. Just start. Just drive. I'll rub it." Fan Jian quickly exerted his strength after seeing Yi Xingchen's preparation, trying to win in the shortest time, and then continued to fight Zhao Wen with real swords and guns. But a scene appeared that made Fan Jian stunned or doubtful about his life. Fan Jian was horrified to find that no matter how hard he tried, Yi Xingchen's right hand was like an iron pliers clamping his arm, and it would not move at all. How can it be? Fan Jian put all his effort into sucking the milk, and even the veins on his forehead popped out. "I've let you go for so long, it's time for me to exert my strength." Yi Xingchen smiled contemptuously, and with a little effort, he easily suppressed Fan Jian's right arm. In the first game, Yi Xingchen easily won without any surprise. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fan Jian couldn't accept the scene in front of him and stood up straight angrily. This stinky loser must have cheated and used some means we don't know about. Zhao Wen couldn't help but screamed when she saw that this kind of competition actually allowed Yi Xingchen to win. "You bastard! Dare you cheat? You're looking for a beating." When Fan Jian heard Zhao Wen's words, he became furious and waved his fist to beat Yi Xingchen. But in Yi Xingchen's eyes, Fan Jian's speed was really pitifully slow. Yi Xingchen easily pressed Fan Jian's forehead with his right palm accurately. "Son of a bitch." Fan Jian tried to hit him countless times, but Yi Xingchen's right hand didn't move at all. No matter how hard Fan Jian tried, he couldn't move Yi Xingchen in the slightest. "I'll kill you." In desperation, Fan Jian lost his mind, swung his arms like windmills, and tried to hit Yi Xingchen with his fist. But Fan Jian ignored one fact. Fan Jian is not tall and his hands are not as long as Yi Xingchen. No matter how Fan Jian swung his arms into a giant windmill, he still couldn't touch a single hair on Yi Xingchen. After a while, Fan Jian was tired and his sanity began to gradually return. Fan Jian understood something, and suddenly took a few steps back, pointing at Yi Xingchen with a horrified look on his face. "You! How is it possible? Why are you so strong? Compared with those strong men in the Guinness Book of Records, it's even stronger. How is that possible?" "HMPH. Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. "It's good to know. Do you think it's necessary to have a second round of this competition? You'd better obey the previous bet, otherwise. It's not difficult for you to imagine the consequences. Bar? You." Fan Jian wanted to say something else, but suddenly he found the villa keycard hanging on Yi Xingchen's waist. This logo. The keycard of Yunhe Villa. How is that possible? How could you be in Yunhe Villa? How about a house in Crane Villa? That's a villa worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Even my boss can only dream of living there. What? After hearing Fan Jian's words, Zhao Wen couldn't calm down for an instant. Zhao Wen rolled her eyes, then ran towards Yi Xingchen crying. "Husband. Fan Jian forced me to do this. Today he suddenly came to my house and put a wooden nail on my neck. He also threatened me that if I don't obey him tonight, he will kill you and me. I was forced to do so." "What the hell? Wenwen, you." Yi Xingchen pushed Zhao Wen away ruthlessly, and then glanced at Fan Jian and Zhao Wen coldly. "Execute the previous bet." "Husband. You have to understand me." Zhao Wen collapsed on the ground and cried bitterly. "MD. Stinky cousin." Fan Jian also saw Zhao Wen's true face clearly at this moment. "I don't want to say it again," Yi Xingchen roared impatiently. Zhao Wen and Fan Jian squatted outside the door angrily. Two harsh voices sounded in the empty corridor. "I am a dog adulterer. I am a bitch. I am. HMPH, doggy man and woman. I am not who I used to be now. I wanted to treat you wholeheartedly and stay with you forever. I didn't expect you to betray me so much. Now, as long as I find the right way, it's not like I can control the wind and rain. A guy like you isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes." Yi Xingchen returned to the gate of his villa angrily. "I was already simmering with anger at Zhao Wen, and even after returning to my hometown, I didn't even see Yi Hao's shadow." Adding to the anger, Yi Xingchen had no choice but to take out his anger on Zhao Wen and Fan Jian, a pair of losers, and kept scolding them to calm down. "Ha! Why is there a sound?" Yi Xingchen, who was about to swipe his card to enter, vaguely heard the sound of a small porcelain breaking from inside the house. Yi Xingchen didn't think he heard it wrong, nor did he think a cat or dog came into his home. After all, cats and dogs are rare in today's world. Could it be that there was a burglar in your home? Yi Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. I am so poor that I eat instant noodles, and I even worry about eating. Just like this, there are still thieves visiting your own home? Brother, why don't you steal from a rich family? What did you steal from my house? Stealing instant noodles. In the clear world, a thief sneaked into his home and stole instant noodles? If this spreads out, wouldn't it make people laugh out loud? Yi Xingchen glanced at the concrete wall about 2.5 meters high, and decided not to alarm the enemy yet, but to go in and take a look at the situation. So, Yi Xingchen held his breath, jumped high, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, and then used his body coordination to easily climb over the wall. Yi Xingchen lurked in the night and cautiously approached the villa. But when Yi Xingchen touched it, he suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but slap his forehead hard. Holy shit. People in this world are so slow. Am I still worried that he will run away? Am I still worried that he will jump over the wall and kill me? I'm stupid. Yi Xingchen shook his head helplessly. It seems that after being with people with IQs like Fan Jian and Zhao Wen for a long time, my IQ has also dropped. Ahem. Yi Xingchen coughed hard a few times, then walked into the lobby on the first floor and pressed the light switch. Clang, sure enough, there was a sound of bottles falling to the ground from the second floor. Apparently, Yi Xingchen's sudden return home caught the thief upstairs off guard, causing him to make a flurry of noises. Now that he knew that the other party was on the second floor, Yi Xingchen also walked up the stairs to the second floor in a swaggering manner. Yi Xingchen was not worried at all about the other party jumping from the second floor. With people's current physical condition, jumping from the second floor is undoubtedly courting death. When he pushed open the bedroom door on the second floor, he found a young man hiding in the corner shivering and pointing at Yi Xingchen with a small wooden dagger. You. Don't come over here, haha. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Friend, this is my home. As a thief, you actually asked me, the master, to stay away. Don't you think you are ridiculous? The thief hesitated for a moment and began to slowly approach the other corner against the wall behind him. Yi Xingchen didn't think much and took a few steps closer to the thief.
Ha ha ha. You fool. Let's see how you catch this handsome young man who is as fast as the wind.
The thief smiled proudly. It was obvious that the purpose of walking against the wall was to make Yi Xingchen move his position, and then tried to use his speed to quickly rush out of the room and escape. If it were an ordinary person, the thief might actually succeed. But this is Yi Xingchen after all, with speeds countless times faster than those in this world. The thief took a few steps slowly, and Yi Xingchen's figure quickly approached under the thief's frightened eyes. Almost instantly, Yi Xingchen stood in front of the thief. Little thief. Where to escape? I wiped it. So fast. How is it possible? I used to run the 100-meter dash in just over 90 seconds, and I never lost to anyone. How can you be so fast? Regarding the thief's question, Yi Xingchen really didn't know how to answer it, or Yi Xingchen had no interest in answering it at all. In order to prevent himself from crushing the thief's arm, Yi Xingchen grabbed the thief's right arm with as little force as possible. I wipe it? The thief wanted to break free, but was horrified to find that Yi Xingchen's right hand seemed to be welded to his arm, and it could not move at all no matter how hard he tried. This is ridiculous. The thief was so desperate that he knelt down with tears streaming down his face. Brother, boss, master, please forgive me. You may not believe it when I tell you, but I just want to steal something. Come and fund an orphanage. Although there was no way to judge the authenticity of the thief's words, Yi Xingchen saw from the sincere eyes of the thief that the thief was not lying to him. Maybe the thief in front of me is the rumored grand thief. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. Put down the things you stole and go. Just pretend I haven't seen you today. He. That. Seeing Yi Xingchen really let go, the thief didn't think about running away immediately, but laughed awkwardly. Brother. To be honest, I'll do it, behind your house. I saw countless amounts of oil, rice, salt and vinegar, and a mountain of instant noodles. I didn't take anything. Yi Xingchen was slightly startled when he heard this, and then felt embarrassed. In other words, what a thief would say is, you don't have anything valuable at home, so I'm going to steal a piece of it. If I had known earlier I wouldn't have come. Let's go. I'm grateful. Yi Xingchen waved his palm towards the thief, signaling him to leave his home quickly. However, a simple gesture of waving and palming has become a miraculous stunt in the eyes of the thief. Oh my god. Brother. How did you do it, so fast? As the thief spoke, he slowly imitated Yi Xingchen's wave action just now. Brother, you. In the time it takes me to wave my palm, you can swing it more than 10 times, isn't this too strong? Yi Xingchen was slightly startled, recalling the 100-meter race results mentioned by the thief before, and gained a better understanding of the physique of people in this world. It seems that the strength has dropped by about 100 times, and the speed has only dropped by about 10 times. Oh, I know. Brother, you must be the legendary warrior, isn't it? It must be. Oh my god. I actually sneaked into a warrior's house and tried to steal things. If I tell my friends about this, they will all definitely be jealous to death. Why are you so verbose? Yi Xingchen became a little impatient. Do you want to go away? If you don't, you will stay here forever? Obviously the thief had no intention of leaving just now, but instead rolled his eyes slyly. Brother, I have a proposal, are you interested in hearing it? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but froze when he heard the thief's words. This guy, could it be that he wanted to become a thief like him? Although based on the difference between myself and other people in this world, no one can really catch me when I am a thief. But Yi Xingchen is still a person with a strong sense of justice and integrity. Starve to death without eating the food that comes to you. How could he be a thief himself? You have to find a legitimate way to make money. Yi Xingchen couldn't help rolling his eyes. If you have something to say, Just say it, and get out of here. That's it. The thief thought for a while and continued, Brother, please allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Shi Wenbin. I grew up in an orphanage in Yunhee City. I am just a person, nothing else. The advantage is that he is fast and has nimble hands and feet. He also knows some unscrupulous social idlers. So? Yi Xingchen looked at Shi Wenbin quietly. So, I want to ask, big brother, do you have a little brother? No, what does this have to do with you? Yi Xingchen looked at Shi Wenbin in confusion. What the hell? Brother, a big boss like you, with such extraordinary magnanimity and ability, doesn't even have a younger brother. If word of this gets out, wouldn't it mean that he loses his identity? Shi Wenbin looked at Yi Xingchen with a shocked expression. Because I'm just a bodyguard and driver. Yi Xingchen curled his lips helplessly. What happened to the bodyguard? What happened to the driver? Brother, with your skill and mind, you are destined to be a dragon or a phoenix among men in the future. As the saying goes, animals choose trees to live in. The younger brother's admiration for the older brother is like a torrential river, endless. It's like the Yellow River overflowing and it can't be contained. Otherwise, from now on, the little brother will be the leader of the big brother. Yi Xingchen looked at Shi Wenbin in surprise. How come this thief still recognizes himself as his elder brother? Brother, don't underestimate my loyalty. I can be a cow or a horse for you, you just need to give me grass. The corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched fiercely. You'd better say I'll give you grass instead of giving you grass. Ha ha ha. What do you think, brother, think about it. Shi Wenbin walked around behind Yi Xingchen and gently slapped Yi Xingchen on the back. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but hesitate. He is now Qin Yanran's bodyguard. Although it seems that Qin Yanran is not in any danger at the moment, it will be difficult to say in the future. What if some short-sighted desperados try to kidnap and blackmail Qin Yanran? If someone like Wenbin, who is among the idle people in society, is here, maybe he can receive news in advance at some point. Moreover, I have to be busy with work and think about ways to make money in the future. It is also a good idea to have a younger brother to help take care of Yi Hao. Even in the future, when you can trust this little brother enough, you can also reveal your incredible experiences. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel excited. Having said that, but now I have no money, no fame, no power, no power. You won't gain anything by following me. Look what you said. Shi Wenbin couldn't help but laugh naively. Brother, to be realistic, if you are famous, rich and powerful now, would you still think of someone like me as your younger brother? I'm afraid it's me you are not even qualified to stand in line as your little brother. Besides, how do you say that sentence? How can the icing on the cake be more touching than the help in the snow? What's more, I believe in my own vision, and the eldest brother will definitely rise to the top in the future. This seems to make sense. Listening to what Shi Wenbin said so eloquently, Yi Xingchen was even more excited. Shi Wenbin was obviously a good observer of words and expressions. When he saw Yi Xingchen's expression, he immediately understood that Yi Xingchen was moved. Shi Wenbin immediately knelt down on one knee towards Yi Xingchen. Brother, please accept my bow. In the future, my little brother will go through fire and water, swords and mountains and seas of fire, without hesitation. I just hope that after the big brother becomes rich, he will not forget about my little brother, or help me. The orphanage where my little brother used to stay will be fine. Yi Xingchen nodded. At this time, Wenbin didn't realize that he was still a person who valued love and justice. Get up. My name is Yi Xingchen. Okay, Brother Yi. Shi Wenbin had a keen mind and immediately called Brother Yi, who beat the snake with a stick. From now on, don't be a thief anymore. I don't want to visit prison one day. You have a boss like Brother Yi, and you still act like a petty thief. Doesn't that mean you lose Brother Yi's identity and face? After Shi Wenbin finished speaking, he winked at Yi Xingchen. Fine, Yi Xingchen nodded with a complicated expression. Yi Xingchen was generally quite satisfied with Shi Wenbin, his abrupt younger brother. He is smart, talkative, affectionate and has a unique vision. In the future, when I am really developed, I can indeed become my reliable right-hand man. I wonder which big shot can let Brother Yi be his bodyguard driver. Shi Wenbin asked curiously. President of Yida Company, Mr. Qin. Me? Shi Wenbin couldn't help but exclaimed. It is rumored that Mr. Qin is one of the most beautiful women in our Yunhee city. Brother Yi, tell me honestly, do you have selfish motives for helping Mr. Qin do things? After Shi Wenbin finished speaking, he even immersed himself in analysis. Mr. Qin is a top-notch Bai Fumei. Well, Ms. Qin will be a big sister-in-law in the future. She is worthy of Brother Yi. Hey, don't say such nonsense. Yi Xingchen was shocked by Shi Wenbin. What are you afraid of? We are all men. Apart from games, isn't it about women when men are together? Shi Wenbin smiled disapprovingly, but Mr. Chin's career seems to be unsatisfactory recently. Oh? You know all this? Yi Xingchen looked at Shi Wenbin in surprise. Of course. Shi Wenbin nodded heavily. I know a friend. Hey, he's a fox and a dog. He works as a security guard at Sakura Construction Company. It is said, Sakura Construction Company has snatched several projects from Mr. Chin this year. Yes. Moreover, in the past few biddings, Sakura Company has been comparable to Yida Company. What does this mean? Explanation. Either there is a traitor in Yida Company, or Sakura Company stole President Chin's bidding plan through some means. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned. The huge Yida Company wants to steal Qin Yanran's bidding plan. This is not easy. Even if there is a traitor, he is a high-ranking executive who is deeply trusted by Qin Yanran. That's right. Shi Wenbin nodded again. It is said that Yida Company and Sakura Company will compete for a project again in a few days. I don't know who will win this time. Shi Wenbin's words awakened Yi Xingchen. If there is really a traitor, it is very likely that the traitor will take action again this time before bidding. This time, with me here, the traitor can't succeed. This was also the first time Yi Xingchen realized the benefits brought by his younger brother Shi Wenbin. Yi Xingchen was extremely lucky to accept Shi Wenbin as his younger brother tonight. He didn't know how much loss he would have to help Yida Company recover. Okay, I have my own plan. You go back first, and remember, don't be a thief again, otherwise I won't recognize you. Okay, Brother Yi. I'm leaving first. What's your mobile phone number? I'll remember it. Mine is 158XX. It's early morning, it's still dark. After a night's rest, Yi Xingchen took advantage of the time and started going out for a morning run. Yi Xingchen has attached great importance to exercise since he entered high school. Basically, whenever time permits, he will run 2 kilometers in the morning. Ha! Approaching the 2,000-meter target, Yi Xingchen began to pant. Along the way, Yi Xingchen could hear the exclamations of other morning runners from time to time. Damn it, Lao Wang, did you just see that? That young man was running. Damn, he was too fast. Is it possible to bump into ghosts if you go out so early in the morning? It seems that from now on I will have to read the almanac before going out for my morning run. Master of Running, our Summer Olympics track and field competition will finally rise again after Lu Shang. Yi Xingchen ignored these roadside rumors and just concentrated on his morning jog. After completing his morning run goal, Yi Xingchen sat under a tree in the park and planned to go back after resting for a while. What are you doing? If you do this again, I will scream. Shish. Don't scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Maybe I will do something even more outrageous. Ha. Just when Yi Xingchen was taking a nap, there was an untimely commotion not far away. Yi Xingchen turned his head and looked over in confusion, and saw a dozen big men blocking a young woman against the wall. The young woman was obviously out for a morning jog, and she was wearing a sports vest, which undoubtedly aroused the lust of the big men. Dressing is not a sin, it is these bad people who are guilty. In broad daylight, someone was so blatantly acting like a hooligan. In addition, the woman's appearance and figure were very outstanding. In an instant, the 2 young men nearby could not sit still and walked over together. Hey! What are you doing? Stop! I'll call the police if you keep doing this. A good thing was interrupted by 2 young men, and the big man at the head was instantly unhappy. I saw the leader of the Han dynasty winking at the younger brothers, and several younger brothers took out a small wooden dagger from their pockets. What are you looking at? Get out of here. Don't ruin my boss's good deeds. Take one more step forward. Be careful as the yellow knife goes in and the red knife comes out. Facing this group of big men holding wooden daggers, the 2 brave young men couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. It is true that acting bravely is a beautiful thing, but you must also think about whether you have the capital to act bravely, and you must also bear the consequences of acting bravely. The 2 young men couldn't help but shrink their necks, backed away angrily, and found a hidden corner to call the police. When the woman saw someone acting bravely, a glimmer of hope ignited on her face, but as the 2 young men left, this glimmer of hope was instantly shattered. But the woman didn't mean to blame the 2 young men. After all, it was voluntary for others to act bravely. With such a huge gap in strength, fear was also human nature. The woman stepped back step by step, and did not stop until her back was against the wall. You guys, do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me today, the consequences will be unbearable for you. You will die miserably. Ha. A younger brother laughed wildly. If I touch you today, wouldn't you become our sister-in-law? Indeed, wouldn't it be easy for the sister-in-law to kill us? Ha ha ha. The gangster leader also laughed when he heard this. Beauty, don't be afraid. I am really a good person. I am the boss of this area. You will not suffer any loss if you follow me. At this time, the two younger brothers who had just finished the show found Yi Xingchen, who was sitting under the tree and witnessed all this. They immediately pointed arrogantly at Yi Xingchen with wooden daggers. Hey, kid. What are you looking at? Don't you see my boss doing business? Get out of here. That's it. Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll be your loser for 2 days. Yi Xingchen looked behind him and stood up in surprise after confirming that the other party was talking to him. I didn't do anything. Why are you talking so harshly to yourself for no reason? The woman looked at Yi Xingchen indifferently and sighed helplessly. This handsome guy, you can leave. It has nothing to do with you. There are many of them, and you are no match for them. Yi Xingchen was a hot-blooded young man to begin with, not to mention what the woman said. Yi Xingchen really couldn't pretend he didn't see anything and turn around and leave. If this person leaves, Yi Xingchen feels that he will look down on himself in the future. The most important thing is that the world now is different from the world before. However, Yi Xingchen still didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Yi Xingchen walked up to several younger brothers. This eldest brother, at first glance, looks like a man who is full of love affairs. When you take a walk outside, there will be beautiful women throwing themselves into his arms. Since the eldest brother is so full of women, why don't you let him go? Forget about this girl. It's not sweet to be strong. Why not? I only have a few $100s with me. Sister, how much money do you have with you? Take it all out and treat this elder brother as a smoker and a drink. How about it? Haha. The gangster leader smiled with great enjoyment. Boy, I like to hear what you say. But, your brother, I am not short of money, and I also like to eat strong and twisted melons. Hurry up and get out of the way. Go ahead, if you hadn't been so nice, I would have asked my little brother to remove your legs. Brother, it's the 21st century now. We are all good citizens who abide by the law. I know you are not short of money, but… well, just think of it for the appearance of our Yunhe city. For our Yunhe city, if the city can be elected as a national civilized city, just sacrifice it and endure it for the time being, okay? Yi Xingchen still tried to persuade the gangster leader to stop. Lori, you're so annoying. Brother, what are you trying to do with this kid? Brothers, just break his legs. Obviously Yi Xingchen's words have greatly worn down the gangster leader's patience. The gangster leader stretched out his right index finger and pointed at Yi Xingchen's nose from a distance. Little bastard. Am I giving you face by saying you speak nicely? Am I giving you face? You are even more verbose than Tang Sang. Let me say the last thing, get out or not. If you don't get out, I will ask my little brother to break both of your legs. Brother, this kid, look at the weird clothes he's wearing. I don't know what kind of garbage material they are made of. He looks like a stinky dick at first glance. Maybe this stinky dick wants you to break his legs. This way he can blackmail you for your money. Facing the aggressiveness of this group of gangsters, Yi Xingchen could only sigh helplessly and shook his head. Oh, I really don't want to do anything. Why are you forcing me? Hey. The gangster leader couldn't help but snorted. Xiao Lu, go and break one of this kid's legs for me. I'll pay for all the expenses. Okay. After receiving the instructions from the gangster leader, a younger brother smiled sinisterly and pushed towards Yi Xingchen step by step with a ferocious expression. The woman couldn't help but become anxious when she saw that these gangsters actually planned to attack Yi Xingchen. Handsome guy. These people look like veterans of frequent fights. You are no match for them. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't hurt yourself in vain. Run away. Ha ha ha. I just like soft-hearted girls like you. A soft-hearted girl must also be soft-hearted. The gangster leader couldn't help but laugh lewdly. Boy, do you want to run away now? It's too late. Lu Zi is the most capable person under my command. Even if Deluo Jingxian comes today, he can't save you. After getting the boss's affirmation, Lu Ji became even more excited, and rushed towards Yi Xingchen with a roar. Wait. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen quickly stretched out his right palm to signal Lu Zi to stop. What are you doing? Lu Zi looked at Yi Xingchen doubtfully. Boy, do you want to run away now? It's too late. I gave you a way to survive, but you didn't want it. Who said he was going to run away? Yi Xingchen looked at the gangsters in confusion, and then pointed to the watch on his left hand. I'm about to go to work, and I'm in a hurry. If I'm late, my boss may be angry and deduct my salary, so why don't you all come together and save me the trouble of doing it one by one? I wiped it? That's shameless. Boy, who do you think you are? Yunhe Huang Fei Hong. Lu Ji, what are you trying to do with him? K him. Hearing this, the sixth son also glared at Yi Xingchen angrily. Little bastard. I have never seen such an arrogant person in my whole life. Hey, didn't you see me today? HMPH, let's taste the power of my iron fist first. After Lu Zi finished speaking, he raised his fist angrily and slowly rushed towards Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen seemed to have been immobilized by acupuncture, standing motionless on the spot, sitting back and watching Lu Zi's fists attack him. I thought I was some kind of master. It turned out to be a kid who was about to wet his pants due to fright. Die. Nisuchi. Lu Ji punched Yi Xingchen in the chest with pride. At this moment, Lu Zi seemed to have seen Yi Xingchen being punched to the ground by him, and the corner of his mouth raised an extremely proud smile. Snapped, Lu Zi's punch touched Yi Xingchen's chest softly. Not to mention beating Yi Xingchen to the ground, Yi Xingchen was as steady as a rock and did not even move. What? What the hell? Lu Ji couldn't help being stunned. What are you doing? Didn't you eat today? Yi Xingchen glanced at Lu Zi's limp fist. Holy shit! Lu Ji almost vomited blood on the spot at Yi Xingchen's words. Lu Ji, what are you doing? You beat him up. Why the hell are you touching his chest? No wonder Lao Zhang said you like men, but now is not the time to be gay. Another younger brother behind Lu Zi looked at the strange scene in front of him with confusion. Ked your sister. Lu Ji was almost furious to death on the spot. Boss, this kid is a bit evil. Damn it. Ordinary people would have to take a few steps back if they didn't lie down after receiving this punch from me, but this kid actually moved. Don't even move. Hiss. The gangster leader also realized that things were strange. But now the gangster leader is so lustful that he can't care so much, and he doesn't have the heart to think so much. The gangster leader waved his hand. Brothers, come together and K him. This kid can't be killed. Come on. All the boys took out their weapons and rushed towards Yi Xingchen. Soon, a scene that shocked the life of the woman and the gangster leader appeared. I saw Yi Xingchen wandering among the crowd like a butterfly darting through flowers. Wherever Yi Xingchen went, there was a scream. Ah! My hand. Ah! My Geo! In an instant, all 10 of the younger brothers were lying on the ground in a mess, wailing. Gulu, the gangster leader, swallowed hard. Seeing Yi Xingchen approaching him step by step, the gangster leader instantly gave in. Brother. A good man. If you have something to discuss, don't you just say that you should strive to be a good citizen who abides by the law. Fighting is wrong. And maintain the good appearance of our Yunhe city. These are all what you said. Yeah. Look, so many of my younger brothers have been knocked to the ground by you. Otherwise, you just pretend you haven't seen me today and treat me like a fart. HMPH. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but snorted. It's too late. It's your choice. It looks like vomit. No. Misunderstanding. Ah, it hurts. While the gangster leader was speaking, Yi Xingchen had already walked over and held the gangster leader's left hand with his right hand. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you're shouting that it hurts? Weren't you very impressive just now? Yi Xingchen looked at the gangster leader with a playful expression. Ah. The gangster leader smiled flatteringly. Brother, it's the first time. It hurts the first time. You are a man, you know it. I understand your sister. Yi Xingchen glared at the gangster leader. Tell me, which hand did you want to use just now to molest this little girl? This hand. The gangster leader stretched out his right hand very cooperatively, then thought of something and quickly retracted it. No. It's the left hand. That's wrong. It's the right. Left. Right. Left hand. That's 2 hands. No. Left hand. Hiss. Ah. Click, with a terrifying sound of bone cracking, Yi Xingchen crushed the gangster leader's left hand and fractured it with his bare hands. Shish. Don't scream. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Maybe I will do something even more outrageous. Yi Xingchen made a hissing gesture with his left hand and returned to the gangster leader exactly what he had just said to the woman. The woman was slightly startled, and immediately understood that Yi Xingchen was standing up for her and deliberately using words to retaliate against the gangster leader. Although she felt that Yi Xingchen's methods were a bit cruel, the woman did not think there was anything wrong and cast a grateful look at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen saw that the gangster leader really stopped talking, so he let go of the gangster leader's left hand. Okay, get out. Thank you, brother. The gangster leader looked pale and left the park with his younger brother in dejection. Handsome man. Thank you so much for just now. If it weren't for you, I really couldn't imagine what would have happened just now. The woman first bowed gratefully to Yi Xingchen and thanked him, and then looked at Yi Xingchen up and down with interest. Hello, handsome man. Hurry. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be speechless for a while. Why does everyone like to say they are fast? Do you think you are the kind of person who is fast? Can you use a different way of complimenting me in the future? The woman smiled and stretched out her right hand towards Yi Xingchen. Hello, handsome boy. My name is Long Qingchen. Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen looked at Long Qingchen's outstretched right hand. Because he was worried that he did not have the strength to crush Long Qingchen's right hand, he did not choose to shake hands with Long Qingchen, but lightly touched Long Qingchen with his right hand. Qingchen's right hand then smiled at Long Qingchen and waved goodbye. Looking at Yi Xingchen, who waved his sleeves without taking away a single cloud, Long Qingchen was stunned for a while, and then couldn't help but laugh. What an interesting person. Yi Xingchen. With such terrifying skills, you successfully attracted my attention. Long Qingchen took out an ultra-thin mobile phone and quickly made a call. Brother, I was almost bullied by a group of gangsters in Yunhe City. I don't want to see them again. Also, check the information of a person, Yi Xingchen, who probably lives near Yunhe Villa. Okay. An ordinary morning. Damn it, Boss Liu has touched 8 feet and needs to be cleared. The Han dynasty is in decline. Chaogang is in trouble. Damn. Liu Yan is so strong, how did the Han dynasty decline? Yi Xingchen was sitting in the office happily playing the mobile game 3 Kingdoms. Dong dong dong, the office door rang softly. Please come in. Yi Xingchen quickly put away his phone and quit the game where there was no suspense about the outcome. The person who came in was Lin Yun. Today, Lin Yun is wearing an OL uniform, a short skirt, black stockings and a small tie. She looks extremely mature and steady. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but sigh softly when his eyes touched the black stockings Lin Yun was wearing. No wonder girls like to wear black stockings. Look at these legs, black looks slimming. This is probably why there is no black version of the T-suit. Sister Yun, is something wrong? Lin Yun hesitated for a moment, then smiled sweetly at Yi Xingchen. I really have something to ask of you. Hearing this, Yi Xingchen patted his chest without hesitation. Sister Yun, if you need anything, just ask. I'll help you get it done in minutes. That's good. Lin Yun smiled lightly again and handed a document in his hand to Yi Xingchen. Hey, this is a newly issued document from the company. We will have a discussion with Sakura Construction Company the day after tomorrow. A friendly basketball game. Ah. Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun in surprise. What kind of friendship do we have with those little cherry blossoms? Lin Yun couldn't help but pursed her lips and smiled. Having said that, it must be said to be a friendly match, right? Could it be said to be a life and death match? The current situation is like this. The company needs 10 people to participate, and now 9 people have signed up. There's still 1 spot left. You want me to join? Besides you, is there anyone more suitable? You are so powerful and so fast, why can't you lead our company to beat up Sakura Company? That's it. Yi Xingchen thought about it carefully, then laughed. If I participate, will there be a reward? Of course. Lin Yun nodded heavily. Mr. Qin said that as long as you participate, you will get a bonus of 5,000 yuan. If you can defeat Sakura Company, the bonus amount will be increased to 50,000 yuan. 50,000. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but murmur softly, it's barely enough for a month's food expenses. What did you say? Lin Yun didn't hear clearly what Yi Xingchen said. Ah. It's nothing. I mean. Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun with a smile. I participated. Sister Yun, will you get a personal reward? Lin Yun was slightly startled. What personal reward do you want? Any reward is okay. Yi Xingchen laughed deliberately and maliciously, wanting to scare Lin Yun and make a little joke with Lin Yun. Lin Yun quickly understood and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yi Xingchen. Okay. Now that you're familiar with it, you're getting bolder, right? Dare you molest your sister Yun? Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will find out and kick you out of the house? Going out? Girlfriend? Yi Xingchen's mood suddenly became very low. Hey. I wanted to bring her to where I live last night, but I bumped into her lying on the same bed with one of my brothers. Ah? Lin Yun looked at Yi Xingchen in surprise, really not understanding. Why would a man as powerful as Yi Xingchen still cheat on his girlfriend? Dislike Yi Xingchen for having no money. If Yi Xingchen goes to participate in the Olympics or something like that, and then uses the media to promote and create a persona, wouldn't the advertising and endorsement fees be too small? Dislike Yi Xingchen's appearance. Although Yi Xingchen can't be called handsome, he is still very good-looking and very manly. Thinking of this, Lin Yun couldn't help but stepped forward and gently held Yi Xingchen's head sitting on the chair with her right hand, and gently touched the top of Yi Xingchen's head with her left hand. It's okay, there is no obstacle that cannot be overcome. If she loses you, it will be a loss that she will regret for the rest of her life. Or, you should be glad that you saw her true face in advance. Otherwise, you will wait until you get married and have children before you cheat. That's the pain. Yi Xingchen felt a piece of softness on his forehead and couldn't help but sigh. Thank you, Sister Yun. It's better, Sister Yun. Sister Yun, do you have a boyfriend? If anyone marries Sister Yun, wouldn't it mean that he will have to cultivate his wife for 8 lifetimes? What? What else do you think about Sister? Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. It was also at this moment that Lin Yun couldn't help but feel something in her heart and lowered her head to look at Yi Xingchen. Want to chase my sister? It depends on whether you have the ability.
Yi Xingchen looked up at Lin Yun's chin in surprise, and then began to push further. Otherwise, if I win, Sister Yun, how about you kiss me as a reward?
When Lin Yun heard this, she couldn't help but blush. What? What are you thinking? Kid. Let's wait until you win first. Although Lin Yun did not agree, she did not refuse. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel excited and secretly vowed to win this game no matter whether he could get a kiss or not. Creak, just at this moment, the office door was pushed open from the outside. A tall, sunny and handsome man walked straight in. When the man saw what was happening in front of him, his face was first filled with shock, and then filled with endless anger. What are you doing? It's work time now. The man's name is Shen Jingbing, the chief of the security department of Yida Company, Lin Yun's most loyal suitor, and Yi Xingchen's immediate boss. Seeing his goddess holding another man's head like this, Shen Jingbing felt his blood pressure soar and almost couldn't help but rush over and beat Yi Xingchen. Only then did Lin Yun realize the ambiguous posture between herself and Yi Xingchen, and quickly let go of Yi Xingchen, then looked at Shen Jingbing with an unhappy face. What are you doing here? I have something to do with this kid. You actually. Shen Jingbing was furious and clenched his fists tightly. What does it have to do with you? Lin Yun didn't want to pay attention to Shen Jingbing at all. I'm inviting Yi Xingchen to participate in this friendly basketball match with Sakura Company. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Yun seemed to be very unhappy with Shen Jingbing. She deliberately turned around and smiled at Yi Xingchen, even blew a kiss, and then left Yi Xingchen's office with elegant steps. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel his heart sink. It's over. Being used as a weapon by Lin Yun. Sure enough, Shen Jingbing angrily stretched out his right hand and pointed at Yi Xingchen. Boy! How dare you make plans for my woman? Are you looking for death? Your woman? Yi Xingchen frowned. Who admits it? No one except you admits it, right? Okay, boy, you have the guts. Don't think that just because you were hired by Mr. Qin himself, you can be arrogant. Just wait. I will make you regret it. Really? I'm waiting. I'm so scared. Yi Xingchen deliberately pretended to be scared. You know you're scared? It's too late. Just wait. Humph. Shen Jingbing waved his hand and left Yi Xingchen's office angrily. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be confused. What the hell? What does it mean to know fear? Can't this guy see that I'm mocking him? Do you really don't understand, or do you pretend you don't understand? No wonder Lin Yun doesn't like this kind of stuff. What a psycho. Thinking of Lin Yun, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but curled his lips and smiled evilly. Dare you use me as a gunman? Sooner or later I will let you use my gun. Son of a bitch. A stinky cousin. A pretty boy. An adulterer and a whore. A bitch. Shen Jingbing returned to his office while cursing. What's wrong, brother Shen, who made you so angry? A security guard looked at Shen Jingbing doubtfully. Isn't she that little bitch Lin Yun? I've been chasing her for almost 2 years, and I'm the driver of the company's new Mr. Qin. That pretty boy has only been here for 2 days, and this slut is on his own. I threw myself into my arms. I'm really blind. I really don't deserve it. Hey. The security guard patted Shen Jingbing on the shoulder. Brother Shen, brothers have already said that Lin Yun, even though she looks pretty like a dog, she is secretly very sexy. Who knows? How many men's beds? It's not worth wasting so much time for such a little slut. I'm just angry. No matter how good looking you are, no matter how fierce your temper, don't you still have to beg for mercy from a man? Sooner or later, this little cousin, I will make her kneel on the bed and lick me. When I get tired of playing, I will kick her as far as you want. Brother Shen, you're right to think so. The security guard bared his teeth and smiled. Same place tonight. Let those girls give Brother Shen a blowjob to calm down. HMPH. Shen Jingbing snorted coldly, and his expression softened slightly after hearing the words of the security guard. That pretty boy, I can't think of a way to teach him a lesson. I really can't hold my breath. He even joined the company. Basketball team, want to participate in the game? There is no way. If I can play for 1 minute, I will lose. Hey. Brother Shen, don't think like that. The security guard couldn't help but smile sinisterly. I saw that kid once. Look at his little body, as brittle as a piece of paper. He joined the company's basketball team. Isn't that right? Is it just right? There will be training after work in the afternoon. Then, Brother Shen, under the guise of training, play with this kid and then dunk him a few times. This kid must not be embarrassed in front of colleagues passing by. Then he will still be there. Do you have the nerve to stay in the company? That makes sense. After hearing what the security guard said, Shen Jingbing nodded involuntarily. When that kid leaves the company in disgrace, who else will dare to compete with Brother Shen for Lin Yun? Then Lin Yun must be Brother Shen, right? Okay. Shen Jingbing seemed to have seen the scene he had dreamed of, and couldn't help but clapped his hands excitedly. Good brother, you have given me a good idea. I will pay for the money spent on finding girls at night. Okay, thank you, Brother Shen. The security guard was so excited that he almost spilled his hair on the spot. Soon it was time to get off work in the afternoon. Yi Xingchen looked at the time on his watch and planned to ask Lin Yun what time Qin Yanren would get off work today. If he didn't work overtime, he could send Qin Yanren home. But when Yi Xingchen stood up, Qin Yanren and Lin Yun appeared at the door of his office, and Shen Jingbing hurried over at the same time. Mr. Qin, Sister Yun. Yi Xingchen greeted the two of them very politely. It's time to get off work, let's go drive. Qin Yanren nodded back to Yi Xingchen. Okay. Yi Xingchen picked up the keys on the table and prepared to drive. As for Shen Jingbing, Yi Xingchen didn't want to pay attention to such a clown. In my current situation, fighting with such a clown will only delay my time and efforts in making money. Shen Jingbing obviously came prepared. Seeing that Yi Xingchen was actually sending Qin Yanren home, he couldn't help but become anxious. If Yi Xingchen were to go back like this, wouldn't the plan he had worked so hard to make all afternoon come to nothing? Hey! Mr. Qin. Wait a minute. Shen Jingbing quickly stretched out his right hand to stop Yi Xingchen from leaving. What's wrong? Qin Yanren looked at Shen Jingbing in confusion. What do you want to do? At the same time, Lin Yun also stared at Shen Jingbing unfriendlily. Shen Jingbing couldn't help but greet Lin Yun again in his heart, and then forced out a harmless smile. That is like this. Xingchen joined the company basketball team, and the rest of our basketball team just made an appointment to train at the company basketball court for half an hour after get off work. I thought, let's bring Xingchen with us, after all we are all colleagues, we learn from each other and make progress. When Yi Xingchen heard Shen Jingbing's words, he immediately sent friendly greetings to Shen Jingbing's family in his heart. How could Shen Jingbing be so kind? Yi Xingchen could think of his purpose with his feet. Qin Yanren didn't hesitate too much and nodded lightly. Okay. Then you go, I just have nothing to do, so I just want to watch your training. Go, Yi Xingchen, it's okay. Sister Yun, you also come with me, let's go and see it together? Lin Yun glanced at Shen Jingbing, a trace of disgust flashed across his face. But Lin Yun thought again, after all, Yi Xingchen's physical fitness was terrifying, so let's just watch Yi Xingchen perform in advance. So Lin Yun nodded very crisply. Okay, Mr. Qin. Before Yi Xingchen could say anything, Shen Jingbing walked up to Yi Xingchen excitedly, and then held Yi Xingchen's right hand tightly, fearing that Yi Xingchen would find some other reason to shirk. Great. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your understanding. Let's go, Xingchen, let's go together. Mr. Qin agreed. The success of the plan this time almost made Shen Jingbing feel happy. Pretty boy. Originally, I just wanted to humiliate you in front of other colleagues who were passing by, so that you would give up. I never expected that Mr. Qin and Lin Yun would also watch. If I humiliate you, this pretty boy, in front of Mr. Qin and Lin Yun, the effect will be tens of thousands of times better than humiliating you in front of other colleagues who are passing by. Mr. Qin might even think that you, a pretty boy, are just like that after reading it, so he will fire him directly. That's so cool. Thinking of this, Shen Jingbing became even more excited. He held Yi Xingchen's right hand and began to use secret strength. If this pretty boy screams in pain, Mr. Qin will definitely think that this pretty boy is weak. Maybe Mr. Qin will not be surprised that he will humiliate him in the subsequent training matches. What puzzled Shen Jingbing was that no matter how hard he tried, Yi Xingchen's right hand didn't move at all, as if he didn't feel anything at all. Huh? Shen Jingbing looked at Yi Xingchen doubtfully. What's going on? His own grip strength. Even a strong man would not be able to hold back and scream. But why didn't this pretty boy react at all? Okay, no more wasting time, let's set off now. Oh. Okay, Mr. Qin. Shen Jingbing didn't have time to think too much, so he just pretended that he was worried and didn't use his full strength. When it comes to training, I won't have any worries anymore. I will make this pretty boy lose face and get out of Yida. The four people soon arrived at the company's basketball court. At this time, there were already 8 men in the basketball court undergoing basketball training. When Yi Xingchen appeared in the sight of the group of people, all of them looked at Yi Xingchen with malicious eyes. Yi Xingchen immediately understood Shen Jingbing's thoughts. I'm afraid this guy wants to use basketball training to humiliate himself, right? It is true that Yi Xingchen's basketball skills are not outstanding, but things are different now. Yi Xingchen now has unrivaled physical fitness. These people want to humiliate Yi Xingchen through basketball training, but they are destined to fail. Thinking of basketball, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but glance at the entire basketball court. After experiencing physical changes, the current basketball court is pitifully small. It's more of a badminton court than a basketball court. The height of the basketball hoop, which used to be the standard height of 3 meters and 5 meters, has now grown to about 2 meters and 5 meters. As for basketball, the basketball in the basketball court rolled roundly to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen picked up the basketball on the ground and squeezed it hard. Bang! The huge basketball was actually crushed by Yi Xingchen's bare hands. Well, the size of the basketball has only become slightly smaller, but the material has changed. It is no longer the rubber leather of the past, but has become a thin layer of unfamiliar material. It seems that the human physique of this world has declined, but technology has advanced further. What the hell? Shen Jingbing on the side couldn't help but secretly gasped when he saw this scene. What the hell are these people doing? Why did he start throwing a bad basketball at Yi Xingchen before he gave the order? Isn't this humiliation too obvious? And the plan I made doesn't seem to have this link, right? The most important thing is, what is President Qin's IQ? Can't you still see something fishy? Shen Jingbing immediately glanced at Qin Yanran with a guilty conscience. Qin Yanran's face was calm and clear, without any emotion. Shen Jingbing couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Qin didn't notice it. Otherwise, the next plan will be difficult to implement. But what Shen Jingbing didn't know was that Qin Yanran and Lin Yun had already seen Yi Xingchen's magical power, and they were not surprised that Yi Xingchen could explode a basketball with his bare hands. Let's go, brother Xingchen, let's play basketball together. Shen Jingbing smiled and sent a formal invitation to Yi Xingchen. Okay. Yi Xingchen followed Shen Jingbing into the basketball court. Xingchen, here, quickly shoot a three-pointer. A man quickly passed the ball to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen took the basketball and glanced at the three-point line at the top of the arc, about 1 or 2 meters away from the basket, and couldn't help but feel emotional. If only in the world I lived in before, the three-point line could be as close as this, everyone could enter the NBA, everyone will become Curry. Vote. The man who passed the ball urged maliciously. Yi Xingchen weighed the basketball in his hand, which was as light as a feather. After hesitating for a moment, he threw the basketball with as little effort as possible. Seeing Yi Xingchen take a shot, Shen Jingbing couldn't help but feel confused. This standard shooting posture, could it be that this pretty boy is still an expert? But the next scene almost made Shen Jingbing laugh out loud. Because although Yi Xingchen's shooting posture was very standard, he made a three-point shot. Several colleagues who were passing by couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. Ha 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 ha. I was laughing so hard, I thought he was some kind of master. Isn't that the strong man of our company? How come he is a nonconformist? Is he just a showman, in vain? It's over. It's said that this kid joined the company's basketball team and competes with Sakura Company at this level? Isn't that asking for abuse? If we lose, it will not only be a disgrace to our company, but also a disgrace to our country. Hearing the gossip of these passers-by, Shen Jingbing was almost overjoyed. But Shen Jingbing still pretended to be encouraging and patted Yi Xingchen on the shoulder. It's okay, Xingchen. After all, the three-point line at the top of the arc is 1.5 meters away. It's understandable that you missed a three-pointer. Just practice it a few more times and it'll be fine. After Shen Jingbing finished speaking, he winked at the other man. The man immediately understood and passed the basketball to Yi Xingchen again. Yeah, let's try again. Alright. Yi Xingchen curled his lips, did not refuse, and prepared to continue shooting. Hey, Shen Jingbing couldn't help but smile sinisterly. Pretty boy, keep voting. Continue. Cast a few more times. How would you know you're a rookie if you don't shoot a few times? Call. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and once again shot a three-pointer in a standard posture. Clang. This time, Yi Xingchen didn't make a three-touch shot, but hit the edge of the basket. Seeing that his 2 shots from such close range failed to hit, Yi Xingchen himself couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Yi Xingchen kept swearing that if it were basketball in the past, he would definitely hit every shot. But the current basketball is so damn light, I'm not used to it at all. Perhaps, after trying a few more times and mastering the strength, You can increase the hit rate to a terrifying 90% or more. Shen Jingbing almost laughed. This kid must have used all his strength to suck the milk, right? Just like that, he still hit the edge of the basket. He is indeed a pretty boy. It doesn't matter. Brother Xingchen, try another one. Good. Yi Xingchen also became interested, took the initiative to take the basketball and shot again. Shua, this time Yi Xingchen finally got his wish. I go? Shen Jingbing couldn't help being dumbfounded. Why did this pretty boy really get in? He must be fooled, definitely. Shen Jingbing winked at the man again. Next, a scene repeats itself on the basketball court. A man kept passing the ball to Yi Xingchen, and Yi Xingchen kept shooting, and almost every ball was a hollow hit. This cycle went through for 30 times, and the colleagues watching nearby finally lost their composure and let out waves of exclamations. Oh, I just counted. Except for the first 2 balls, this guy shot 33 pointers, and he hit all of them. What kind of god is this? They say Durant's scoring is as easy as eating flour, but why do I think Yi Xingchen's scoring is as easy as breathing? I wrongly blamed him. I didn't expect him to be such a great person. Win, I'm sure to win this time. In the game with Sakura Company, if we don't win by more than 50 points, I'll say our company's basketball team is cheating race. Awesome. He is indeed a boss recruited by Mr. Chin himself. Not only is he rumored to be strong and eats a lot, but now it seems that his basketball skills are invincible. He will be my idol from now on. Ah, Yi Xingchen, even I'm going to give you a monkey. Everyone glanced at the bearded woman who was speaking and was picking her nose, and their stomachs tumbled. Vomit. Stop. Shop. Shen Jingbing finally lost his temper. Deep down, I couldn't help but start cursing. Mehul Gobi. Scored 33 pointers in a row. Is it okay to keep going like this? I originally wanted to show this pretty boy's poor projection skills to everyone without reservation. I never expected that it would be self-defeating and help this pretty boy. Is this pretty boy's projection technology really that powerful? Or is it really luck that cannot be stopped when it comes? It seems that we can only implement the second step of the plan. Thinking of this, Shen Jingbing jumped in front of Yi Xingchen and stretched out his hand to stop Yi Xingchen from continuing to shoot. Brother Xingchen, your shooting skills are so strong. I admire you. However, people's luck cannot be so good every day. Shooting also depends on luck and touch. When playing basketball, basic skills are king. Yi Xingchen nodded with great approval. I think so too. In that case. Shen Jingbing grinned. The most important basic skill is defense. Many players in the NBA are actually very rough in skills, but they can defend, so they are very popular. Come on, let's see your defensive skills now. Let's do this. I'm going to attack with the ball now, and you'll defend me, okay? Okay. Yi Xingchen made an okay gesture. Shen Jingbing reached out and took the ball from his companion, with a smile on his face. Snort, damn it, you pretty boy. How dare you steal a woman from me? Today I will definitely come to crossover and shake you until you are lying on the ground like an earthworm. Are you ready, Brother Xingchen? I'm going to attack next. Out of respect for his opponent, Yi Xingchen stretched out his arms symbolically. Ready, come on. Ha. Shen Jingbing smiled proudly, took several tentative steps that he thought was cool, and then began to break through with cross steps. Pretty boy, watch out. What the hell does it mean to break through? To break through. Two. Holy shit? Shen Jingbing's proud smile soon froze on his face. Because Shen Jingbing found that no matter how quickly he faked moves or how quickly he broke through, Yi Xingchen was always stuck behind him like a piece of brown candy. Shen Jingbing couldn't help gritting his teeth, and after a fake move of praying to Buddha, he quickly followed up with a mid-range fadeaway jumper. Snapped, bang, without any surprise, the basketball was slapped away by Yi Xingchen. The basketball even exploded in the air after flying 1 or 2 meters outside the court. Holy crap! What's going on? Shen Jingbing couldn't help being dumbfounded and looked at the other men on the field with doubtful eyes. Several other men shook their heads at Shen Jingbing. Brother Shen, it was too fast just now. I didn't even see what happened. I just saw the basketball flying out and then exploding in the air. Yeah. Shen Jingbing looked at the innocent-looking Yi Xingchen with doubt, and then at the torn-up basketball. Deep in his heart, he couldn't help but try to remember what had just happened. Could it be that the basketball just exploded and flew out by itself? What kind of rubbish quality basketballs are we using today? Be sure to replace these inferior products by tomorrow. Of course, Yi Xingchen, one of the parties involved, would not admit that he slapped the basketball and exploded it. Not to mention how shocking this kind of thing is to these ordinary people. If these people drag me to ask for compensation later, thank you. At worst, I'll try to use less force next time. Come again, come again. Shen Jingbing looked at Yi Xingchen suspiciously, and then challenged Yi Xingchen's defense again. Just like the last challenge, no matter what fake moves Shen Jingbing made, he could not get rid of Yi Xingchen's defense. In the end, Shen Jingbing made a hasty move and was beaten by Yi Xingchen again. How can it be? Shen Jingbing couldn't help but become anxious. Why is this pretty boy so evil? Is it too fast? It seems that I have to change to a tougher offensive method. Thinking of this, the anxious Shen Jingbing stopped saying hello to Yi Xingchen, took the ball and started a post-up play. No one in the entire company who likes to play basketball can withstand the strength of my back. I will definitely overthrow you later and get back the lost place. Shen Jingbing turned his head and glanced at Yi Xingchen, then started to use all his strength to push his back towards Yi Xingchen. Damn it! A scene that horrified Shen Jingbing appeared. Shen Jingbing clearly saw that Yi Xingchen was standing there without exerting any force. Not only did his full strength not push Yi Xingchen in the slightest, but the huge rebound force even caused him to fly away. Shen Jingbing fell to the ground in a panic. Ah, brother Shen, are you okay? Yi Xingchen was really worried that the collision would kill Shen Jingbing on the spot, so he quickly stepped forward to check on Shen Jingbing's condition. Get out! Get out! Shen Jingbing got up from the ground angrily. Okay, boy, you are still hiding it. What the hell, brother Shen, you're too generous. Yi Xingchen bared his teeth and smiled. Hearing Yi Xingchen's words, Shen Jingbing's face turned the color of pig liver with anger, and he threw the ball to Yi Xingchen angrily. Boy, it's your turn to attack now. I'll defend you. I still don't believe it, are you so evil? Brother Shen. Why don't we forget it for today? Yes, there's something wrong. Several of Shen Jingbing's companions saw Yi Xingchen's evil ways and tried to persuade Shen Jingbing to give up. Get out. Get out of here, boy, come on. Now Shen Jingbing is desperate and has no sense at all. How can he still listen to advice? Yi Xingchen held the basketball and glanced at Shen Jingbing lightly. Okay, brother Shen, are you ready? Ready. Now that you're ready, I'm here, come on horseback. Hee, Yi Xingchen grinned, took a big step forward with the basketball in his arms, and launched a three-step dunk. When Shen Jingbing looked at Yi Xingchen again, Yi Xingchen had already dunked successfully. Shen Jingbing didn't even have time to turn around to see how Yi Xingchen stepped into the dunk. No, I wasn't ready just now, come again. The same plot happened again. Before Shen Jingbing could turn around, Yi Xingchen had already dunked. Shen Jingbing shouted in disbelief. No, impossible. The colleagues who were watching couldn't help laughing. Look, it's just training, someone can't afford to lose. It's just a training session, just like this. If anyone plays basketball with him in the future, this guy will be so desperate that he will hit him with a wooden root. Looking at Shen Jingbing, who usually looks polite and talented, I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. He just misjudged the wrong person. From now on, stay away from such small-minded people. Hearing the laughter and accusations from his colleagues, and seeing the calm and innocent Yi Xingchen, Shen Jingbing could no longer accept the facts in front of him. Shen Jingbing collapsed on the court helplessly, and hysterical screams spread throughout the court. No. Dusk. After sending Qin Yanren home safely, Yi Xingchen drove straight to Yi Hao's residence. Yi Xingchen made up his mind to take Yi Hao back to his new residence. Even if Yi Hao was not at home, he would wait until dawn tonight to get to Yi Hao. Arriving at the door of his hometown, Yi Xingchen gently pushed open the ajar door. Dad? Dad? Are you there? There was dead silence in the room, and no one responded to Yi Xingchen. Not here again. Sigh. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but sigh. Parents' nurturing kindness can never be repaid in a lifetime. Yi Xingchen's mother passed away very early, and it was Yi Hao who raised Yi Xingchen alone. In recent years, some divorced women or older women have expressed their desire to start a family with Yi Hao, but they were all politely rejected by Yi Hao. The reason is simple. Yi Hao is worried that starting a new family will cause trouble for Yi Xingchen's growth, and he is also worried that having a new family will leave Yi Xingchen in the cold. How could Yi Xingchen really let such a father go? Instigation. Just when Yi Xingchen sighed alone, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Dad? Dad? Yi Xingchen was so pleasantly surprised that he quickly turned back and walked to the door of the room. To Yi Xingchen's disappointment, the person who came was not Yi Hao, but Huang Mao from the Qinglong gang. Huang Mao couldn't help but grin when he saw Yi Xingchen. When he heard Yi Xingchen turn around and call him dad, Huang Mao originally wanted to agree. But Huang Mao recalled Yi Xingchen's terrifying skills and finally held back. It is true that no one can refuse to say, "Dad," but equally, no one will joke with his own life. Is it you? Yi Xingchen frowned, vaguely realizing something. Where is my dad? Have you detained him again? Ha ha ha. Huang Mao couldn't help but laugh. Brother, look at what you said. Why do you think we have detained your father? It's obviously your father who is clamoring to get his money back and has been staying in our casino and refusing to leave. My dad went to the casino again. How much should he lose this time? No more, no more. Just 1 million. Huang Mao smiled and stretched out a finger. Losing 1 million in 2 days? Are you blackmailing me? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but became furious after hearing this. He raised his fist and almost hit Huang Mao in the face. Huang Mao took a few steps back in shock. Hey, don't be impulsive. The matter is not as serious as you think. Brother Long said, I am so familiar with it. I will definitely not trick you. As long as you go to a new one, there will be 2 fights in the underground boxing ring, and Brother Long will use it as a casino to entertain your dad for 2 days, and you won't pay a penny of your 1 million gambling debt. New underground boxing ring? Yi Xingchen couldn't help clenching his fists. This Qinglong gang wants to use themselves as their cash cow. That's right. This new underground boxing ring does not belong to Brother Long. Brother Long only needs you to fight twice, and you don't need to worry about the rest. After the 2 fights, I guarantee that you will see your father safe and sound. Appear beside you. Call. Yi Xingchen took a few deep breaths, tried to calm down his emotions, and finally nodded helplessly in agreement. No matter what, save Dad first, make a deal. Huang Mao grinned and wanted to high-five Yi Xingchen, but after hesitating for a moment, Huang Mao retracted his hand angrily. New underground boxing ring. There were still noisy cheers and dazzling neon lights. Under Huang Mao's guidance, Yi Xingchen quickly walked into the backstage of this underground boxing ring. After Yi Xingchen walked in, 2 waves of people quickly arrived at the underground boxing ring. The first wave of people to come in was led by Brother Long, and the leader of the other wave of people was actually Long Qingshan, who was saved by Yi Xingchen in the morning. Long Qingshan and the 4 people behind him who were suspected to be bodyguards found a place with fewer people and sat down. As for Brother Long, he went straight to the VIP seats. Yo! Brother Long! Here he comes. The person who greeted Brother Long in the VIP seats was Brother Yun, the owner of this underground boxing ring. Haha. Brother Yun, my people will have a fistfight at your place tonight, how could I not come? Brother Long smiled at Brother Yun and sat down on his seat, ignoring Brother Yun's outstretched right hand. What's wrong? Brother Long, are you so angry? Who provoked our Brother Long? Brother Yun looked at Brother Long with a puzzled look. Abao, who disappeared for a day, has been found. They were all tied to a stone by the river. Everyone had their neck arteries cut off with sharp tools. Do you dare to say that this matter has nothing to do with you? What the hell? Brother Yun was also a little unhappy. I, Ayan, have always been bold in doing things. I don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. If I did it, I'll admit it. If it wasn't me, don't want to pin it on me. Ah Bao's territory is the richest Yunhe villa area. Ah Bao and I have always been on the same page. Besides, who in the whole Yunhe city doesn't know that Ah Bao is your good brother? If I touch Ah Bao, won't I just get into trouble with you? Brother Long had always noticed Brother Yun's reaction and expression, and had a vague feeling that Brother Yun was not telling lies. You didn't do it. Hiss. Who could it be? Is there a new force coming to our Yunhe city? Ah Bao and I have a good personal relationship. I will also investigate this matter. If a new force really comes in and kills Ah Bao, I, Yun, will never stand idly by. After hearing what Brother Yun said, Brother Long frowned and fell into deep thought, and stopped talking. Miss, why do you have the leisure and elegance to come to a place like this to watch a boxing match today? A bodyguard named Long Wu behind Long Qingshan looked at Long Qingshan doubtfully. Hee. Long Qingshan locked the screen of the phone in her hand and couldn't help but smile. The last scene on the phone's lock screen was Yi Xingchen's photo. Because there will be a very interesting person making a grand debut in this boxing ring soon. A very interesting person? Long Wu was slightly startled. I've been coming to Yunhe City for so many years, and I haven't met such an interesting person for a long time. Ah? Long Wu looked at Long Qingshan's back in surprise. Long Wu is also a normal person with flesh and blood and thinking. Of course he understands what it means when a single woman says that so-and-so is interesting. Ah, you said. If this interesting person had a fight with my brother, who would win? Long Wu answered Long Qingshan's question without thinking. Does that need to be said? The eldest son must be great, in terms of skill, I really haven't seen with my own eyes who will be the eldest son's opponent. Not necessarily. Don't say it too late. After all, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. Ha ha ha. Young master is the sky. There is still the sky outside the sky. Who can beat the sky? Hee hee. Long Qingshan smiled softly and did not argue with Long Wu. She just took out her phone again and glanced at Yi Xingchen's photo on the phone. After 5 consecutive boxing matches, the host finally began to announce the next match. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. The host held the toothpick microphone and tried to calm down the noisy crowd. The games tonight are very exciting. Have you not had enough? Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter if you don't enjoy it. Because next, we will have a finale. The boxing champion from Taiguo will accept the challenge of our local boxing champion One Punch Man. Now, let's invite 2 boxing champions to appear. Soon, Yi Xingchen and Bo Chu entered the boxing ring from 2 passages. Dial Chu, Taiguo boxing champion. It is said that Da Chu has won 35 consecutive games in underground boxing arenas across our Sha Kingdom. It can be said that his strength is amazing. One Punch Man, the local boxing champion of Sha Kingdom, a rising star. The night before yesterday, he knocked out the boxing champion Park Gachong with one punch. He became famous in one fight. It can be said that he is coming fiercely. Tonight's peak showdown between Dial Chu and One Punch Man. Who will win the final victory? Let's wait and see. After listening to the host's introduction, Long Wu, who was behind Long Qingshan, couldn't help but feel contempt. 2 rookies. Not to mention the young master. Even if it were me and the 2 of them together, I could easily defeat them. Long Qingshan turned around and looked at Long Wu behind him unhappily. Uncle Wu, we are watching the game now. It is a duel between the 2 of them, not a duel between them and my brother or you. Oh. Long Wuchen responded calmly, and then gave his own opinion. If you dial the ball, you will definitely win. So confident. Although boxing competitions do not rely on muscles, but this guy is full of muscles, and this kid looks very ordinary. I predict that I can code this kid within 5 rounds of the trick. Then let's make a bet. Miss, what do you want to bet on? If I win, I will go back with you right away. If I lose, I can stay in Yunhe City as long as I want, at least. You can't take me back by force. It's a deal. If the clan leader sends someone else here, it's none of my business. Jingle. As the referee rang the bell, the finale officially began. HMPH. Sha people. You are no match for me. Give up now and I will only break one of your hands. After a few tentative steps with the ball, he had a friendly exchange with Yi Xingchen in broken Sha Mandarin. Nah. I'll break one of my hands if I admit defeat. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be speechless. If you don't admit defeat, I will beat you to death. Compared with having a hand cut off or dying, what would you choose? Your Sha Guo boxing skills are all about hand embroidery. Our Taekwon is the strongest. Embroider the legs with fists, not the hands with embroidery. Thank you. Yi Xingchen was very friendly and corrected the wrong idiom of picking the ball. Oh. Bo Chu nodded with a blank expression, and then spat on the ground. Bah. Who has the time to discuss Sha Guoyu with you here? You Sha Guoyu are also rubbish. Hey, that's too much. Yi Xingchen instantly became unhappy. It's okay if you scold me and ridicule me, but you actually speak rudely to our Sha Guo Wushu and Sha Guoyu. Don't let me knock you down for a while. Is there any suspense about who will be beaten down? Humph. Bo Chu snorted coldly and rushed towards Yi Xingchen first. This time facing the ball, Yi Xingchen clearly felt that the speed and power of the ball were far better than Park Gachong, who played against him the night before yesterday. It seems that the strength of my opponent tonight has improved several levels. But even so, Yi Xingchen didn't pay attention to the ball. After all, in Yi Xingchen's opinion, the speed of the ball was still too slow. What's the difference between this punch and a child's playhouse? Wait a moment. Just when Dichu was about to throw a right hook at Yi Xingchen stretched out his right hand to interrupt Dichu. What do you want to do? Sha people. Dichu looked at Yi Xingchen with a puzzled look. Just boxing is so boring, why not make some bets? Diachu narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you want to bet on? It's very simple. If I lose, let me do whatever you want. If you lose, how about kneeling in the field and shouting 3 times, Sha Guo Kung Fu is awesome, Taekwon is awesome. Diachu almost couldn't help but laugh. From Diacho's perspective, Yi Xingchen didn't know even the most basic defensive postures. He was a complete novice in boxing. The reason why he proposed this bet was to scare himself. So, Daoqiu nodded in agreement without hesitation. Okay. If you lose, how about you kneel down and shout 3 times, Taekwon is awesome, Sha Guo Kung Fu is awesome. It's a deal. Long Wu on the sidelines couldn't help but his eyes froze when he heard the two people's bet. A small black boxing match actually puts the dignity of the country on the line. It seems that I will have to use some means to help this kid win soon. Are you so unsure of him? Does he deserve my confidence in him? Don't worry, fifth uncle, stay calm and enjoy the crushing feast. You are not allowed to take action. Drink. Dichu shouted and took the lead in attacking Yi Xingchen. Dialchu is indeed an experienced boxing champion. He quickly found the weakest link in Yi Xingchen's defense from Yi Xingchen's stance. When Dichu saw that Yi Xingchen was motionless, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and hit Yi Xingchen's left rib with a right hook. This kid hasn't reacted yet. He's like a piece of wood. The winner has been decided. Miss, you lose. Long Wu shook his head gently, his face full of disappointment and helplessness. Snapped under Yi Xingchen's gaze, he hit his left rib with a right hook. Ah! The audience at the scene seemed to have seen the bloody scene, and many spectators shouted excitedly, eager to see this brutal scene. This time, Yi Xingchen no longer felt anything like before, or he felt like he was being touched. This time, Yi Xingchen felt something. This feeling is like being slapped lightly, nothing more. Bo Chu looked at Yi Xingchen's face with surprise, and then looked at Yi Xingchen's left rib with confusion. After being silent for a while, Diachu finally couldn't bear it any longer. Hey! Don't you feel anything? Of course. Yi Xingchen nodded very honestly, it feels like being lightly slapped by someone. What? Daoqiu was almost so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. He punched him with all his strength, and Yi Xingchen actually said it felt like he had been slapped, and it was gentle. For a moment, Bo Chu felt that his dignity as a boxing champion was being ruthlessly trampled by Yi Xingchen. In anger, he didn't care about dialing the ball. He moved the ball left and right and used all his strength to continuously hit Yi Xingchen's left and right ribs with left hooks and right hooks. Just like that, an unprecedented and strange scene occurred in the huge underground boxing ring. A man attacks with all his strength with his bow left and right, and a man stands there with a look of enjoyment on his face. The audience on the sidelines were stunned by the strange scene in front of them. No one knows what snakeskin Yi Xingchen and Bo Chu are playing with. What the hell? What are these two doing? Are they flirting? Nah. Let you two play a game, not flirt. I suspect the two of them are playing us. Damn it, refund your tickets. Refund the ticket. This kid has some skills. Compared to other frantic viewers, Long Wu was quite calm. He just frowned slightly and gave his own comments. Just something. What else? Long Wu smiled slightly. Some people are good at defense. This is a boxing match after all. If I were to fight against this kid, I would easily cut his aorta with a wooden dagger. Ha ha ha. Long Qingshan was amused by the competitive Long Wu. Don't worry, Uncle Wu, the fun is yet to come. Long Wu couldn't help but be slightly surprised after hearing Long Qingshan's words. Yi Xingchen had already surprised Long Wu enough. Long Wu never thought that Yi Xingchen had other abilities that he didn't see. For a moment, Long Wu couldn't help but look expectantly at the person in front of him who had brought him a surprise. I'll fight. I'll fight. I'll fight, fight, fight. He didn't know how many punches he had thrown, or even how long he had maintained this offensive. Today's ball calling only knows two things. My arms were already starting to feel extremely sore. Yi Xingchen in front of him showed no signs of injury at all, and even looked like he was enjoying himself. For a moment, an idea that frightened him could not help but pop up in Diacho's mind. This guy, could he have regarded his attack as a massage? Damn. What kind of perversion is this? This is worse than a piece of hair. Is there any point in continuing this game? Finally, like a deflated rubber ball, the ball began to stop attacking with a depressed expression. Why stop? Keep going. F*K him. Don't be afraid, come on. Can you please be a little more forceful? Are you the F*King boxing champion of Taiguo or the she-male of Taiguo? The spectators on the sideline saw the ball stop and couldn't help but started to curse. Daoqiu almost couldn't help but rush down and the spectators who insulted him on the spot. What's wrong? Why did you stop? You're still feeling a little comfortable. Yi Xingchen, who closed his eyes with a look of enjoyment, saw the ball stop and couldn't help but opened his eyes and looked at the ball in confusion. Then Yi Xingchen touched his left rib and gently hammered it with his hand. Bo Chu glanced at Yi Xingchen's slightly red left rib, and his mood was indescribable for a moment. Chukshu never dreamed that one day, he, the mighty Taiguo boxing champion, would punch a person's ribs hundreds of times in a row, but the final result was that the opponent's ribs were only slightly red. For a moment, a deep sense of frustration appeared on Diacho's face. How's it going? Brother Chu, do you want to continue playing the game? Yi Xingchen grinned at the ball. He was stunned for a while, then shook his head in a grieved tone. Strength is not on the same level, I give up. Okay. Yi Xingchen nodded. Since you admit defeat, then fulfill your previous bet. Bet? Daoqiu was flustered for a while, and then started to cheat. What bet? What are you talking about? What the hell, you damn shemale, you're wasting my time and you still dare to cheat. That's right. You used to scold us Sha Guo Wushu and Sha Guoyu. Weren't you very tough before? Why are you so soft now? Could it be that you were fighting and shooting directly? Ha 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 ha. I'm a shemale, how can I ejaculate? If you dare to accept it, don't do it. You are not a man. You are indeed a dead shemale. Fortunately, I recorded the video on my phone before. Seeing that the audience on the sidelines actually recorded the video, I knew I couldn't afford to miss the ball. Snort, he dialed the ball with his heart crossed, snorted coldly, and then crossed his arms across his chest, like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water, and continued to play hooligan to the end. I'll go. Are you making it clear that you want to cheat? Yi Xingchen was already a little angry. This guy was so happy when he scolded Sha Guo Wushu and Sha Guoyu before, but now he doesn't feel happy anymore. Po Chu couldn't help curling his lips when he heard this. What do you mean by Sha Guo's saying? A man can only be killed, not humiliated. I will go to your male desert. But you are not a man, you are a dead demon. Before Yi Xingchen could respond to the ball, the audience on the sidelines began to curse again. What did you say? Sha Goju. If you have the guts, come and fight. Of course, the audience who was pointed at the ball did not think that they would be the opponents of the ball. Faced with the provocation of the ball, they had to shrink their necks and pretend not to hear. HMPH, you Sha people are all a bunch of cowards. You dare not dare to F*K me. Draft, you damn shemale. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but get furious when he saw that he was not only cheating on the ball, but also throwing a group skill. You can provoke the audience unscrupulously by dialing the ball, but you don't dare to provoke Yi Xingchen at will. Facing the angry Yi Xingchen, Dichu was already afraid. Since you said that a scholar cannot be killed or humiliated, then go and die a human monster. Yi Xingchen was furious and punched the ball in the face with all his strength. Dichu didn't have time to react, so he could only watch with wide eyes as Yi Xingchen punched him in the face. Click, with a terrifying bone-cracking sound. The dignified Taiguo boxing champion didn't even have time to scream when he moved the ball. Just like a kite with a broken string, it flew directly out of the field. Seeing Bo Chu lying in a pool of blood and dying on the spot, some of the spectators on the sidelines were excited, some were deeply frightened, and some looked on with admiration. What? How is that possible? This kid, Long Wu, who was watching with cold eyes, finally lost his composure and suddenly stood up from his chair. Long Qingshan also frowned slightly. Fifth uncle, you also see that there is something fishy, right? This kid. Such a fast speed, such a strong power. The most important thing is, this time, there was no aura of spiritual power at all. This kid is just an ordinary person. How is it possible? How can an ordinary person have such a fast speed? How can an ordinary person have such a strong power? Long Wu looked at the majestic Yi Xingchen with a horrified expression, puzzled. This is exactly what I meant when I said he was interesting. I just didn't expect that he is stronger than I thought. Uncle Fifth, do you still think he is not my brother's opponent? Long Wu sat back on his seat in confusion, having been completely shocked by Yi Xingchen's punch just now. In this situation, even the young master is definitely not his opponent. What's even more terrifying is that if this happens, the boy has mastered spiritual power. It's hard to imagine who could be his opponent in this world. Long Qingshan remained silent, obviously agreeing with Long Wu's words. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. The entire underground boxing ring was completely buried in the cheers of the audience. Sleepless night. The next morning, Yi Xingchen sent Qin Yanren to the company and started walking to his office. Last night, Yi Xingchen was worried about Yi Hao's safety and didn't sleep well all night. Yi Xingchen planned to go back to his office to catch up on his sleep. Hey, is it him? It seems to be him. I really didn't realize that this guy is this kind of person. I guess Mr. Qin won't keep him after seeing this. On the way back to his office, Yi Xingchen suddenly heard that several colleagues seemed to be talking about him behind his back, and their words were full of contempt and contempt. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be confused. Are these people talking about themselves? It seems like there are still people pointing fingers at me. That must be true. But why do these people say this about themselves? Have you done something outrageous? You can question my appearance, but please don't question my character. Regarding his character, Yi Xingchen still couldn't find fault with him. In order to seek the truth, Yi Xingchen had to force out a smile and waved to the colleagues behind him. Hi. Ah. Several colleagues had images of Yi Xingchen's terrifying power emerging in their minds, and they fled in all directions. This made Yi Xingchen even more confused. Although Yi Xingchen really wanted to know what happened, his colleagues had already left and he had no one to ask. Maybe I can ask Lin Yun later. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen stopped worrying and went straight back to his office. Just when Yi Xingchen was about to take out his mobile phone and add Lin Yun as a friend through the company's WeChat group, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Please come in. It was Lin Yun who walked into the office. Sister Yun, you came at just the right time, just what you were looking for. Xingchen, you are in big trouble. You are famous, now you are infamous. Lin Yun interrupted Yi Xingchen's words and sat on the sofa in the office with an anxious look. What's wrong? Sister Yun. Yi Xingchen was completely confused. Hey, see for yourself, you are now popular all over the internet. Lin Yun sighed and handed her mobile phone to Yi Xingwei. Yi Xingchen took the phone in confusion. At this time, the Douyin app on the phone was playing a video. The person in the video has no facial features, only a head covered by a watermelon, and the only things that can be seen are the eyes and mouth. The person in the video kept shaking his head and speaking a long line that was obviously synthesized by AI. Ju Min. Who knows about my family? My boyfriend and I have been together through thick and thin for several years, but now that my boyfriend has grown rich, he always abandons me. Are all men like this? When you have money, you will become bad. I really hate this kind of low-haired man. What a speechless incident. Jimis, are we really saying that men can only share hardships and not wealth? I'm so impressed, I really appreciate it. For so many years, I have worked hard to help him take care of his seriously ill father. I have to work every day and cook and wash for him at night. He has already given his all, but now he is ruthlessly abandoned. I really hate him. I will announce the information about this man below. Jime people, please remember to avoid lightning. XXX, various information about Yi Xingchen, I wipe it? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being dumbfounded when he saw this video. Although he couldn't see clearly who the other party was, and the sound effects were synthesized using AI, Yi Xingchen could still guess that it was Zhao Wen even with his feet. This woman is so cruel. If you go green, forget about it, but it will come back to bite you later. Is this your ex-girlfriend? Lin Yun sighed helplessly. It should be. Yi Xingchen was really speechless. He scrolled down and looked at the comment area. I saw that almost all the comment section were in support of Zhao Wen, and more than 80% of them were even picking up the word GHG. Sister Yun, what does GHG mean? Yi Xingchen stared at the phone blankly. Girl help girl means, a slogan often advertised by some groups. Lin Yun quickly rolled her eyes at Yi Xingchen after explaining, brother, how long has this been? Do you still have the mind to care about this? This matter needs to be dealt with quickly. If it goes to Mr. Qin, no one knows whether Mr. Qin will believe you. If Mr. Qin doesn't believe you, you will have to pack up and leave. Until then, Yi Xingchen realized the seriousness of the matter. A large company like Yida must attach great importance to the personal morality of its employees. If Qin Yanren really feels that she is the kind of person who always gives up, she will probably be fired. If you lose this job, Yi Xingchen recalled that he spent tens of thousands to eat in 1 month. I will probably starve to death on the streets. Sister Yun, Sister Yun. Yi Xingchen quickly stood up and gently held Lin Yun's right hand. You have to believe me, I am definitely not this kind of person. You are stupid. Of course I believe you, but you have to handle this matter well, do you understand? I know. Yi Xingchen nodded quickly, I'm going to confront her face to face. As for Mr. Qin, Sister Yun, please pay attention to me and call me if anything happens. Lin Yun frowned. She wanted to say that confronting Zhao Wen was useless, but then she thought about it. It seemed that Yi Xingchen had no better way now and could only treat the dead horse as a living horse doctor. Lin Yun could only nod helplessly. Okay, go quickly. If anything happens, sister will help you. Even if Mr. Qin has something to do here, sister will help you first. If I can't bear it anymore, I will call you. Go and come back quickly. This is my sister's car key. Take your sister's car and park it in the A102 parking space. Okay, thank you Sister Yun. Yi Xingchen was so moved that he took Lin Yun's car keys and hurried towards Zhao Wen's house. Zhao Wen was lying on the bed at home, proudly shaking off her vagina. Seeing the constant new comments, Zhao Wen burst out laughing proudly. Zhao Wen replied to other people's comments on Douyin in an aggrieved tone while mumbling something. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen, let's see how you die this time. This video has only been popular for less than 2 days, and it has already gone viral on the internet. I want to see which girl will be so mean as to fall in love with you. I don't believe you won't come over and beg me to let you go. Zhao Wen was talking as if she had seen the scene where Yi Xingchen knelt down and begged him to let him go, with a smile on his face as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Dong dong, bitch. Zhao Wen, are you at home? Just at this moment, Yi Xingchen's urgent voice came from outside the door. Zhao Wen couldn't help but smile even more proudly when she heard Yi Xingchen's voice. The enemy came to his door to beg for help. Just when Yi Xingchen was about to smash the wooden door in front of him with a punch, the door was finally opened from the inside. Looking at Zhao Wen's face that came into view, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but have mixed feelings. How much I loved the woman in front of me in the past. Although my family's conditions were average, I wanted the best for her. Even when Zhao Wen fell in love with a brand-name bag in college, I worked part-time for half a year to buy it for her. Unfortunately, time has changed and things have changed. My favorite face before, now looks so disgusting and repulsive. What are you doing? What do you mean? When did I give up? You are obviously not loyal to our love. Okay. Faced with Yi Xingchen's doubts, Zhao Wen stretched out her hand to interrupt impatiently. I don't want to hear what you have to say now. What woman doesn't make some mistakes? Why can't you forgive me for this mistake? As a man, you don't have this kind of courage? Yi Xingchen was so angry that he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. Yi Xingchen reflected on himself countless times. If I'm guilty, please put me in jail instead of arranging such a top-notch ex-girlfriend. Why didn't I realize that Zhao Wen was such a person before? How blind. Zhao Wen glanced at Yi Xingchen and continued. After all, there is true love between us. I don't want to get into this situation. I also want to resolve the matter between us peacefully. Let's take a step back. I will delete that video. You and I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to get the certificate. After we get married, I will quit my job, and you will give me 100,000 pocket money every month, and you will do all the housework at home. How about it? What? Yi Xingchen almost laughed angrily. Why? Why can you be so thick-skinned? You cheated on me, and you still want me to treat you as my ancestor? Indeed, I used to be I love you more than my life, but since the moment you betrayed our love, there is no possibility for us anymore. Even if you are the only woman in the world, this is impossible. HMPH. Zhao Wen couldn't help snorting coldly. If I were the only woman in this world, I wouldn't even look at you. What nonsense are you talking about? In the worst case, I'll call the police or go online to clarify. Is it useful to call the police? Is it useful to clarify? Zhao Wen glanced at Yi Xingchen disdainfully. Do you think those netizens are really seeking justice for me? Do you think those netizens really care about the truth of the matter? You are too stupid. As long as it can be used to attack men, those netizens don't care what the truth is. Yi Xingchen was already annoyed by Zhao Wen. If it weren't for the fact that Yi Hao needed someone to take care of him, Yi Xingchen would have really wanted to punch Zhao Wen to death, or both of them would die. Then what do you want to do? It's impossible for us to get back together. That's it. Zhao Wen rolled her eyes. It's not impossible not to get back together, but you have to agree to my other conditions. What are the conditions? You tell me first. First, transfer me money now, 5 million. What? Damn it. Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded again. Why does Zhao Wen think that she can just spend 5 million? If I could spend 5 million, would I still think of ways to cure Yi Hao's disease? Zhao Wen ignored Yi Xingchen and continued to talk about her conditions. Second, your villa in Yunhe Villa District will be transferred to my name and will be owned by me from now on. Third, because you broke up with me that day, it affected my mood, causing me to be late for work the next day and I was fired. Before I find a new job, you must pay me 100,000 yuan in living expenses every month. Yunhe Villa area? What do you mean? How come I have a villa there? Yi Xingchen raised his arms in confusion. Humph, you still want to hide it from me? It's been exposed. Zhao Wen snorted coldly and pointed with her right hand at the room card on the keychain on Yi Xingchen's waist. It was not until this moment that Yi Xingchen finally understood Zhao Wen's reason for speaking out. It turned out that Zhao Wen thought she had a villa in Yunhe Villa District, and this was the reason why Zhao Wen wanted to get back together. After further seeing Zhao Wen's true face, Yi Xingchen shook his head in great disappointment. You made a mistake. This villa is not mine. It is allocated by my company. I can live there during my tenure. If I lose my job, I won't be able to live there. I'm just an ordinary employee. I can't afford so much money. You can pull me down. You still want to lie to me? What company deserves a villa worth tens of millions? Do you think I'm stupid? I put my words here, either according to the conditions for us to get back together, or according to the conditions for us not to get back together. Conditions: you choose one. Otherwise you will wait to die. Faced with Zhao Wen's arrogance and unreasonableness, Yi Xingchen really felt so miserable that he couldn't express his feelings. Yi Xingchen really wanted to slap Zhao Wen and leave calmly. But when I think of what Lin Yun said, what if Qin Yanran believed Zhao Wen's words? This consequence is unbearable for me. Currently, I can only try my best to negotiate with Zhao Wen. That villa really doesn't belong to me. Believe it or not, just check it and you will know if I have lied to you. Zhao Wen looked at Yi Xingchen dubiously and thought about it carefully. It didn't matter whether the villa belonged to Yi Xingchen or not. What was important was that as long as she could move into a top-level villa, she would have the capital to brag in front of others in the future. Thinking of this, Zhao Wen nodded. Well, let me move in first, and you can find a place to live outside. As for me, my requirements should be lowered. I don't want the 5 million anymore. You can give me 10 million per month. Just 10,000 yuan will do. Hey, my God. Have I promised you anything? What are you daydreaming about? Why? Because you are ugly or because you are cheap? Don't agree? Then just wait for death, dogman. Yi Xingchen was really angry when he saw that Zhao Wen had no regard for his own life and death. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but clench his fists, frowned, gritted his teeth and took a few steps closer to Zhao Wen, trying to push Zhao Wen to the ground and beat him up countless times. It seems you want to die with me? Seeing Yi Xingchen angry, and thinking of Yi Xingchen's terrifying power that night, Zhao Wen had no doubt that Yi Xingchen could really strangle herself to death easily. Zhao Wen couldn't help but took a few steps back in fear, and pointed at Yi Xingchen with a stern look. Yi, please don't mess around. There are surveillance cameras in my room. If you hit me, I guarantee that you will be here today. You'll end up in jail tonight. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and finally gave up the idea of violently solving the problem. As you wish. I'm going to call the police. We'll see you at the station. Instigation. At this moment, 5 men in police uniforms suddenly walked into the corridor. Zhao Wen glared at Yi Xingchen fiercely. Want to meet me in the bureau? I will send you to the bureau tonight. After Zhao Wen finished speaking, she quickly spit a few mouthfuls of saliva into the palm of her hand, quickly wiped it at the corners of her eyes, and then let out a scream like a slaughtering pig, and ran towards the police in a rolling and crawling manner. Comrade! Help! Comrade, he is domestically abusing me. Help! What's wrong? Madam, what happened? 5 policemen quickly helped Zhao Wen up. If you have anything to say to us, we will severely punish any illegal or violent behavior and will never tolerate it. No. Comrades, please listen to my explanation. Yi Xingchen was stunned and stayed there for a while before quickly walking over and trying to explain. Comrade, that's him. He is my ex-boyfriend. We have already broken up. But this guy is still pestering me to get back together with me. If I don't agree, he will beat me. Fortunately, you guys are here, otherwise he might beat him to death. Zhao Wen didn't give Yi Xingchen a chance to explain at all, so she quickly interrupted Yi Xingchen and started acting in tears. Sure enough, after watching Zhao Wen's performance, several policemen quickly blocked Zhao Wen behind them and looked at Yi Xingchen with wary faces. Sir, please control your emotions and stay away from this lady. Please show your ID card. Cooperate with us to accept the investigation. Otherwise we will take all necessary coercive measures. Seeing several highly nervous policemen, Yi Xingchen had no choice but to sigh helplessly, and honestly took out his ID card and handed it to the policeman. After Yi Xingchen handed his ID card to the police, he couldn't help but glared at Zhao Wen impatiently. After all, we have fallen in love once. Do we really want to do it so fiercely? I just want to negotiate with you today. You don't have to be like this cruel. Comrades, you must make the decision for me. I have been with this low-income man for several years, and I treat him like an uncle every day. But this low-income man goes out to eat, drink, and gamble every day. When he comes back after drinking, he is right. I'll punch and kick him. This kind of low-level man must be caught, preferably sentenced to death. You may not know yet, but I was actually pregnant with his baby before, but this man with a low head violently raped me one night, and the baby was aborted. 555. Zhao Wen smiled vaguely at Yi Xingchen and ignored Yi Xingchen. Instead, she kept pretending to be pitiful in front of the police. The leading policeman took Yi Xingchen's ID card with his left hand and gently patted Zhao Wen's shoulder with his right hand. Don't worry, madam, we will definitely make the decision for you. Although domestic violence will not be punishable by death as you petitioned for, but we will definitely bring him to justice and punish him severely. That's good, that's good. Even if you can't get the death penalty, it would be good to catch him and give him a life sentence. Zhao Wen was successful. While she was complaining to the police, she looked down on Yi Xingchen with a victor's eyes, as if to say, you are dead. You. Seeing Zhao Wen's triumphant look, Yi Xingchen became even more angry and took a few steps forward. Ah! Zhao Wen immediately jumped up from the ground in an exaggerated manner. Look, comrade. Look, now the boss is going to hit me again. The leading policeman glanced at Yi Xingchen. Is your name Yi Xingchen? Right. Yi Xingchen nodded in frustration. Then the leading policeman turned his head and looked at Zhao Wen. Madam, your name is Zhao Wen? Ah. Yes, yes. My name is Zhao Wen. Although Zhao Wen was confused about how the police knew her name, she still nodded, pretending to be aggrieved. Okay. Cuff her. The leading policeman waved his hand, and several policemen behind him immediately stepped forward and handcuffed Zhao Wen with what appeared to be plastic handcuffs. Forehead. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being shocked when he saw this scene. Ah! Zhao Wen was also dumbfounded. No. Comrade. Why did you handcuff me? Did you make a mistake? Shouldn't you have handcuffed that man with the lower head? The leading police officer glanced at Zhao Wen. Your name is Zhao Wen, right? Yes, that's right. Zhao Wen nodded blankly. Since your name is Zhao Wen, there is nothing wrong. We are here today specifically to arrest you. Arrest me? Zhao Wen was a little confused. No. I am the victim. He abused me domestically. Why do you want to arrest me? Haha. The leading policeman couldn't help but sneered, then took out a document from his pocket and showed it to Zhao Wen. Hello. Ms. Zhao Wen, according to Article 246 of the Xia Kingdom Constitution, those who openly insult others by violence or other methods or fabricate facts to slander others shall, in serious cases, be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention, public surveillance, or take away political rights. The video you posted on Douyin caused a huge response in the society. According to the investigation and evidence collection by the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau, it is determined that the content of your video is completely deviated from the facts. You are suspected of maliciously slandering others and spreading rumors online. According to the instructions issued by the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau, you will be detained immediately. The Yunhe City Public Security Bureau has contacted the Internet Police to investigate a series of slanderous videos you posted on Douyin. It will be deleted immediately. At the same time, the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau will release a video online to clarify the matter for Mr. Yi Xingchen. This is an arrest warrant. Please take a look at it. What? This. Zhao Wen was almost stunned by the police's words. She never expected that the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau would take action against her so quickly. The leading police officer walked up to Yi Xingchen and returned his ID card to Yi Xingchen, while saluting. Mr. Yi Xingchen, please rest assured that we will definitely clear your name. Our Yunhe City Public Security Bureau will never let go of anyone who harms others or society. Thank you. Thank you. Yi Xingchen took the ID card blankly, obviously not recovering yet. It stands to reason. Even if the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau noticed the video posted by Zhao Wen, it wouldn't take action so quickly, right? It's really weird. Misunderstanding. Comrade, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhao Wen could not accept the facts in front of her, and quickly knelt down and begged the police. That's it. This is my boyfriend, and I am the one who is with me. My boyfriend made a little joke. This is the fun between us. Isn't it, Xingchen? No. Husband. Say something. Husband. Please explain it to me. This is a misunderstanding. The more Zhao Wen talked, the more excited she became, and she even began to beg Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen, who has seen Zhao Wen's true face, will not be soft-hearted at this juncture. Yi Xingchen just smiled and waved to Zhao Wen, making a bye gesture. No, Yi Xingchen, you heartless man, you bastard. In the end, the hysterical Zhao Wen was ruthlessly arrested by the police. Also, after the group left, Yi Xingchen's cell phone suddenly rang. Yi Xingchen took out his cell phone and took a look. It was an unfamiliar Yunhe City number. Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment before choosing to answer the phone. Hello? Haha. Has the ex-girlfriend been taken away? The matter will be resolved soon. No need to thank me. It's not only for me to repay your life-saving grace yesterday morning, but also for us to make friends. My name is Long Qingshan. It's happy to meet you. Yi Xingchen was slightly startled and finally understood. No wonder the Yunhe City Public Security Bureau responded so quickly. It turned out that Long Qingshan was helping him behind the scenes. It seems that Long Qingshan's background is not small. After Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment, he finally laughed. My name is Yi Xingchen, nice to meet you. Zhao Wen's matter soon came to an end. Zhao Wen, who suffered the consequences, was eventually sentenced to 1 week's detention, and posted a video online to apologize and clarify for Yi Xingchen. Coupled with the Yunhai City Public Security Bureau's official blog posting a clarification, the whole matter was completely settled. After handling these matters, Yi Xingchen returned to the company and was ready to get off work. After sending Qin Yanren home, Yi Xingchen started his new identity tonight, One Punch Man. Today, Huang Mao brought Yi Xingchen to Brother Long's underground boxing ring, which was also the underground boxing ring where Yi Xingchen first started practicing black boxing. Obviously, Yunhai City is a city with strong folk customs. No matter what day of the week it is, the underground boxing ring is overcrowded every night, rain or shine, and it's even hard to get a ticket. After following Huang Mao into the underground boxing ring, Huang Mao introduced tonight's opponent to Yi Xingchen with a smile. "Boy, your opponent tonight is Mai Xiaokai. Come on, try to KO him. Of course, no one will say anything if you beat him to death or maim him. At most, he will be treated as a fish in the river with more food." Hearing Huang Mao's disapproving tone, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be shocked. "Mai is guessing? I remember he was boxing last time when I first came here. Do you want me to KO him? Aren't you afraid that there will be one less boxer in your boxing ring? There are a lot of cheers for him, so it stands to reason. A victorious general, if he dies and becomes crippled, it will not be easy for you to find another master of this level." Haha. Huang Mao just smiled faintly. He is not Brother Long's person. And you are Brother Long's person. Who has a more important position in Brother Long's heart, do you need to say? Only then did Yi Xingchen realize that Mai Shanzai was not one of Brother Long's subordinates. Maybe Mai Sha guessed that he was a subordinate of other underground bosses, and Brother Long wanted to use his own hands to get rid of this master who often won in his boxing ring. Yi Xingchen just pursed his lips. He is not from Brother Long, and I am not from Brother Long. I am just an ordinary person. After this black fight, I let my father go, and we have nothing to do with him from now on. Huang Mao was not angry and smiled again. It doesn't matter whether you are Brother Long's person or not. The important thing is, you are playing a game for Brother Long now, aren't you? Yi Xingchen was speechless. Okay, go backstage and get ready. The next show is yours. Fine. After Yi Xingchen left, Huang Mao smiled sinisterly. Underground world. Where do you think you are? Want to keep coming in and out? Is it that simple? Haha. After walking into the backstage of the boxing ring, Yi Xingchen took off his coat and sat on the ground. Then, based on the principle of no drink, no drink, no drink, he began to sweep away the dozens of bottles of functional drinks placed on the table, which were like test doses. Are you the One Punch Man? Just as Yi Xingchen was sweeping up the energy drinks, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him. Yi Xingchen turned around and took a look. Although he had only met once the night before, Yi Xingchen recognized at a glance that the person speaking was none other than Taiguo boxing champion Mai Zhangkai. Mai Shenchai crossed his arms and looked down at Yi Xingchen sitting on the ground with a domineering attitude. Seeing that Yi Xingchen didn't speak, Mai Shenchai couldn't help but sneer. Although you have only played 2 games, I know you are very strong. Mai Sha thought for a while and quickly added, but I am stronger than you. Yi Xingchen frowned slightly, unhappy with Mai's attitude. Yi Xingchen felt that if the two were in the competition ring now, he would definitely code this Taiguo Shimale with one punch. Seeing that Yi Xingchen was still silent and acting like a master, Mai was not sure whether he could beat Yi Xingchen. Mai Sha thought for a while, took out a small envelope from the pocket of his clothes and threw it on the ground near Yi Xingchen. As long as you get punched by me later and pretend to fall to the ground unconscious, you can spend the money. I promise to give you a gentle punch. Yi Xingchen glanced at the envelope on the ground, with a look of contempt on his face. How much can be put in such a small envelope? It only costs a few hundred yuan. A few hundred yuan is enough to cook a basic meal at home. If you want to fake a punch in this black boxing match, do you want to bribe yourself with just a few $100s? Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen picked up the small envelope on the ground and threw it into a stove not far away without hesitation. At the same time, Yi Xingchen exuded a trace of awe-inspiring righteousness. Do you want to bribe me? Although this is a fake fight, but you want me to pay for a fake match? Let's not talk about whether my character supports my fake match. The key is, can I be worthy of the audience? Mai Shenchai was slightly startled at first, and then sighed softly. You are indeed a person with personality. I can't even bribe you with a check of 500,000. It seems that we can only decide the winner in the boxing ring. What? 500,000? Damn it. When Yi Xingchen learned that the envelope contained a check for 500,000 yuan, he immediately lost his composure. Who would have trouble with 500,000? And what I lack most now is money. With these 500,000, Yi Hao would have money for medical treatment. Yi Xingchen quickly jumped from the ground and rushed to the stove to pick out the envelope with tongs. Unfortunately, the envelope is now almost burned to ashes. Yi Xingchen looked at Mai with a weak look and guessed, "How about, you bribe me again?" To Yi Xingchen's disappointment, Mai Ziakai didn't seem to hear Yi Xingchen's words. He just sighed heavily, muttered a Taiguo language that Yi Xingchen didn't understand, and then left the room. Don't leave. Blind brother, you can bribe me again. I promise to accept your bribery. Hey, don't leave, I'll wipe it out. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. Amid the cheers of the audience, Yi Xingchen stepped onto the ring again. The host finally remembered Yi Xingchen's identity, holding the toothpick microphone and jumping around in circles around Yi Xingchen. Now on the stage is our ace boxer, One Punch Man. Our One Punch Man defeated 2 boxing champions in a row in the past 2 days. During the day today, he even defeated a female boxer. It can be said to be heroic Shenwu. The audience in the audience couldn't help but burst into an uproar after hearing the host's words. What? All female boxers were defeated by One Punch Man. Isn't this terrible? It is said that the female boxer couldn't even catch the punch from the female boxer. The terrifying female boxer was actually defeated by One Punch Man. She is too strong. I've decided, tonight I'm going to buy One Punch Man to win, bet 10,000. The host was very satisfied with the audience's reaction, and then waved his hand. Now, tonight's challenger is invited to appear. This is a boxing champion from Taiguo. He has won all 15 matches in the history of this boxing ring. It can be said that he is coming fiercely. I invite the boxing champion of Taiguo, Mai Sha Guess. Amid the host's introduction and the cheers of the audience, Mai Shenchai walked into the boxing ring wearing a thin red towel and leading a group of people behind him. Mai is guessing. Mai is guessing. Mai is guessing. Obviously many viewers have become fans of Mai Shenchai. Now they are extremely excited to see Mai Shenchai appear on the stage. The host smiled and walked between Yi Xingchen and Mai Shanzai. Ha ha ha, come on, you two, shake hands and pose. Yi Xingchen and Mai Shenchai shook hands with each other in a gentlemanly manner, and then made a fist show. The audience in the audience took out their mobile phones or small digital cameras to quickly take pictures as souvenirs. Mai Shenchai took a deep look at Yi Xingchen, and bowed slightly to Yi Xingchen with his hands clasped together. Sawadika. This is our first time fighting, I will give you a small gift. After saying that, Mai Shusai turned around, took a flower from the staff, and then handed the flower to Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen looked blankly at Mai Shenchai. Then at the flowers Mai Shenchai handed over, smiled awkwardly, and quickly took them. Thank you. After receiving the flowers from Mai Shenchai, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but fell into deep thought. I understand the logic, but why is it a chrysanthemum? Could it be that Mai Shanzai was hinting at something? Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but shudder. Out of politeness, Yi Xingchen also felt that he should give wheat and guess something. However, Mai Ziakai has his own professional team, but he is alone. For a while, he really can't find a suitable gift to give to Mai Ziakai. However, Yi Xingchen quickly had an idea and took out a small packet of crushed noodles from his trouser pocket. I also have a gift for you. Here is a small pack of crispy noodles. They are crunchy and delicious. Come on, try them. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he generously handed the crispy noodles in his hand to Mai Zhangkai. Mai Ziakai was just slightly startled, and then stretched out the palm of his right hand. Thank you. Yi Xingchen was very hospitable and poured a small handful of dried noodles into Mai Shenchai's hand. Come on, I'll pour it into your hand. Be sure not to spill it, this stuff is very expensive. Expensive? Mai Ziakai, who originally wanted to take the whole bag, was stunned again. He glanced awkwardly at the small handful of crispy noodles in his palm, and then took a sip of it happily. Yi Xingchen then moved the crispy noodles to the host. Would you like some too? The host smiled slightly. I have a toothache, so I won't eat. Thank you. Alright. Yi Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stuffed the remaining crispy noodles back into his pocket. Come on, take another photo. The competition has officially begun. Yi Xingchen and Mai Ziakai got together and faced the audience, smiling. Mai Ziakai said unexpectedly, show your teeth when you smile. Oh. Yi Xingchen, who had little competition experience, quickly followed the instructions, and then asked in confusion, why? Are the requirements for taking photos before a boxing match so high? Because this is the last picture of you with all your teeth. Mai Shenchai smiled coldly and bared his teeth at Yi Xingchen, revealing the 2 big black holes in the 2 rows of teeth. Ding ding ding, the game officially begins. Because Yi Xingchen is not sure how many people in the world are like him and have not been affected by the global decline in physical fitness, so he does not dare to be careless in the face of the long-famous Mai Zhangkai. The guy you punched to death last night was my younger brother, so I specially picked you, a little-known boxer, today. If you can beat my younger brother, you must be a capable person too. In this match, I will never be careless. Mai Shanzai, who was polite and polite before, has now turned into a vicious wolf with bared teeth and roaring. It was not until this moment that Yi Xingchen finally understood something. No wonder Mai Zhiakai tried to use 500,000 yuan to bribe him to fight match fixing. His purpose was probably twofold.
Or they want to expose themselves and ruin their reputation.
Either he knows that he is strong and wants to use the name of a fake match to make him relax his vigilance, while Mai Shenchai fakes it and tries his best to or even kill himself. As for giving yourself an asshole before the start of the game, it might just be an insult to yourself. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen was overjoyed. Fortunately, I didn't give the whole package of crispy noodles to Mai for guessing, otherwise I would have been in trouble. Unacceptable. There are always unscrupulous people who want to steal food from me. Last night you punched my brother in the face, so tonight, I will also focus on taking care of your face. I will beat you to the ground like a worm. Even if you beg for mercy, I will punch you smash your head. Drink. After Mai Shenchai finished his harsh words, he waved his fist and rushed towards Yi Xingchen. This time against Mai Shenchai, Yi Xingchen clearly felt that Mai Shenchai was much faster than his previous opponents. This also means that Mai Shakai's power is basically significantly stronger than that of Diachu and Park Gachang before him. Recalling the cruel words of Mai Shanzai just now, Yi Xingchen did not dare to be careless and carefully protected his head to prevent Mai Shanzai from getting in his face. What Yi Xingchen didn't expect was that Mai Shenchai said he was going to hit Yi Xingchen in the face, but actually he kicked Yi Xingchen in the lower body. Fortunately, Mai's guessing speed is still very slow for Yi Xingchen, and Yi Xingchen can react. Otherwise Yi Xingchen will probably become Yi Richang tonight. The guy you punched to death last night was my younger brother, so I specially picked you, a little-known boxer, today. If you can beat my younger brother, you must be a capable person too. In this match, I will never be careless. Mai Shanzai, who was polite and polite before, has now turned into a vicious wolf with bared teeth and roaring. It was not until this moment that Yi Xingchen finally understood something. No wonder Mai Zhiakai tried to use 500,000 yuan to bribe him to fight match fixing. His purpose was probably twofold. Or they want to expose themselves and ruin their reputation. Either he knows that he is strong and wants to use the name of a fake match to make him relax his vigilance, while Mai Shenchai fakes it and tries his best to or even kill himself. As for giving yourself an asshole before the start of the game, it might just be an insult to yourself. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen was overjoyed. Fortunately, I didn't give the whole package of crispy noodles to Mai for guessing, otherwise I would have been in trouble. Unacceptable. There are always unscrupulous people who want to steal food from me. Last night you punched my brother in the face, so tonight, I will also focus on taking care of your face. I will beat you to the ground like a worm. Even if you beg for mercy, I will punch you smash your head. Drink. After Mai Shenchai finished his harsh words, he waved his fist and rushed towards Yi Xingchen. This time against Mai Shenchai, Yi Xingchen clearly felt that Mai Shenchai was much faster than his previous opponents. This also means that Mai Shakai's power is basically significantly stronger than that of Diachu and Park Gachang before him. Recalling the cruel words of Mai Shanzai just now, Yi Xingchen did not dare to be careless and carefully protected his head to prevent Mai Shanzai from getting in his face. What Yi Xingchen didn't expect was that Mai Shenchai said he was going to hit Yi Xingchen in the face, but actually he kicked Yi Xingchen in the lower body. Fortunately, Mai's guessing speed is still very slow for Yi Xingchen, and Yi Xingchen can react. Otherwise Yi Xingchen will probably become Yi Richang tonight. Yi Xingchen's legs exerted force and clamped down on Mai Zhangkai's feet. He couldn't help but get furious. You idiot, you promised to go straight to the door. How do you sneak attack on the lower body? The audience outside the field couldn't help but talk a lot. Can sneak attacks on the lower body be used in boxing matches? Generally speaking, boxing matches are not allowed, but this is black boxing after all. There is no such thing as so much finesse. Even if it is a sneak attack on the opponent's lower body, and the opponent dies of pain on the spot, no one will say anything. The power and reaction of One Punch Man are so fast, he actually used his legs to clamp down on Mai Shukai's determined blow. It's hard to imagine that if this guy's legs weren't clamped on Mai Shukai's leg, but a woman. Hiss, so terrifying. Then the question is, what kind of posture is it for One Punch Man to clamp? Instead of a woman. What is One Punch Man? Good brothers, let's discuss it together. You'd better say it's between the legs and not anywhere else. The audience in the audience talked more and more outrageously, while Yi Xingchen on the stage became more and more angry. Mai Xiaokai couldn't help but panic when he saw that Yi Xingchen's face was getting uglier and that he couldn't pump his right leg no matter how hard he tried. Realizing that something was wrong, Mai Shenchai quickly raised his hands and surrendered. Wait a minute, I admit defeat. HMPH. Yi Xingchen's eyes flashed fiercely. Don't you want to avenge your brother? Mai Xiaokai forced himself to calm down. I will sever the brotherhood with him from now on. Doesn't the revenge of killing my brother have nothing to do with me? F*K. Yi Xingchen was simply stunned, but still didn't want to let Mai guess. Yi Xingchen slowly bent his right arm, and then punched Mai Xiaokai directly in the face in front of Mai Xiaokai's horrified eyes. Mai Xiaokai had no room to fight back and was easily knocked out by Yi Xingchen with one punch. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. When the audience saw this violent scene, they stood up and cheered hysterically. The next morning, Yi Xingchen did not send Qin Yanren to Yida headquarters, but drove Qin Yanren to the stadium in the city center. Because this morning is the friendly basketball match between Yida Company and Sakura Company. Mr. Qin. This way, this way. After entering the gymnasium, Lin Yun, who had been waiting for a long time, kept waving to Qin Yanren and Yi Xingchen. How's it going? Is everyone here? Qin Yanren glanced at the Sakura players who were already warming up on the basketball court. When the stars come, everyone will be here. Okay. Qin Yanren nodded with great satisfaction. There is a friendly basketball match with Sakura Company every year. We have lost in the past 3 years. Today I hope everyone will work hard and win this game. Must win. All Yida players raised their right hands to cheer themselves up. Brother Xingchen, come on. Lin Yun blinked at Yi Xingchen in time, and at the same time gently held her little fist. Yi Xingchen nodded heavily. Yi Xingchen made up his mind that he must lead Yida Company to win this game today, so that he can receive a high bonus. When he went to the underground boxing ring to pick up Yi Hao in the evening, he had the confidence to say to Yi Hao, I can give you cure the disease. After both sides began to warm up, Shen Jingbing, the captain, began to line up his troops. In a moment I will play shooting guard, you will play point guard, you will be small forward, you will be power forward, and you will be center. Others will come on the bench and wait for my arrangements. We must win this game today. To Yi Xingchen's expectation, Shen Jingbing actually avenged his personal revenge at this juncture and asked himself to be the substitute. In just a moment, Yi Xingchen understood Shen Jingbing's intention. Substitute, the implication is, if the game goes well, there will be no chance to play, and then the victory of the game has nothing to do with you. If the game doesn't go well and there's no hope of winning, it's time for you to take the field. Then you'll have to take the blame if you lose the game. Sure enough, Lin Yun immediately guessed what Shen Jingbing had in mind, and immediately walked over to question it. Hey, Shen Jingbing, are you crazy? Yi Xingchen is so strong and so fast. Why are you playing as a substitute? Quick. Shen Jingbing was stunned for a while, then thought of something, and became extremely excited. After a while, he calmed down, glared at Lin Yun, and explained in a deep voice. I have my own arrangements. Do you know basketball or do I know basketball? You can see it in the training that day. Yi Xingchen has a lot of strength and is one of the best in basketball skills. You. Lin Yun still wanted to argue, but Yi Xingchen came over and stopped Lin Yun. Forget it, Sister Yun, just be the substitute. As long as the company can win the game, it doesn't matter if I'm the substitute. Look at them, then look at you. Humph. Let's go. Let's see how they fight. Lin Yun glared at Shen Jingbing angrily, then pulled Yi Xingchen to the sidelines. The warm-up time passed quickly, and with Qin Yanren and Kabata's respective speeches, the game officially began. At this time, 2 men with middle-parted hair and overalls walked into the stadium belatedly. Then the 2 men took off their overalls, and what they were wearing turned out to be Sakura Company jerseys. Oh my god. It's them. Why are they on the Sakura Company team? It's over, we will lose again this year. Seeing this scene, several employees of Yida Company couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Yi Xingchen glanced at the 2 men. Although he didn't recognize them, judging from his colleagues' exaggerated reactions, they should be 2 basketball masters. Just when Yi Xingchen wanted to ask his colleagues who those 2 people were, other uninformed colleagues had already taken the lead in asking. Lao Ma. Who are those 2 little devils? Alas, Lao Ma sighed heavily, you don't watch the NBA much on weekdays, do you? These 2 people are called Jinny Taimei and the other is Shino Haitsi. They are both masters who have played in the NBA. What? Have you ever played in the NBA? Damn it, isn't this Sakura company cheating? Does this count as hiring foreign aid? A Sakura company employee not far away smiled proudly. You don't know what foreign aid is, do you? Jinny Taimi and Shino Haitsi are employees of our Sakura company. They joined the company 3 months ago. Ignorant Sha people. I wipe it? Lao Ma exclaimed again. Jinny is so beautiful? Shino Haitsi? Yi Xingchen glanced at the two of them and couldn't help but frown. Since Sakura company dares to let these two people play, it means that they are indeed employees of Sakura company. It seems that Sakura company has started preparing for today's basketball game as early as 2 months ago. If Yida company wants to win this game today, it will be more than just a difficult word. As the game officially started, Shino Kuroko, the center, jumped the ball on behalf of Sakura company. Basketball masters like Shino Haitsi, who once played in the NBA, are far superior to ordinary people from Yida company in terms of height and jumping. Sakura company undoubtedly won the ball and took the lead in attacking. As a point guard, Jinny Taimei received the ball, made a handsome change of direction, and easily went to the basket for a layup. 0-2 Sakura company takes 2 points first. Shen Jingbing obviously doesn't pay much attention to the NBA, or even if he pays attention to the NBA, he can't remember the appearance of Jinny Taimei and Shino Haitsi, who were playing in the NBA at that time. Shen Jingbing clapped his hands gently to encourage his teammates. Brothers, these two guys have something, cheer up and pay attention to these two guys. Shen Jingbing received the pass from the point guard and used the pick and roll screen to shoot a three-pointer. It's just that Xiao Haitsi reacted very quickly and quickly came up with a big shot to knock Shen Jingbing's three-pointer away. Jinny Taimei grabbed the basketball from the crowd, took the lead in launching a fast break, and scored 2 points with an easy layup. 0-4, 0-6, 0-12 The score on the field keeps changing, but the only thing that hasn't changed is that Yida's score is still 0. Qin Yanran, who was quite calm at first, finally lost her composure when the score reached 0-17 and signaled the referee to request a timeout. When Shen Jingbing heard the whistle, he glanced at Jinny Taimei beside him and walked off the field one after another. Qin Yanran had long heard various information about Jinny Taimei and Xiao Haitsi from other employees on the sidelines. Faced with the military morale that was already close to collapse, Qin Yanran could only sigh helplessly. It doesn't matter if we can't win this game. After all, there are 2 ruthless people in the opponent's camp who have played in the NBA. However, even if we lose, the score can't be too ugly. We can't finish the game without a single point. Come on. Losing this game by less than 20 points will count as completing the mission, okay? Good. Shen Jingbing and his party glanced at Jinny Taimei from a distance, and their tone of voice showed lack of confidence. Mr. Qin. Lin Yun took an anxious step forward, wanting to say something to Qin Yanran. Yi Xingchen, who was beside him, certainly understood what Lin Yun wanted to say, and he probably wanted to recommend himself as a substitute. Yi Xingchen quietly pulled Lin Yun and signaled Lin Yun not to speak. What's wrong? Ah. After receiving Yi Xingchen's hint, Lin Yun sighed helplessly. It's nothing. I just want to say, come on, everyone. The timeout ends and the game continues. Perhaps it was Qin Yanran's words that made the Yida players let go of their psychological burden a little, and this time the offense actually succeeded in scoring 2 points. Yeah. Shen Jingbing waved his right arm excitedly and glared at Yi Xingchen demonstratively, as if to express a meaning. With or without you as a substitute, it won't have much impact on our team at all. But before Shen Jingbing was overjoyed, Jinny Taimei launched a fast break and scored a three-pointer. Yida company can be said to have killed 800 enemies and lost 1,000 to itself. Yi Xingchen shook his head helplessly. Is this guy crazy? What does it mean to score a goal instead of provoking Jinny Taimei or Shino Kuroko, but to challenge yourself? Something is wrong. Having long understood what Shen Jingbing was thinking, Yi Xingchen stopped paying too much attention to the basketball game and began to take out his mobile phone and happily play a game of Three Kingdoms. Yi Xingchen felt that if Qin Yanran wasn't here, he would have to find a place to lie down and sleep. With the continuous cheers from the audience, which of course came largely unilaterally from Sakura employees, the first half of the game officially ended. The score between the two sides has reached 10-54. Shen Jingbing was like a defeated rooster, sitting dejectedly on the sidelines drinking water and resting. But when Shen Jingbing saw Yi Xingchen, who was eating crispy noodles and playing mobile games with a calm expression, he couldn't help but get furious. Hey! You guys are working hard on the court, but you are sitting down there playing with your mobile phone. Isn't it too much? Anyone who violates the territory of Wu will be defeated. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but dance with joy when he saw that he had won the Three Kingdoms game. Then he glanced at Shen Jingbing. No. Isn't it half time? I'll give it to you. You guys are tired from cheering and cheering. Why don't you take a rest? You. Shen Jingbing couldn't help but stood up. I've seen it all. You've been playing with your phone and you haven't cheered for us at all. It's all your fault. It's because you didn't cheer for us that we fell behind. Yi Xingchen was so surprised after hearing this. This could also be the reason why Shen Jingbing was lagging behind, something Yi Xingchen never expected. Yi Xingchen glanced at Qin Yanren, who was tinkering on the tablet, and couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Qin Yanren probably felt that there was no hope of winning this game and had given up. It's just. Qin Yanren is also playing with her phone. Why are you yelling at yourself instead of Qin Yanren? Bully the weak and fear the strong. But Yi Xingchen didn't want to argue so much with Shen Jingbing. After all, Qin Yanren is here too. After all, we all work together, and some things shouldn't be said so harshly. Okay, shut up. How much does this have to do with him? You are your own boss, but you have been cut off and covered up by others. Don't you have a clear idea in your mind? Lin Yun would not spoil Shen Jingbing, and was extremely unfriendly when he opened his mouth. You. Shen Jingbing was angry again. He wanted to scold but didn't dare to, so he had no choice but to blame Yi Xingchen. I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Xingchen naturally would not give Shen Jingbing another chance to vent his anger on him, so he found an excuse and left. Shish. Yi Xingchen walked to the toilet whistling, and couldn't help but send friendly greetings to Shen Jingbing several times. When Yi Xingchen came to the corridor of the toilet, a man walked towards him. The man is none other than Jinny Taimei, who is showing off his prowess on the court. Such a coincidence? Yi Xingchen was just slightly startled and didn't pay much attention to Jinny Taimei. Even out of consideration for the principles of Sha Kingdom's etiquette, Yi Xingchen moved slightly closer to the wall and took the initiative to give Jinny Taimei a path of sunshine. Snort. Jinny Taimei didn't respond with any kind thoughts, she even smiled contemptuously and moved a step towards the wall on the left, blocking Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen raised his head and glanced at Jinny Taimei, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and was very sure that this guy did it on purpose. It's just that Yi Xingchen doesn't understand what Jinny Taimei wants to do. Borrow it. Jinny Taimei grinned and tried to push Yi Xingchen away with her right hand. Yi Xingchen frowned, took 2 steps back, dodged Jinny Taimei's push, and then glanced at Jinny Taimei. Is there something wrong with this person? He had clearly taken the initiative to give him a sunny avenue? You take your sunny path, and I cross my single plank bridge. Isn't it nice that everyone doesn't disturb each other? Why do you have to take the initiative to stand in front of yourself? Why are you still trying to push yourself away? Yi Xingchen's extremely quick reaction surprised Jinny Taimei a little. Then Jinny Taimei smiled coldly again. Sha people, you are blocking my way. Your road? Yi Xingchen suddenly became unhappy. This is the Sha Kingdom. This road is the road of the Sha Kingdom people, it is not your road. Okay? Yi Xingchen's tough attitude made Jinny Taimei unhappy. Jinny Taimei frowned and looked down coldly at Yi Xingchen, who was a head shorter than herself. Don't you, the Sha Kingdom, claim to be a country of etiquette? Is this how you treat us, Wei Guo Ren? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned. I understand the truth, but in a country of etiquette, treat others with courtesy. The prerequisite is that the other person is a human being. You don't think of yourself as a human being. Why the hell should I treat you as a human being? But Yi Xingchen really doesn't want to argue so much with Jinny Taimei, and with this kind of ghost, that he won't be able to tell whether he is a human or a ghost in the future. Seeing Yi Xingchen not saying a word, with a look of disdain on his face, Jinny Taimei instantly became angry and strode forward a few steps, trying to teach Yi Xingchen a lesson. What? What are you doing? Just as Jinny Taimei was trying to push Yi Xingchen, a loud male voice came from not far away. A middle-aged man strode over with his hands behind his back. Yi Xingchen had heard about this middle-aged man from Lin Yun before. The man's name is Gui Binquan, and he is the owner of a gymnasium. Boss Gui, is this the attitude of you Sha people towards foreign friends? It really disappoints me. The villain who was so beautiful was the first to complain and actually threw dirty water on Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen was about to retort that Jinny was too beautiful, but Gui Binquan had already stepped forward to scold Yi Xingchen. What are you doing? This is the respected Mr. Jinatami of Toyo. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Jinatami. What? Do I apologize to him? Yi Xingchen looked at Jinny Taimei's triumphant expression, and then at Gui Binquan, who seemed to have a grudge against him for killing his father, and couldn't help but feel stunned. You have offended Mr. Jinny Taimei. Apologize to him now. Otherwise, I will ask the security to kick you out of the stadium, blacklist you, and permanently ban you from entering the stadium. I will even reveal your identity to reporters. Rude behavior. Apologize to Mr. Jinny Taimei now, immediately, immediately. You're not even willing to ask what exactly happened, so you force me to apologize to him? Yi Xingchen frowned and stared at Gui Binquan. Do you still have to ask? How could Mr. Jinny Taimei target a stinky loser like you for no reason? You don't even look in the mirror to see what you are. Do you deserve someone to target you? I count to 3. Hurry. Apologize. Yi Xingchen kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm down his emotions. Gui Binquan? It really lives up to its name. A poodle that admires foreign things. Faced with Gui Binquan's aggressiveness, Yi Xingchen fell into a dilemma. If he doesn't apologize to Jinny Taimei, Gibin will really kick him out. When the time comes, this guy will spread rumors to smear himself in front of reporters, and he will most likely be used by Sakura Company to attack Yida Company for disrespecting foreign countries. Friend, excuse. If I really apologized to Jinny Taimei, wouldn't it be too aggrieved? Jinny is so beautiful, this little devil can't even raise his tail to the sky? Haha. Jinny Taimei smiled sinisterly and shook her head, pretending to be very disappointed. Boss Gui, alas, not every Sha country person is as friendly to us foreign friends as you are. This trip to Sha country, it really disappoints me. If this rude and arrogant guy is not severely punished, I don't think I will ever consider coming to Sha Kingdom in the future. After hearing what Jinny Taimei said, Gui Binquan became even more anxious. Gui Binquan strode forward and tried to grab Yi Xingchen's collar. Are you going to apologize or not? If you don't apologize, I will not only do what I said before, but I will also recommend to Mr. Qin that you be fired. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and tried to convince others with reason. This guy, I was walking carefully. When I saw him coming, I gave way to him, but he actually stood in front of me and asked me to give him money. He gave way, and now you are here, asking me to apologize to him indiscriminately. How can there be such truth? Our Sha country is a country of etiquette, which is true, but this is how we treat international friends. Shut up. Gui Binquan interrupted Yi Xingchen's words fiercely. Mr. Jinny Taimei must have taken the initiative to make way for you, but you blocked his way without knowing what to do. This kind of situation will make any man angry. Right? Not only did you not admit your mistakes, you even complained first and bit Mr. Jinny Taimei. I am really ashamed to have a fellow Sha country member like you. Haha. Jinny Taimei further fanned the flames. Boss Gui, I think it's because we were leading in this basketball game by a big score. They were anxious and wanted to use some tricks. Is that how you Sha people can't afford to lose? Jinny's beautiful words seemed to wake up Gui Binquan. Gui Bin couldn't help but got furious. It's just a friendly match, winning or losing is normal. You dare to play with others, but you can't afford to lose? Are you still a man? All the people in your Yida company have this kind of moral character? You can insult me, but you can't insult my company. Yi Xingchen was also angry. What bothers Yi Xingchen the most is scolding himself and scolding him for who he belongs to. When I was doing black boxing before, I killed Bochu with one punch, and it was precisely because Bochu uttered arrogant words and sneered at all the Sha people. Now that Gui Bin was scolding himself and Yida company as well, Yi Xingchen was naturally very angry. HMPH. Otherwise, do you dare to deny it? I have finally seen the quality of the people in your Yida company. What are the qualities of the people in our Yida company? It's not Boss Gui's turn to dictate here, right? Just when Yi Xingchen was about to punch Gui Binquan out with one punch, a loud female voice sounded from the entrance of the corridor. I don't know when, Qin Yanran and Lin Yun appeared on the aisle. When Gui Binquan saw Qin Yanran appear, he couldn't help but panic. Then he immediately changed his face and looked at Qin Yanran with a smile. Mr. Qin, the reputation of your Yida company was almost destroyed in the hands of this boy. I'm teaching this boy a lesson for you. Qin Yanran and Lin Yun slowly walked to Gui Binquan, and her tone was extremely cold. My people, no matter what, it's not your turn to teach me a lesson, right? This. Gui Binquan obviously understood that he could not beat Qin Yanran whether he was fighting for money or for backstage. After hearing Qin Yanran's disrespectful words, Gui Binquan wanted to explain something else. Qin Yanran didn't give Gui Bin a chance to explain. I walked to the entrance and listened for a long time. I roughly understand what happened. Boss Gui, I want to ask you a question. You came up indiscriminately and used a commanding tone to ask my people to give him apologize. Do you have any objections to Yida, or to me? No, no, no. Don't dare. Gibin had a few beads of sweat break out all over his head and quickly waved his hand. Mr. Qin. Jinny Taimei pretended to be innocent and stepped forward to say something. Qin Yanran raised her beautiful eyes and did not give Jinny too much face. We are two big bosses talking. What qualifications do you, an ordinary employee of Sakura Company, have to interrupt? Is it your turn? This is Sha country. It is already 2xxx year. You thought it was 1840? Jinny Taimei realized that Qin Yanran seemed not to be trifled with, so she shrank her head and walked away in frustration, no longer paying attention to Qin Yanran and Gui Binquan. After Jinny Taimei took a few steps, she turned back angrily and glared at Qin Yanran. I originally wanted to save face for Mr. Qin in the second half of the game, so that you wouldn't lose so ugly. But now it seems that this face no need to give it. In that case, then prepare for a record of shame. Huh. There is an old saying in our Sha kingdom, you never know who will win. We'll see. Qin Yanran's beautiful eyes turned cold. HMPH. Jinny Taimei snorted again and left without looking back. Hee hee. Mr. Qin, that. When Gui Binquan saw that Jinny was so beautiful and left, he couldn't help but also wanted to give up. Qin Yanran stretched out a finger towards Gui Binquan. Gui Binquan was a little confused. Mr. Qin, what do you mean? 1 million. What a million? I'll buy your gym for 1 million. What? Gui Binquan was so surprised that his jaw almost dropped. Mr. Qin, I never said I wanted to sell this gym. Besides, the construction of my gym cost tens of millions. You're 1 million. HMPH. Qin Yanran couldn't help but snorted. 1 million, I only bid once. If you don't sell, then we'll wait and see. Let's see if it's your background or mine. I promise, your gym will never be able to open. I also guarantee that your company will go bankrupt within a month. Gui Binquan almost cried. Gui Binquan had no doubts about Qin Yanran's words. The backend of a listed company of this level must be extremely tough. Fighting with Qin Yanran would be tantamount to seeking death. It is conceivable that if I don't sell it to Qin Yanran, this gym will really not be able to continue to operate. The company you rely on for survival will really go bankrupt. Thinking of this, Gui Bin wanted to slap himself. What are you doing? Why do you want to provoke this crazy woman? After thinking for a moment, Gui Binquan could only nod helplessly. Okay, I'll sell it. Haha. Qin Yanran smiled coldly, turned around and looked at Lin Yun. Yunyan, after you buy it, demolish this place and build the largest public toilet in Yunhe City. Lin Yun almost couldn't help laughing. Okay, Mr. Qin. Gui Binquan, who was already mentally broken, almost spat out blood when he heard Qin Yanran's decision. Gui Binquan pointed his right hand at Qin Yanran, and finally rolled his eyes and fainted from anger. Qin Yanran glanced at Gui Binquan with disdain, then smiled at Yi Xingchen. Why are you still standing there? Give this guy 120. After the minor disturbance passed, Yi Xingchen returned to the basketball court after using the toilet. At this time, the second half of the game had already begun. Jinny Taimei, who had suffered a lot from Yi Xingchen, was like a god coming down from the earth, and the score was further widened. By the end of the third quarter, the score on the field had become 20-80. Many Yida employees couldn't bear to see this brutal scene and left early. Shen Jingbing sat on the ground and couldn't help panting. Faced with the current disparity in the score, Shen Jingbing no longer had hope. Even narrowing the score difference has become an impossible fantasy. When Shen Jingbing saw Yi Xingchen lazily behind him, he became even more angry. But soon, Shen Jingbing's eyes rolled around a few times, and he had an idea in his mind. Shen Jingbing walked up to Yi Xingchen, who was chatting with Lin Yun, and began to accuse Yi Xingchen in a reproachful tone. As a substitute player, where were you just now? Why don't you stay on the sidelines and be on call at any time? Yi Xingchen looked at Shen Jingbing with an innocent face, and spread his hands helplessly. Brother, I just went to the toilet. Can't you? Besides, what's the use of me standing by on the sidelines? Even if the game is over, you won't let me play either. What did you say? You said I won't let you play. Shen Jingbing couldn't help but smile sinisterly. You know a hammer.
Do you know what a tactical arrangement is? My tactical arrangement is to let our main forces consume the cherry blossoms as much as possible the strength of the team's main players. Just in the third quarter of the game, the opponent's main players were already exhausted, so I thought about letting you, a substitute who has been recuperating, come on to turn the situation around, but when you arrived, the direct players were gone.
Even if Yi Xingchen thought with his feet, he knew that Shen Jingbing wanted to pass the blame to him. No matter what he did, he would be the target of Shen Jingbing's attack. Yi Xingchen just curled his lips. You said that the opponent's main force is exhausted. Why don't you narrow the point difference? Shen Jingbing pretended not to hear Yi Xingchen's words and just waved his hand. That's it. You play in the last quarter of the game. We have exhausted the opponent's energy, and the rest is up to you. If you can't narrow the point difference, then you are sorry for the good situation we created for you. Yi Xingchen really wanted to curse. If there weren't so many colleagues around, Yi Xingchen felt that he might get excited and start scolding. Xingchen. Lin Yun on the side gently pulled Yi Xingchen's hand. Come on. Prove to this lunatic who is the rookie. I promised you the reward you mentioned before. Even. You can also modify it, you don't have to win, you just need to reduce the score difference to less than 20 points. Yi Xingchen was slightly surprised at first, and then laughed. If you say that, I won't pretend to be dead. Seeing that Yi Xingchen and Lin Yun had fallen into his trap, Shen Jingbing couldn't help but smile proudly. Okay, you'll be on the field later. It depends on your performance. I hope you won't disappoint the guys. Beep beep beep. With the referee's whistle, the final quarter of the game officially began. Yi Xingchen, who had already changed into his uniform, jumped a few times on the sidelines to warm up, and followed his teammates on the court. Huh? Who is that? Why did he replace Shen Jingbing? That's it. Shen Jingbing is the best player in our company. Now that he's replaced by this kid, does that mean he's surrendering? My god, you can't surrender to anyone, but you can't surrender to the little devil. What are these people thinking? Oh. Let's break up. Let's break up. We can't fight. Even if God comes on the scene, he can't save the situation. What Yi Xingchen didn't expect was that he had just made his debut, and many of his colleagues behind him were looking down on him, and even several of the few colleagues left. Haha. Boy Sha Guo, I didn't expect you to be a substitute for your company's basketball team. Zhengchu didn't have the chance to teach you a lesson. You brought this to your door on your own initiative. Don't blame us when we make you cry later. When Jinny Taimei saw Yi Xingchen on the stage, she couldn't help but be overjoyed, and hurriedly walked to Yi Xingchen and taunted him. Yi Xingchen felt that he should speak with his strength. He didn't want to show off his words, so he chose to remain silent in the face of Jinny's taunting. After Yi Xingchen came on the field, he saw his teammates preparing to serve. Before the Sakura team could return to defense, he hurriedly ran to the front court, preparing to receive a pass from his teammates and score 2 points in a fast break. But after Yi Xingchen ran a few steps, he vaguely felt something was wrong. I just thought that the Sakura team had a big lead, and because of the severe physical exhaustion, I retreated slowly. But when he turned around, he saw that no one from the Sakura team retreated. What the hell is this? What the hell are you doing? Why are you running to our backcourt? Finally, the teammate who was serving couldn't help it anymore, yelled at Yi Xingchen, and then passed the ball to another teammate. Ha! It wasn't until this moment that Yi Xingchen understood why no member of the Sakura team retreated. It turned out to be a front-court ball. It's just. Doesn't the team that has the ball at the beginning of each quarter serve the ball from the back? Why did it become a front-court ball? Although Yi Xingchen was a little confused, he still smiled apologetically at his teammates and hurriedly ran forward. Ha 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 ha. Doesn't this Sha guy know how to play? Why did Yida send someone who can't play to play? I'm laughing so hard. You don't understand this. This way, if Yida company loses, they can make excuses. They sent someone who can't play to play. They have already made excuses for losing the game. After all, Sha Goran didn't do anything well. They all like to make excuses and never reflect on their own strength. Jia is from Sha. Looking at how stupid this guy is, I think Jinny is too beautiful to score 30 points on him in a single quarter. Ha ha ha. Compared to the laughter and bustle in the Sakura company employee area, there was a lot of sighs and groans in the Yida company employee area. Ah, it's over, it's hopeless. If I had known, I would have signed up for the basketball team. Is this Yi Xingchen? Mr. Chin's latest bodyguard has been personally recruited. Logically speaking, a bodyguard shouldn't be so stupid. He's never played basketball. Can someone like this be a bodyguard? No wonder we lost so miserably. Any cat or dog can play. That's ridiculous. What a fart. What are you still expecting? I look forward to those two little devils and Yi Xingchen sparking love, and then showing off their face. Are we one horse? Let's go. Let's go back to our homes and find our mothers. What a waste of my feelings. Almost all Yida company employees looked down upon Yi Xingchen, with despair all over their faces. However, Qin Yanren and Lin Yun were exceptions. Qin Yanren looked at Yi Xingchen with an expectant look, as if she was looking forward to Yi Xingchen's next performance. As for Lin Yun, she closed her eyes with a pious expression, put her palms together, and silently prayed for Yi Xingchen. Haha. Boy, have you never played basketball? Jinny Taimei came to Yi Xingchen, who returned to the front court. Do you really want to reduce the score? Well, don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you wait, kneel down and call me uncle, and admit that you Sha people are all sick men of East Asia, and we will let you go and let you narrow the point difference so that your loss will not be so ugly. How about that? Hee hee, Yi Xingchen ignored Jinny Taimei, just smiled slightly and concentrated on the game. You arrogant guy. Before Jinitai finished speaking, Yi Xingchen's teammates had already shot, but under the defense of the Sakura team players, the shot ended in a blacksmith. Yi Xingchen didn't want to be chatty with Jinny Taimei for a moment. He accelerated to get rid of Jinny Taimei's defense, then jumped high to take the rebound from Xiao Haixi and dunked easily. This guy. Jinny Taimei looked at Yi Xingchen's back blankly, and couldn't help but feel surprised. What a fast speed. The speed that broke out in this moment. Even I can't match it. Jinny-kun, this guy's jumping is so strong. He is at most 1.75 meters tall, and he actually grabbed this rebound from me who is 2 meters tall. Xiao Haixi was also surprised when he looked at Yi Xingchen who had already rushed to the backcourt to defend. Impossible. Jinny Taimei frowned and shook her head. How could an ordinary person have such terrifying jumping power? Did you not hold the ball just now and it slipped between your hands? In the hands of this kid? This. Xiao Haixi hesitated for a moment. Everything that just happened was too fast. I didn't pay attention. I don't remember. Jinny Taimei glared at Yi Xingchen fiercely. It doesn't matter. I will hold the ball and beat him in singles later to test this guy's strength. Okay. After receiving the ball from the backcourt, Jinny Taimei quickly came to the front court and signaled to her teammates to pull away so that she could play Yi Xingchen in singles. Boy, you were lucky just now. You picked up a rebound, but you won't be so lucky the whole game. Jinny Taimei looked fierce and started to play Yi Xingchen in singles with the ball. HMPH. I'll let you see what absolute power is. After saying that, Jinny Taimei started to exert her strength. Soon, a look of astonishment appeared on Jinny's beautiful face. Because Jinny Taimei found that no matter how hard she exerted herself, Yi Xingchen, who was defending behind him, was as steady as a rock and motionless. Nani? Jinny Taimei once wondered if there was a wall behind her and turned her head to glance at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen also took advantage of Jinny Taimei's distraction and stole Jinny Taimei's ball with lightning speed, and then easily succeeded in a one-on-one layup on a fast break with Jinny Taimei watching. Xiao Haixi looked at Yi Xingchen, who had scored 2 more points, and then at Jinny Taimei, who was standing there in shock, and couldn't help but push the ground hard. What are you doing? Ouch! Jinny Taimei spread her hands helplessly. This Xia countryman is a bit evil. I just found that I can't beat him with my back up. How is that possible? Xiao Haixi certainly wouldn't believe it. Jinny-kun, you are 1.9 meters tall. How tall is the Xia country? How is it possible that you can't stand up to him? Regarding Shinoko's question, Jinny Taimei didn't know how to explain it for a while. Yeah. Good shot. Good steal. Nice. A burst of cheers erupted in the Yida Company employee area. TCH. What are you so proud of? So what if I give you 2 points? You are trash from the Xia country. You will lose in the end. The Sakura Company employees on the side did not panic at all, and even looked contemptuous. Drafting little devil, what are you barking at? Idiot. Draw it up, idiot, draw it up. The players of the 2 teams were fighting fiercely on the court, and the employees of both teams off the court did not take a break and cursed each other in the distance. However, as Yi Xingchen continued to chase points, the employees of Yida Company became more emboldened as they scolded them more. Baga. Seeing that Yi Xingchen had scored 8 points in a row, Jinny Taimei couldn't help but roared, "Cheer up! Mr. Kobuchi Ichiro has already said that we must win this game by more than 50 points. If we let them get back to within 50 points, we won't even have the shame to see Mr. Kabata and Ichiro." Hi. Launching another attack, Xiao Haixi finally got a chance to attack Yi Xingchen alone. Xiao Haixi clenched the basketball with both hands and grinned at Yi Xingchen. "Xia Guo boy, let me show you what basketball is. I am a player who once played in the NBA. Your arrogance will end here." After speaking, Shino Haitsi's face turned cold, and he dribbled the ball quickly with his right hand, trying to rush to the basket for a dunk. Xiao Haixi easily passed Yi Xingchen in disguise, which made Xiao Haixi smile proudly. Shino Haixi holds the ball with one hand in his right hand and dunks towards the basket. This extraordinaire and split kick might seem to ordinary people to be extremely fast and powerful, but to Yi Xingchen, it is really too slow, just like a kid in kindergarten. Yi Xingchen took the initiative to step out of the way, and when Xiao Haixi stretched his right arm to dunk, Yi Xingchen snatched the basketball out of the air like a ghost. Nani? Xiao Haixi had just landed on the ground, and Yi Xingchen had already taken the lead in launching a quick attack. Shua, another 3-pointer. What are you doing? Ouch. Jinny Taimei was also anxious. She kicked the ground angrily and vented her dissatisfaction to Xiao Haixi. With Yi Xingchen's great power, the final game was miraculously reversed by Yida Company, and the final score was fixed at 92-90. Yeah, we won. At this moment, no one was more excited than Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran kept waving her fists to vent her frustration and excitement. The entire gymnasium showed a polarized situation. The Sakura Company side was crying for father and mother, while the Yida Company side was filled with joy. Of course, Shen Jingbing in the Yida Company camp seemed extremely unhappy. Seeing Yi Xingchen stealing the limelight, Shen Jingbing really wanted to chop Yi Xingchen with a knife. Xingchen! Win! Win! Lin Yun ran to Yi Xingchen excitedly. Perhaps because of her excitement, or perhaps because she wanted to fulfill her promise, Lin Yun jumped up and reached out to Yi Xingchen's neck, and gently pecked Yi Xingchen's face. Ah! Sister Yun! Yi Xingchen looked at Lin Yun blankly. Lin Yun blushed and quickly let go of Yi Xingchen, then lowered her head and chuckled. This is a reward for you. Hey hey, Yi Xingchen scratched his head and giggled. Idiot! In the headquarters building of Sakura Company, Kabatake angrily threw the tablet on the table to the ground. Boss, calm down. Jinatami and Shino Kuroko were trembling, fearing that Kazuo Ichiro would vent his anger on themselves. Waste. All waste. I can't compete with others in weightlifting, and I can't beat others in basketball. They are all a bunch of waste. Do you know that I started preparing for today's basketball game a few months ago? This is also the purpose of recruiting you. Ichiro Kabata pointed at Jinatami and Shino Kuroko's noses and cursed them. Although Jinitami and Shino Kuroko were extremely aggrieved, when they thought of the terrifying background of Kobu and Ichiro, they had no choice but to break their teeth and swallow it in their stomachs, without even daring to take a breath. Xiao Runjun, calm down your anger. Behind Kobu and Ichiro, a middle-aged man walked up with a smile. The man's name is Dai Shomaru, and he is a top agent of Japan. Dashang-kun, these useless subordinates really make you laugh. Zhaobao and Ichiro sighed helplessly. It doesn't matter. Daishangmaru smiled and waved his hand. It's just a basketball game, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is the bidding meeting in a few days. The top priority is to let the person from Yida steal a copy of the bidding plan. Come out. Only the bidding will win, and that is the real victory. Listening to what you just said, it seems that the plan was ruined by one person several times. Yes. Xiao Heiobu nodded in frustration. I found out, it's a Shan national named Yi Xingchen. This guy came out of nowhere and destroyed me again and again. Plan of. Haha. Daishomaru smiled confidently. He is just a boy from the Sha kingdom. Since he has hindered Mr. Zhaobani, then I will get rid of him on behalf of Mr. Zhaobani. Zhaobao and Ichiro was surprised and delighted. It would be best if we could get rid of him. However, Daisho-kun, this guy is extremely powerful and agile. He is definitely not a kind person. It doesn't matter. Daishomaru waved his hand confidently. It's the 21st century now. Who would still use brute force to kill people? Of course I have my secret weapon. After Daishangmaru finished speaking, he took out a small black square pillar from his pocket with a proud look on his face. There was a button and a small wire next to the small square pillar. If Yi Xingchen were present, he would definitely know that this thing is the electric shock device inside the lighter. The only difference is that the ordinary electric shock device generates current by pressing the top, but the electric shock device in Daishomaru's hand only needs to press the small button next to it. This is, Kabata and Nichiro looked at the lighter shock device in Daishomaru's hand in confusion. Hee. Zhaobian-kun, even though this thing is small, it can produce extremely strong electric current. Countless masters have been assassinated by me with it. I gave it a name, Big Strike. The meaning is for, a powerful electric shock. That's great. Kobuchiro clapped his hands excitedly. If Lord Dashang personally takes action with the big attack, this Sha countryman is dead. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Daishangmaru seemed to have seen the scene where Yi Xingchen was electrocuted by him, and laughed proudly. Ha 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 ha. Jinni Taimei and Shino Kuroko looked at each other and laughed awkwardly. It was already nighttime, and Yi Xingchen drove his car quickly to the gate of the underground boxing ring. Yi Xingchen planned to take Yi Hao home, and at the same time announced to Yi Hao the good news that he had received a bonus of 50,000 yuan today. Yi Xingchen saw Huang Mao immediately after getting off the car, and quickly waved to Huang Mao. Brother, big brother. Oh? Huang Mao glanced at Yi Xingchen, with a smile on his face. It turns out to be our One-Punch Man. What are you doing here tonight? You don't have a competition until tomorrow. Ha! Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. No. Brother, did you remember it wrong? We agreed last time. I will fight 2 black boxing games for you, and you will let my father go. Today I came here specially to pick up my dad. Really? Why don't I remember? Huang Mao grinned. Yi Xingchen, did you remember it wrong? We agreed before that we would fight 20 black boxing games, and then we would let you go. What? Yi Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Go back, go back. Huang Mao waved to Yi Xingchen. Tomorrow night, remember to come on time. Son of a bitch. How dare you play tricks on me? Yi Xingchen was furious and rushed forward and grabbed Huang Mao's collar. With all his strength, Yi Xingchen tore Huang Mao's collar to pieces. He. Huang Mao smiled instead of being angry. Yi boy, don't get excited. You have to know that your father is still in our hands. If you do anything to me, I will die. He will die, but what about your father? Brother Long might just kill your father when he gets angry, and you won't even be able to cry by then. After hearing Huang Mao's words, Yi Xingchen was so angry that his teeth itched, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Hao is in the hands of this group of people. No matter what, he can only be used by this group of people now. Yi Xingchen sighed heavily and reluctantly loosened Huang Mao's collar. Seeing Yi Xingchen's mood stabilized, Huang Mao became bolder. Huang Mao gently patted Yi Xingchen's left cheek with his right hand, with an expression that said he was convinced of you. Boy, do you think your gambling debt of several million can be repaid by just doing a few black boxing games? You are so naive. You're just a money tree to Brother Long now. How could Brother Long let such a good money tree go? If you are sensible, just listen to Brother Long and do whatever Brother Long tells you to do. Don't even think about playing tricks. Otherwise, you, a filial son, will not even be able to see your father for the last time. Hateful, Yi Xingchen gritted his teeth tightly, but couldn't do anything about the yellow hair in front of him. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I tricked you into entering the casino. I just told you that I don't need to repay my father's debt, and you believed it. Naive. Is there such a cheap thing in the world? If you know the truth, just honestly become the #1 fighter in Brother Long's boxing ring. Our circle is not one where you can come in when you want and leave when you want. Huang Mao handed a thin business card to Yi Xingchen, and then smiled again. There's my mobile phone number on it. If you figure it out, call me. If I haven't received your call before 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon promising you a boxing match tomorrow night, haha. What will happen to you? Me. You should know better, right? Let's go. After Huang Mao finished speaking, he took the younger brothers behind him and walked into the boxing ring. There was a boy with long hair who was so stubborn that he imitated Huang Mao and patted Yi Xingchen's face with his hand, with a provocative look on his face. Boy, take care of yourself. Creak, Yi Xingchen clenched his fists tightly, making bursts of popping sounds. Looking at the backs of the group of people, Yi Xingchen had a trace of violence on his face. How dare you use me to deceive me? I will definitely make you pay the price. Well, late at night, Yi Xingchen, who was sitting alone on the roadside, couldn't help but sigh helplessly. For a moment, Yi Xingchen felt that his life was really difficult. I thought that as the world's physical fitness declined, I would be able to show off my talents, but I never expected to be plotted against by others everywhere. I finally got a job with an ideal monthly salary, but found that my monthly food expenses were almost the same as my salary. Regarding the next situation, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel confused. Where should I go next? Should I obey Brother Long? Do you want to continue working at Yida Company? What if you don't obey Brother Long? How can I make a living if I don't work at Yida Company? How to solve Yi Hao's sky-high medical expenses? All of this is a nightmare that haunts my heart. Just when Yi Xingchen was worried, a man with a sly look on the street glanced at Yi Xingchen and cautiously touched Yi Xingchen. This person is none other than Dai Shumaru, the top agent of the Eastern Kingdom. Dai Shangmaru almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he saw Yi Xingchen sitting on the roadside in a daze. This kid didn't take any precautions at all. He was indeed a rookie. All he had to do was touch it and hit his back with a big blow, and he would definitely die on the spot. Thinking of this, Dai Shangmaru couldn't help but become more excited. Since it was normal for people to come and go on the street, even though Yi Xingchen heard the sound of Dai Shangmaru walking behind him, he didn't pay much attention and treated it as a passerby. As a result, Da Shangwan arrived behind Yi Xingchen easily. Dai Shangmaru looked around and after making sure there was no one there, he quietly took out the lighter and electric shock device and quietly got behind Yi Xingchen. Dai Shangmaru was so happy in his heart that he almost couldn't help shouting. Yo West! People from Sha! Go to hell! Dai Shangmaru pressed the button without hesitation, and a small beam of lightning accurately hit Yi Xingchen's back. What the hell? Yi Xingchen was shocked and his whole body jumped up from the ground like a spring. When Yi Xingchen turned around, he saw Dai Shangmaru holding a lighter and shock device. What are you doing? Are you sick? Dai Xiangmaru looked at Yi Xingchen as if he had seen a ghost. Nani? Shouldn't you be falling down? Why did you jump up? What's falling down and what's jumping up? Why are you using a lighter and electric shock to shock me? Is there something wrong? Yi Xingchen didn't know the identity of Dai Xiangmaru, and he never thought about the lethality of this lighter electric shock device to ordinary people. He thought that Dai Xiangmaru was playing a malicious joke on him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could you not die? Did you just make a mistake? Dai Xiangmaru couldn't believe what was happening in front of him, and by some strange mistake, he hit Yi Xingchen with the big strike in his hand again. Hey, is there something wrong with you? Yi Xingchen couldn't bear this kind of malicious joke, so he snatched Dai Xiangmaru's big blow and threw it heavily to the lawn in the distance. My big blow. Dai Xiangmaru's eyes were about to split. Baga. Huh? Asians? Yi Xingchen frowned, vaguely realizing something. Damn Natsu. I am Toyo Kingdom's agent Daishomaru, you will die tonight. Dashang Wan? Yi Xingchen couldn't help feeling nauseous. Your name. Smells a bit strong. Baga. Daishomaru was furious. Seeing that the big blow failed to electrocute Yi Xingchen, he waved his fist and rushed towards Yi Xingchen in desperation, completely ignoring Kobu Anichiro's instructions. Yi Xingchen took a step back and easily held Dai Xiangmaru's right fist with one hand. Agent of Toyo Kingdom? Why do you want to kill me? Dai Xiangmaru did not answer Yi Xingchen, but instead waved his left fist directly towards Yi Xingchen's face. Yi Xingchen had already received a lot of anger from Huang Mao, so naturally he wasn't used to Dashang Wan either. Yi Xingchen grabbed Dai Xiangmaru's left fist with his left hand, and then used his strength to throw Dai Xiangmaru 2 meters away. Click. There was a blood-curdling sound of bone cracking, and Daishomaru himself didn't even know where the bones were broken in this fall. The only thing Daishomaru was sure of was that many bones were broken, and because of the severe pain all over his body, he could no longer stand up. Dai Xiangmaru couldn't help but look at Yi Xingchen in horror. How is it possible? How can one person be so powerful? Even the masters of the Miyamoto family may not have such terrifying power. Yi Xingchen took a few steps closer to Dashang Wan. Speak. Why do you want to kill me? HMPH. Dai Xiangmaru looked at Yi Xingchen with disdain. I am a samurai from the Oriental Kingdom. I have a will of steel, don't even think of asking anything from me. Click. Yi Xingchen broke a branch on the roadside with one kick. Are you sure you don't want to tell me? If you don't tell me, I will crush every rib on your body like this branch. Of course, I will break your hands and feet first and stuff something into your mouth. Then you won't be able to kill yourself. Dai Xiangmaru was dumbfounded for a moment. How dare you be so vicious? Compared with what you little devils did in our Sha country before, I think I am too kind. Daishomaru couldn't help but shrink his neck and threw all the samurai spirit out of the sky. I say, but you can't kill me after I say it. Then it depends on whether what you said is true. First of all, let me ask you, why do you want to assassinate me? His eyes touched the murderous intent on Yi Xingchen's face. Daishomaru couldn't help but shuddered and quickly told the truth. I'm telling you, because you have done bad things to Zaobabuchiro several times. Zaobabuchiro has the army of our Oriental Kingdom. Fang background, as an agent of the Eastern Kingdom, I am naturally obliged to help him solve his troubles. So, you are very familiar with Kobuchiro. It's okay. Daishomaru already hated Kabata Anichiro to death. It's all this bastard's fault. It's not his fault to offend anyone but Yi Xingchen, a pervert who can't even be electrocuted by a big blow. It took him 8 lifetimes to help him assassinate Yi Xingchen. Then let me ask you, have you planted a spy in our Yida company? Faced with Yi Xingchen's question, Dai Xiangmaru couldn't help but remain silent. You've already said so many things, you don't care about saying one more thing, right? Yi Xingchen glared at Dai Xiangwan fiercely. Okay. Dai Xiangmaru was willing to risk his life in order to survive. That person's name is Shen Jingbing, and he is the section chief of your company's security department. It was he who helped Zaobu Anichiro steal your company's bidding plan a few times. So it's him. Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully, and then left without looking back. Did you bring your mobile phone with you? Call someone to rescue you. The distraught Yi Xingchen quickly returned to his door. At this time, Yi Xingchen discovered that the light in the living room was actually on. You can guess it without even thinking, it must be Shi Wenbin. Boss. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xingchen walked into the living room, Shi Wenbin excitedly waved his right hand at Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen sighed and sat on the sofa. What's wrong? Boss, are you worried? Shi Wenbin keenly noticed something wrong with Yi Xingchen's mood. Oh, it's hard to explain in words. Yi Xingchen sighed heavily again, There are mainly two things that bother me. The first thing is because of money. My dad needs hundreds of thousands of medical expenses, although my current salary it's passable, but it's hard for me to explain to you the fact that my food intake in one meal is almost 100 times that of yours. A salary of tens of thousands a month is barely enough to meet my needs. I have to find a way to make money. Ah? Shi Wenbin looked at Yi Xingchen in surprise. It was hard to imagine that a person could eat 100 times as much as an ordinary person. But thinking about Yi Xingchen's abnormal skills, Shi Wenbin felt that maybe he couldn't understand it. Strange people always have many strange aspects. The second one is those bastards from the Qinglong gang. They actually tricked my dad into gambling, and then used my dad's huge gambling debt to force me to fight for them. Shi Wenbin couldn't help but frown after hearing this, and he probably guessed what happened. Boss, this is not a long-term solution. The Qinglong gang must have taken a fancy to your terrifying strength and speed, boss, and wants to make you a cash cow in the underground boxing ring. Yeah. I guess they will endlessly want to squeeze out all your value. There may be any kind of monsters in this underground boxing ring. If you hang out in the underground boxing ring all year round, it is inevitable that one day you will overturn. In the past, I was too naive and easily believed what they said to only fight a few games. Now I know that I have been tricked and there is nothing I can do about it. My father is still in their hands. What can I do? I am also very desperate. If we don't follow what they say, it's hard to imagine what they will do to my dad. If I chop off one of my dad's fingers, I will never forgive myself in this life. Shi Wenbin touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Soon, Shi Wenbin's eyes lit up. Boss, are you interested in doing something big? Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. The big one? What do you mean? We won't stop doing anything. We will kill the boss of the Qinglong gang, and we will also kill those who disobey. We ourselves will be the boss of the Qinglong gang. Hiss. This. Yi Xingchen looked very hesitant. Boss. Think about your terrifying skills. Who in the Qinglong gang can be your opponent? Why not call the people in the Qinglong gang later and say that you can continue to fight for them, but the prerequisite I want to meet the boss, your father, and confirm that he is safe. And I also ask the boss, Brother Long, to be present and promise you personally that I will not harm your father. The Qinglong gang will never think too much about it. When the time comes, you will find the right opportunity, suddenly take action, use the power of thunder to get rid of those bastards, and take over the Qinglong gang as a matter of course. As long as you, boss, take over the Qinglong gang, the money problem can be solved, and your father's safety problem can also be solved. Well, Yi Xingchen nodded thoughtfully. Logically speaking, dealing with them is not a big problem, but killing, is it really good? Boss, those Qinglong gang people are not good people. Moreover, who in their line of work doesn't have their head on their belt all day long? Everyone is ready for that day. Besides, those underground gangs, there are constant disputes between them every day, so it is normal for a few people to die, but we are not trying to eradicate them. We are just killing them to serve as a warning to others. Shi Wenbin is a person who is born to do great things. He has the character traits of all people who do great things, including cruelty and wit. After Yi Xingchen struggled again for a while, he finally made up his mind. Then F*K him. After saying that, Yi Xingchen took out his mobile phone and Huang Mao's business card and called Huang Mao. Hello? Brother, I'm Yi Xingchen. I can fight for you in the black boxing match tomorrow night, but I have two requirements. First, I want to see my dad tonight to make sure he is safe. Second, I want to see you Brother Long tonight. I want Brother Long to personally promise me that he will never hurt my father. If either of the two conditions is missing, there is no need to talk. Okay. Okay. Then you go first, go ask your Brother Long. I'm waiting for your news. Just a few minutes later, Yi Xingchen received a call back from Huang Mao. After answering the phone, Yi Xingchen nodded to Shi Wenbin. The Qinglong gang had taken the bait. Buzz, with the roar of a car's engine, Shi Wenbin drove Yi Xingchen to the gate of the underground boxing ring. At this time, Huang Mao was already waiting for Yi Xingchen at the gate. Here? Come on. Come with me to see Brother Long and your father. Huang Mao smiled and greeted Yi Xingchen, then looked at Shi Wenbin behind Yi Xingchen. Who is this brother? Yi Xingchen glanced at Shi Wenbin. This is the doctor I found. Check on my dad's condition. You should also know, right? My dad is sick. Huang Mao was quite familiar with Yi Hao's situation. So Huang Mao didn't think much and nodded. Okay, I have to say, you are really a filial son. I have been blessed for countless lifetimes to have a son like you. Yi Xingchen smiled slightly and was non-committal. When Yi Xingchen walked into the basement level of the underground boxing ring, he immediately saw Yi Hao, who was locked up in a glass room. Dad. Yi Xingchen walked towards Yi Hao with an anxious look on his face. Ha ha ha. Huang Mao couldn't help but smile proudly. Boy, this is glass made of special material. I know you are strong, but don't even think about going in, you won't be able to get in. Yi Xingchen calmed down instantly and nodded towards Shi Wenbin behind him. Shi Wenbin immediately understood and pretended to step forward to observe Yi Hao's face. What are you doing here? I told you that I won't care about you anymore. Don't you understand me? When Yi Hao saw Yi Xingchen appear here, he immediately realized something and punched the glass wall with furious punches. Dad! Don't worry. I have a way to cure your illness. I will rescue you soon. My son promises that I will never let you suffer anymore. Yi Xingchen saw that Yi Hao had lost a lot of weight, and the expression on his face became more determined. After hearing what Yi Xingchen said, Yi Hao couldn't help but look at Yi Xingchen blankly. There is no better son than a father. Yi Hao had already vaguely realized that Yi Xingchen might be doing something big tonight. Huang Mao saw the deep love between father and son in front of him and didn't think much about it. He just smiled and waved to Yi Xingchen. Boy, how are you? I didn't lie to you, did you? Your father is here to serve you delicious food and drinks. The only flaw is that he just doesn't have that much freedom. Doctor, judging from his appearance, I'm pretty healthy, right? Shi Wenbin glanced at him pretendingly, and then nodded to Yi Xingchen. Shi Wenbin nodded, not only expressing to Yi Xingchen that Yi Hao did not seem to be unwell, but also expressing that he could take action decisively after a while. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and walked towards Huang Mao alone. Of course Shi Wenbin knew how powerful he was. Following Yi Xingchen to fight with Brother Long and his group would only be a burden. Moreover, Shi Wenbin also had a very important task, which was to stay here to protect Yi Hao. So Shi Wenbin did not choose to go in with Yi Xingchen. After Huang Mao and Yi Xingchen walked into the inner room, a younger brother glanced at Shi Wenbin. Hey, doctor, why are you still here? Shi Wenbin already had an excuse, but he just pretended to be annoyed and stamped his feet. That person hasn't given me the money yet. Otherwise, I'd better stay here and wait for him to come back. I'm worried that I'll ask him for money after I leave. He won't admit it. Ask him for it here, at least you can still be a witness, and you won't be afraid of him defaulting. Alas, it's not easy to make money these days. Alright, the younger brother didn't think much, just nodded, and agreed that Shi Wenbin would wait for Yi Xingchen here. After Yi Xingchen followed Huang Mao into the innermost room, he saw Brother Long at a glance. At this time, Brother Long was holding a scantily clad young woman in his arms with his left hand, and holding a thin and short cigarette in his right hand. There were also several men in suits standing in the room, who were obviously Brother Long's right-hand men. Brother Long, Yi Xingchen is here. Huang Mao nodded to Brother Long very piously. Call. Brother Long took a deep drag on the cigarette, and then slowly blew out a few smoke rings. His face was full of contentment, and he looked at Yi Xingchen with a somewhat contemptuous look. Boy, I know your purpose. I can tell you clearly that as long as you continue to box in my underground boxing ring, I can guarantee the safety of your father. I can even pay you a certain amount of remuneration. How about giving you 500 yuan for each game? Are you satisfied now? Yi Xingchen frowned slightly, and instantly heard the implication of Brother Long's words. If he fights black boxing for Brother Long, then Yi Hao will be safe. If he doesn't fight black boxing for Brother Long, it's hard to say whether Yi Hao lives or dies. After all, these people in the underground world are capable of murder and arson. As for the remuneration of 500 yuan per game, Yi Xingchen almost wanted to curse after hearing this. $500? How about sending beggars away? Capitalists shed tears of sadness when they see Brother Long squeezing themselves like this. Although Yi Xingchen had already made plans to get rid of Brother Long during this trip, after all, once he actually takes action, it is far from being able to solve the problem by killing Brother Long alone. The entire Qinglong gang will cause a bloody storm. Yi Xingchen was not sure whether he could really be so ruthless and kill countless loyalists of Brother Long from the Qinglong gang in one fell swoop. Yi Xingchen still has some hope for Brother Long, hoping that this matter can eventually be negotiated peacefully and achieve a result that satisfies both parties. Brother Long, in fact, I am really just an ordinary person. I just want to live an ordinary life. Whether you say that I have no ambitions or that I don't seek to make progress, I really don't want to fall into your underground world. I hope you can be so noble and let me and my dad go. You say it doesn't matter if I discuss it with you or I beg you. I just hope you can let us father and son go. Ha 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 ha. Brother Long seemed to have heard a huge joke, and he almost couldn't stand upright from laughter. Brother Long pinched an indescribable part of the upper body of the woman in his arms, and the look of contempt on his face became more intense. Boy, are you teaching me how to do things? Hearing what Brother Long said, several of Brother Long's men in the room began to attack Yi Xingchen. Boy, Brother Long asked you to do black boxing for our Qinglong gang because he thinks highly of you. You don't know how to flatter me. How many people kneel down to beg Brother Long, but Brother Long doesn't even look down on them. That's right. You kid, don't drink the toast or drink it as a penalty. You must know that your father is still in our hands. If you make Brother Long unhappy, believe it or not, I will chop off one of your father's fingers and send it to your home. Yi Xingchen clenched his fists tightly, still harboring some illusions about peaceful negotiations. Brother Long, you have a lot of people, please let us, father and son, go. You have great magical powers, a wide network of people, and countless heroes under your command. Why bother to embarrass me, an ordinary person? If this spreads out, wouldn't it mean that the underground are the other big guys in the world laughing at you? Brother Long couldn't help but sneered when he saw Yi Xingchen clenching his fists tightly. Who would give up a money tree? Do you want to fight for me? You can also compensate me for the loss. Seeing that you are also an honest person, I will give you a discount on the loss and round it up. How about 5 million a month? 5 million? Why don't you go and grab it? Yi Xingchen finally couldn't bear it anymore and was on the verge of rage. Hey, that's right, it's just robbing. But, it's much easier than robbing. Ha ha ha. Brother Long threw the cigarette butt in his hand at Yi Xingchen's feet. Look at your attitude. What are you doing? You still want to take action? I admit that you are indeed very skilled, but do you plan to single-handedly challenge our entire Qinglong gang with your bare hands? Are you able to bear the consequences of angering me? Yeah, I found out that you, kid, really gave you face. Brother Long talked to you in such a nice voice, and you even slapped your face, right? If I didn't see that you were of some use, I would have asked someone to interrupt you right now. Your dog legs. Brother Long, this stinky guy from a poor place just doesn't know how to be polite. Don't be the same as him. It's not worth getting angry. Huang Mao grinned at Brother Long, then glared at Yi Xingchen fiercely. Animals don't want to work. What should I do? Wouldn't it be better if I gave him a beating? Boy, don't blame me tonight. Just treat it as a small lesson for not knowing etiquette. Huang Mao completely forgot about Yi Xingchen's terrifying skills. He seemed to be convinced that Yi Xingchen did not dare to fight back. In order to please Brother Long, he actually walked towards Yi Xingchen with big strides. From a long distance away, Huang Mao raised his right palm, intending to slap Yi Xingchen hard on the face, just like he slapped Yi Xingchen in the face to provoke him not long ago. It's just that this time, Yi Xingchen's last illusion about Brother Long has been shattered, and naturally he will no longer tolerate these people from the Qinglong gang. Huang Mao walked up to Yi Xingchen and slapped Yi Xingchen on the left side of his face. Huang Mao's speed was extremely slow for Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen raised his left hand and easily held Huang Mao's right wrist in the air. Oh shit? You still dare to fight back? Little bastard, are you impatient? Huang Mao was shocked and angry, and tried to pull his right hand out of Yi Xingchen's hand several times. But Huang Mao obviously overestimated his own strength and underestimated Yi Xingchen's. All Huang Mao's efforts were in vain. Brother Long's other subordinates didn't panic at all, and even looked at Yi Xingchen with a playful expression. Boy, if you dare to fight back, try it. I'll break both of your dog legs. Boy, I advise you to put your hands away obediently. Before Brother Long is still angry, kneel down and beg Brother Long to forgive you. Even the woman in Brother Long's arms looked at Yi Xingchen with a playful smile. Brother Long, why do all the losers dare to disobey you now? If word of this gets out, Brother Long, you will lose face and identity in the underground world. Hearing the woman's words, Brother Long frowned, with a trace of sullenness on his face. Boy, I advise you to consider the consequences before doing something. I can understand that young people are angry, but you have to think about yourself before you become angry. Do you have the courage to be brave? Do you think you can fight against our Qinglong gang alone? I count to 3, let go quickly, and then kneel down and beg me to forgive you. Otherwise both of you, father and son, will have to pay the price for your impulsiveness tonight. Hee hee, Yi Xingchen smiled coldly, and intense murderous aura erupted from his eyes. 3. Brother Long had just started counting, but Yi Xingchen had already started to take action. Click. Following a terrifying sound of bone cracking, Yi Xingchen suddenly exerted force with his left hand and easily broke Huang Mao's right wrist with one hand. Ah! 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 Under the severe pain, Huang Mao let out a scream like a slaughtering pig. At the same time, his legs softened and he almost knelt down. Yi Xingchen kicked Huang Mao's chest mercilessly. Huang Mao flew directly to the coffee table in front of Brother Long like a kite with broken strings, his life or death unknown. Good boy. Are you planning to fall out? You're looking for death. Come on, I'll deal with this bastard who knows nothing about heaven and earth. Brothers outside, come in quickly. Cut this bastard to death. Kill him. Revenge Huang Mao. Everyone come together. Shut him up. Following the shouts of killing, several big men in the room raised their fists and rushed towards Yi Xingchen. HMPH. You are seeking death on your own, you can't blame me. Yi Xingchen would no longer be merciful. He raised his right foot and kicked a big man in the face. The big man immediately fell to the ground bleeding from his orifices. Yi Xingchen was unyielding when he gained the upper hand, and then took the initiative to face the 4 big men and rushed forward. Although these 4 big men are also good players who have been in the underground world for many years and are more than capable of bullying ordinary people, they are not enough to face a strong man of Yi Xingchen's level. Just a face-to-face, just one round, 4 big men were punched to the ground by Yi Xingchen, their lives and deaths unknown. You bastard, if you dare to attack Brother Long, kill him. More than a dozen boys outside the room shouted and rushed into the room. Yi Xingchen glared at Brother Long, turned around and kicked the 3 big men to the ground. Had the remaining big men ever seen such exaggerated strength to crush them? Just one kick killed 3 people on the spot. Just as the big men hesitated, Brother Long, who was already frightened, pointed at Yi Xingchen tremblingly. Give it to me. Whoever can chop this bastard to death, I will give him 5 million. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. The remaining big men rushed towards Yi Xingchen again, stimulated by money. HMPH. Want money rather than life? 5 million, you have to spend this life. Yi Xingchen kicked a few more times in succession, and these jealous men all fell to the ground without any surprise. After dealing with Brother Long's younger brother, Yi Xingchen glared at Brother Long and approached him step by step. At this time, Brother Long's soul was almost scared away, and he quickly knelt on the ground and begged Yi Xingchen to spare his life. Brother. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It's me who can't see Taishan and has offended you. Really, you may not believe it. People of Xia country do not lie to people of Xia country. In fact, I really didn't think about it at the beginning. Those bastards are the ones who oppressed you. The wrongdoers have their own debtors. They are dead. It would be better if they were dead. After Brother Long finished speaking, he gingerly took out a bank card from his arms and held it high above his head. Brother. This is my little savings, there are 10 million in it. I can still get money. As long as you let me go, I will give it all to you. Just treat it as. Make up for it. Make up for it. It's too late. Yi Xingchen roared hysterically, it's too late. You didn't have to pay a penny before. As long as you stop pestering us, father and son, nothing will happen. Why? Why do you have to force me to kill me? Do you think I want to kill someone? Now that the relationship has been established, I let you go tonight, will you let me go? None of us are children, so don't think of me as childish. Yi Xingchen's words ruthlessly extinguished the last trace of luck in Brother Long's heart, just as Brother Long had shattered the last trace of fantasy in Yi Xingchen's heart before. Seeing that he couldn't help but surrender, Brother Long couldn't help but feel cold in his eyes. He took out a small wooden dagger from his pocket and rushed towards Yi Xingchen with a howl. Little bastard. You are looking for death. I will fight with you. Do you have the capital to compete with me, Yi Xingchen? Yi Xingchen easily took the wooden dagger away from Brother Long's hand, and then cut the wooden dagger into 2 pieces with his bare hands under Brother Long's horrified eyes. Only then did Brother Long wake up. I offended the person I shouldn't offend tonight. In the face of the huge gap in strength, all resistance is so powerless. Brother Long had already had a hint of awareness of his next outcome, and couldn't help but stand there blankly, giving up resistance. Let's talk about the outside. After hearing the shouts of killing and asking for help in the distance, a young man quickly rushed towards the room where Brother Long was with a dozen big men. Passing by the glass room where Yi Hao was imprisoned, the young man immediately ordered his 2 men. You 2, capture this guy and take him to Brother Long's room. Remember, take this guy with you. Everyone else, follow me. Yes. After the young man took the people away, the 2 boys quickly took out the wooden daggers from their pockets, and then walked towards the door of the glass house with a fierce look on their faces. Hey, doctor, we have some personal matters to deal with here. Please leave quickly. We don't care whether you receive the money or not. Leave now. If you don't leave, we won't be polite. Okay. Shi Wenbin nodded and hurriedly walked behind the 2 younger brothers. The 2 younger brothers were about to open the door when they suddenly remembered something. Hey, doctor, the door isn't over there. A smile appeared on Shi Wenbin's lips. He took out a wooden dagger from his arms and stabbed one of the younger brothers in the back. Before the other younger brother had time to react, He was also stabbed to the ground by Shi Wenbin. At this point, Yi Hao's safety was guaranteed. Boss, boss. Soon, the young man rushed into Brother Long's room with his men. Dang Hao. Help me. When Brother Long saw the reinforcements coming, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He didn't recall that so many people in the room were easily eliminated by Yi Xingchen before. Dang Hao was obviously not a brainless person. He saw people and blood all over the room at a glance. Dang Hao looked at the people lying on the ground. Most of them he knew. This also proved that Yi Xingchen did all this alone. Dang Hao looked up at Yi Xingchen with a surprised look on his face. You did all this? Yi Xingchen was like an emotionless killing machine, staring at Dang Hao coldly. So what? If you have the guts, you can come together. Brother Long couldn't help but cry out. Dang Hao. Why are you still standing there? Come on. K this little bastard to death. Dang Hao took a deep look at Yi Xingchen and reached out to stop the younger brother behind him who was about to rush forward. Dang Hao was not stupid. The 10 or 20 people in the room had just moved in a short time. Yi Xingchen killed them all by himself. What was the difference between rushing forward with a dozen people behind him and giving away their heads? Although people in the underground world value loyalty, loyalty does not mean risking death. And Dang Hao obviously has his own ideas. If Brother Long was killed by Yi Xingchen, and more than half of the top brass of the Qinglong gang were killed by Yi Xingchen in the room, wouldn't it be possible for him to succeed Brother Long as the boss of the Qinglong gang? Yi Hao is still in his hands. As long as he lets Yi Hao go as a condition, Yi Xingchen may not necessarily kill him. Thinking of this, Dang Hao looked at Yi Xingchen thoughtfully. Boy, do you want to kill Brother Long? What will happen if you kill Brother Long? Have you thought clearly? HMPH. Yi Xingchen slowly turned around and grabbed Brother Long's neck with his right hand under Dang Hao's gaze. Dang Hao. Save me. Save me. Brother Long's face turned the color of pig liver because of suffocation. He kept slapping Yi Xingchen's right hand with both hands and looked at Dang Hao with a pleading look. Dang Hao understood what Yi Xingchen meant. He wanted to kill Brother Long, and there was no room for negotiation. When Dang Hao faced Brother Long's request for help, he just smiled softly. Ah. Why can't I see anything suddenly? Who turned off the light? Master Hao, the lights in the room are clearly on. A younger brother behind Dang Hao looked at Dang Hao with confusion. Dang Hao's eyes turned cold and he glared at the younger brother behind him. Are you sure the light is on? This. The younger brother finally understood what Dang Hao meant, and quickly stretched out his hands to fumble in the air. Really? Why was the light turned off? Why can't I see anything? Boss, where are you? When Brother Long saw this scene, if it weren't for the fact that Yi Xingchen was pinching his neck, he would have really wanted to rush forward and chop all these people to death. Seeing Dang Hao's reaction, Yi Xingchen also understood what Dang Hao meant, and suddenly exerted force with his right hand. Click, with a crisp sound, Brother Long's neck was twisted without any accident. Brother Long tilted his head very simply and stopped breathing. When Dang Hao saw this scene, he couldn't help but respect and fear the fierce Yi Xingchen. At the same time, he was extremely grateful that he had just made an important decision and saved himself and his younger brothers. The woman in the room couldn't help but scream when she saw this scene, and then she covered her mouth and shivered on the sofa, afraid to speak. Dang Hao glanced at Yi Xingchen and went straight to the point. Brother, your skills are really amazing. You have the right to blame, and you have already killed Brother Long. How about this, you take your father and leave, and we will how about pretending that nothing happened and that we don't offend the river from now on? No. Yi Xingchen shook his head and refused without mercy. Dang Hao couldn't help but his face darkened. You still want to kill everyone? Brother Long and I are different. I am a man of his word. I can guarantee that you and your father can leave now, and we will never stop you. Yours. Keep a line in your life so that we can meet again in the future. Why rush to kill them all? Besides, you have killed so many people, and you need someone to help you deal with your funeral. Otherwise the police will target you and you will be finished. Yi Xingchen slowly sat on the sofa. The frightened woman quickly knelt down and handed Yi Xingchen a cigarette, and then lit it. Yi Xingchen took a puff of cigarette, and then got straight to the point with Dang Hao. Seeing that you are also a smart person, not as brainless as those people, I will tell you the truth. Now, I am not only for revenge, but also to control the Qinglong gang. I want the entire Qinglong gang to listen to me in the future. What? Dang Hao was shocked. He had no idea that Yi Xingchen had such great ambitions. Don't try to threaten me with my father. The person I brought here is not a doctor, but one of my people. You said that my father is in your hands, but you are overthinking it. It turns out you had a plan. Deng Hao suddenly realized. How about it? Do you choose to surrender to me, or fight to the death with me? Deng Hao hesitated for a moment and then quickly knelt down towards Yi Xingchen. When the younger brothers behind Deng Hao saw this scene, they also followed Deng Hao and knelt down. Deng Hao looked up at Yi Xingchen with a serious look on his face and gave his choice. Your skills are so terrifying that no one in the entire underground world of Yunhe City is your opponent. It is foreseeable that the entire underground world of Yunhe City will be controlled by you. Those who know the current affairs are heroes, and following a boss like you is comparable to I have a much better future if I work alone. I hope you can promise one thing, that is, you will not exclude me. Of course. Yi Xingchen nodded. The friend I brought here is named Shi Wenbin. From now on, he will be the new boss of the Qinglong gang, and you will be the second boss. If there is anything, you two can just discuss it and decide. If you can't reach it, come to me again when you have reached an agreement, or if you have any difficult problems that you cannot solve, you can come to me. I will help you solve it. Okay. Deng Hao nodded with great satisfaction and stood up with the boys behind him. Boss. I. The woman stood up tremblingly. Let's go. Yi Xingchen waved to the woman, not wanting to be like a little girl. Thank you, boss. The woman breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked out of the room tremblingly. Deng Hao nodded towards a younger brother behind him. The younger brother understood immediately, took out a wooden dagger, and followed the woman out. Deng Hao smiled and explained to Yi Xingchen, Boss, I've seen too much of this woman, I can't keep her. Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. This Deng Hao was still a ruthless person. Come to think of it, how can you survive in the cruel underground world if you are not ruthless? Yi Xingchen still shook his head. Forget it, a little girl can't make any waves. Okay. Deng Hao shook his head helplessly and motioned to the younger brother behind him to call to inform the previous younger brother to come back. Boss, what should I call you? My name is Yi Xingchen. Okay. Brother Yi. Deng Hao said very politely. I remember Huang Mao said that your father needs hundreds of thousands of medical expenses. In this way. In about a day or two, after Shi Wenbin and I stabilize the Qinglong gang, we will send the old man to the hospital. Yi Xingchen nodded with great satisfaction. Thank you very much. It hurts. It hurts me to death. At the headquarters of Sakura Company, Daishomaru was lying on the bed receiving treatment from a doctor. Daishomaru kept wailing under the severe pain. Damn it. Kazuichiro Shao in the room couldn't help but frowned. I thought Daishiang-kun could deal with that kid. I didn't expect that even Daishiang-kun and his big blows were no match for that kid. Shaohan-kun. Daishangmaru gritted his teeth viciously. That boy is not an ordinary person at all. I suspect he is a warrior. If you had told me earlier that he was a warrior, I would not have died in vain. This. Zhaobu and Ichiro couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Daishiang-kun. It's not that I deliberately concealed it, but I don't know. I just thought that boy was stronger and faster. Think of him as a warrior. Since I left Japan for so many years, I have never suffered such a loss. I must avenge this. Hiss. Be gentle, it hurts. Zhaobao and Ichiro couldn't help but fell silent for a while. Even Dai Shangmaru, who is the strongest and has the best record, is not Yi Xingchen's opponent. Who else can be Yi Xingchen's opponent? Kobuchiro couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. Is it true that no one can deal with this guy? Don't be discouraged. Shao Runjun. I have a way to deal with. Him. Dai Shangmaru originally looked depressed and was helpless against Yi Xingchen, but suddenly he remembered something, and a glimmer of hope instantly ignited on his face. After hearing Daishomaru's words, Kazuto Ichiro's eyes couldn't help but shine. Yoshi. Daisho-kun. Tell me, what can you do to deal with this guy? 2 days later, our Miyamoto family, a family of warriors in the Eastern Kingdom. We'll send Miss Tomomi Miyamoto to Unkaku City. The military told me that if there is anything I can't solve, I can ask her for help. Miss Tomomi Miyamoto is a warrior, and I will ask her to take action when the time comes, as long as Miss Tomomi Miyamoto takes action, that kid will be dead. He'll be beaten to death. Kazuto Ichiro laughed excitedly. If someone from the Miyamoto family takes action, that kid will naturally die without a burial place. HMPH. A look of violence appeared on Oihomaru's face. That boy not only beat me like this, but also threw away my big blow, so that I couldn't find my big blow. Attack, I will definitely avenge this. When the time comes, I will definitely remove some of that kid's ribs to make soup. Hee. Zhaobao and Ichiro also smiled deeply. I want to cut off that kid's dick and make it into wine. Daishomaru was slightly startled. He never expected that Kabatake and Ichiro would have such strong taste. Zhaobao Inichiro smiled deeply and explained, Dai Xiang-kun, you don't know something. This tonic can strengthen yang. After coming to Sha Kingdom for so many years, my body and bones are almost worn out, so I need to replenish it. Ha 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 ha. After hearing what Inichiro Kabata said, Daishumaru temporarily forgot about the physical pain and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. It seemed as if Zhaobao Inichiro saw the scene in his imagination, and he couldn't help laughing wildly. Suddenly, a chilling laughter floated through Sakura Company's headquarters. Buzz, after Yi Xingchen parked the car, Yi Hao got out of the car. Dad. Yi Xingchen quickly got out of the car, really? Don't you want to move in with me? Hee hee, after experiencing these series of events, Yi Hao has obviously opened up a lot. Yi Hao just smiled and gently touched Yi Xingchen's head. Son, Dad will never gamble again. I wanted to make you hate me, but I didn't expect to put you in danger. Dad. You apologize. Dad. Yi Xingchen looked at Yi Hao blankly. Let it go as it comes with Dad's illness. The Qinglong gang must have made a lot of demands on you when you agreed to treat Dad, right? No. The Qinglong gang said that in order to make up for it, they promised to pay your medical expenses. Yi Xingchen was worried that Yi Hao would object to his joining the Qinglong gang, so he did not tell the truth to Yi Hao. Yi Xingchen just explained to Yi Hao that his few black boxing matches had brought huge profits to the Qinglong gang, and he decided to become the nominal protector of the Qinglong gang. He would only cause trouble when encountering difficult opponents in the underground boxing ring of the Qinglong gang. Will come forward, and after one shot, both sides will be cleared. At the same time, in order to compensate themselves, the Qinglong gang promised to pay Yi Hao's medical expenses until Yi Hao recovered. This can be regarded as a white lie by Yi Xingchen. Yi Hao just smiled and shook his head. Okay, now that you have reached a consensus, there is no point in regretting it. You are also an adult, and it's time to bear the consequences of every decision. Then you really don't want to move in with me? I can take care of you. No. Yi Hao smiled again and shook his head. When you make money to buy a house on your own in the future, Dad will move in with you. After all, you live in the house assigned to you by your company. If Dad moves here and your boss has objections, wouldn't it affect your career? Yi Xingchen was slightly startled, but he didn't think Qin Yanren would dislike Yi Hao for moving in. Moreover, Qin Yanren made it very clear from the beginning that as long as she is in office, she can bring in as many people as she wants. Just considering whether he would continue to stay at Yida Company in the future, Yi Xingchen stopped trying to persuade Yi Hao. What if I decide to leave Yida and go on my own in a few days? After all, his monthly salary of tens of thousands of yuan can barely sustain food and clothing. Once he leaves Yida Company, wouldn't it mean that Yi Hao has just moved in and has to move out? Isn't that the father who torments himself? Okay, go back. Work hard. Yida Company is one of the best construction companies and real estate companies in our Sha country. As long as your boss appreciates you, your future will be bright. Concentrate on your career. Dad can still move and take care of himself. You can also make money to support yourself. You don't have to give money to Dad every month. Keep it as funds for marrying a wife and starting your own business in the future. Yi Xingchen's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say what he wanted to say. Okay, Dad is back, you should go back too. Be careful when driving on the road. Yi Xingchen looked at Yi Hao's slightly hunched back and nodded heavily. Dad. Do not worry. Now this world is no longer the world before. In this new world, I will definitely do something great. It will definitely make you happy. Mr. Qin, good morning. In the early morning, Yi Xingchen had already driven his car and waited for Qin Yanren in front of Qin Yanren's house. Well, good morning. Qin Yanren glanced at Yi Xingchen in surprise. Yi Xingchen had been relatively silent in the past few days, and the two of them basically had no verbal communication in the car. Today, he actually took the initiative to say hello to him. After Yi Xingchen started the car drove smoothly towards the headquarters of Yida Company. After Yi Xingchen hesitated for a few minutes, he finally told the truth to Qin Yanren. Mr. Qin, there is something I think I need to tell you, but I'm worried that if I tell you, you will misunderstand me as a villain who slanders colleagues by exchanging public opinion for personal gain. Qin Yanren, who was dealing with things on the tablet, heard Yi Xingchen's words. She was confused for a while, and then put the tablet away. Tell me, who are you? After a few days of getting along, I already have a rough understanding. I'm not a brainless person, and I won't make random guesses. Okay, then I'll say it. Yi Xingchen nodded and continued, last night, an agent from the Eastern Kingdom attacked me, or wanted to assassinate me. What? Qin Yanren couldn't help but became furious. Is it from Sakura Company? This bastard, Zhaobao Inichiro. How despicable. I thought he would only use such despicable methods on me, but I didn't expect him to do it. Even you won't let me go either. Are you okay? I'll take people to the Sakura Company headquarters later. If Ichiro Kabata doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this matter will never end. Thank you, Mr. Chin, for your concern. I'm fine. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be moved when he saw Qin Yanren protecting his shortcomings. Mr. Chin, don't get excited. Don't rush to settle the score with Sakura Company. That Japanese agent was knocked down by me. I interrogated him about some things. I heard a shocking thing from his mouth. What's going on? Qin Yanren looked at Yi Xingchen in confusion. Did our Yida Company fail to bid with Sakura Company several times before? Well, there is such a thing. Qin Yanren vaguely guessed what Yi Xingchen wanted to say, and no longer concealed it. Several times in the bidding, their prices were a little lower than ours. I always suspected that there was a traitor in our company, but I can't find it. This traitor is Shen Jingbing, the chief of the security department. What? It's him. Qin Yanren looked at Yi Xingchen in disbelief. Are you sure? Although his personality is difficult to get along with, he is also an effective person who has been with me for so many years. I'm not entirely sure it's him. It was the Toyo Kingdom agent who told me. Of course, I don't rule out the possibility that that guy is lying. But you still have to be careful, right? So before I say anything, I'll say hello to you in advance. Well, Qin Yanren nodded thoughtfully. If he really betrayed the company, it was most likely for money. As long as I have someone check his property, I will know. If it is really him, I will personally send him to prison. Mr. Qin, don't worry. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. You'll know if you try it, won't you? If it's really him, we can use him to sway Sakura Company. You mean, Chief Shen? President Qin said that the light in her office is not working. I want you to send someone to fix it. Near lunchtime, an employee of Yida Company gently knocked on Shen Jingbing's open office door. Shen Jingbing was slightly startled at first, and then a smile spread across his face that was difficult to hide. Okay, I'll make arrangements right away. As soon as possible. Okay. Shen Jingbing gestured to his colleagues. Chief Shen, why don't you let Xiao Qiang take a look? If it's broken, give Mr. Qin a new one as soon as possible. There is also a colleague from the security department in Shen Jingbing's office. After hearing this, Shen Jingbing immediately looked at his colleagues with a look of displeasure on his face. That's Mr. Qin's office. How can you be careless? Although Xiao Qiang is good at this, he does things carelessly. If he accidentally breaks something in Mr. Qin's office, if it happens, who is responsible? Are you responsible or am I responsible? This. Colleagues were shocked after hearing Shen Jingbing's words and did not dare to speak. Well, I'll go check it out myself. It's safer for me to handle Mr. Qin's matters myself. If something unexpected happens, there's no point in crying for me. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Chief Shen. Go and do your business first. Check whether the security guards on duty in the company are all staying at their posts. Although the company has never had any safety problems, safety is paramount. We cannot be careless and take precautions before they happen. I understand, Chief Shen, I'm going now. Good. After his colleagues left, Shen Jingbing did not choose to go to Qin Yanren's office immediately, but stared at the clock hanging on the wall. It's almost 12 o'clock. If she is in the office, well, we have to wait until about 10 past 12. She goes to eat, so there will be no one in her office. Shen Jingbing couldn't help but smile proudly and began to lie on the seat and wait for the time. Soon after, there was a burst of noise outside the office, and the noise disappeared in just a few minutes. Shen Jingbing understood that his colleagues had all gone to have lunch, and it was time for him to take action. Shen Jingbing held a small light bulb that he had prepared a long time ago and walked swaggering towards Qin Yanren's office on the top floor. Dong dong dong, Mr. Qin, are you there? I'm Shen Jingbing. I'm here to check the lights in your office. Shen Jingbing hid the light bulb in the corner, and then knocked on Qin Yanren's office, but did not hear any reply from inside. Mr. Qin? Are you there? If not, I will come in. Shen Jingbing carefully confirmed again whether Qin Yanren was in the office. After confirming that Qin Yanren was indeed not in the office, Shen Jingbing breathed a sigh of relief, took out the hidden light bulb, and tiptoed into Qin Yanren's office. Shen Jingbing was very clever. He hid the light bulb from the beginning, so that if Qin Yanren was still in the office, he could pretend to check the light and tell Qin Yanren that the light bulb was broken and needed to be replaced with a new one. Then he left Qin Yanren's office on the excuse that he didn't bring a light bulb. When Qin Yanren left the office for lunch, he entered Qin Yanren's office again. In this way, even if Qin Yanren sees it, she will have enough reasonable reasons. After Shen Jingbing closed the office door, he glanced inside the office and couldn't help but smile proudly. I'm really a genius. So what if I feel like there's a traitor in the company? Who would doubt me? Haha. After entering, Shen Jingbing did not check the light bulb immediately. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and reached into a drawer with familiarity. At night, the Sakura Company headquarters building. Zhaobu and Nichiro handed a check to Shen Jingbing with a smile on his face. Jun Shen, this is a check for 5 million, it's still the same as before, we have a happy cooperation. Shen Jingbing took the check with excitement, then checked it carefully to make sure it was a check that could be withdrawn normally, and then quickly put it in his pocket. Shen Jun, I have already given you the money, where are the photos? Zhaobu and Nichiro looked at Shen Jingbing with a smile. Hey, here you go. Shen Jingbing handed a small mobile phone to Zhaobu and Nichiro. There are all the photos you want in it. I took pictures of every page of the bidding plan. The day after tomorrow is the bidding meeting. It is impossible for Qin Yanren to modify it, this should be the final draft. But, again, it is difficult to guarantee that Qin Yanren will temporarily modify Yida Company's quotation. Haha. Xiao Haojiro took the phone and checked the photos inside, smiled and nodded. Very good. Shen Jun, good job. Will Qin Yanren change the quotation temporarily at that time? You don't need to do this. Worry, of course we will be prepared. After all, we have never failed before, right? Fine, Shen Jingbing stopped asking and just nodded. Also, Mr. Shen, for future transactions, you can call me directly and I will send someone to find you. It is a bit too blatant for you to come to our company headquarters in person. Haha. Shen Jingbing smiled disapprovingly. Don't worry, Mr. Zhaobian, I know it well. Zhaobao and Nichiro nodded and said no more. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Okay, send Jun Shen off. Hi. Shen Jingbing turned around and left Kabuto Ichiro's office. He gently covered the check in his pocket with his right hand, with a proud look on his face. After Shen Jingbing got the money, the first face that came to his mind was Lin Yun's. Shen Jingbing couldn't help but snorted coldly. HMPH. You little bitch. You actually fell in love with that bull and are so dismissive of the rich me. Sooner or later, I will let you kneel between my legs and serve me. Then wait until I have enough fun, I'll kick you away ruthlessly. Just wait and see. Seeing Shen Jingbing's leaving figure, Dai Shangmaru, who was lying motionless on the bed, couldn't help but feel confused. Didn't Yi Xingchen already find out from himself that the traitor in Yida Company was Shen Jingbing? Why did Shen Jingbing still steal Yida Company's bidding plan as easily as before? Vaguely, Dai Shangmaru felt that things were not as simple as he imagined. Of course, Dai Shumaru would definitely not tell Zhaobu and Nichiro that he had told Yi Xingchen that the traitor was Shen Jingbing. I really want to tell Kazuichiro Kobu about this. Let's not talk about whether Kobuchiro would let him go when he was so angry. The key point was that even if he let him go, he would not have the face to go back to Japan. Dai Shangmaru decided to let this matter rot in his stomach. Anyway, it has nothing to do with whether Kobuchiro's bid will succeed this time. If Kobu-Ichiro succeeds in the bidding, he will not get a penny more from himself, and if the bidding fails, he will not blame himself. Maybe. We can wait until Tomomi Miyamoto comes to Yunhei City to deal with Yi Xingchen, and this matter will be unconfirmed. Da-shang-kun. What are you thinking about? Seeing Oshimaru being deep in thought, Kobuchiro couldn't help but ask curiously. It's nothing. Daishangmaru shook his head, it's just. I was thinking, apart from Yi Xingchen, what other enemies do I have? I'll leave it to Miss Miyamoto Tomomi to deal with them all. Haha. Kobuchiro couldn't help but smile. When Miss Miyamoto Tomomi comes, many things will be easier to do. Then not only will we have to deal with Yi Xingchen, who has repeatedly ruined my good things, but we will also have to help me deal with this woman Qin Yanren. Nani? Daishomaru looked at Kobuchiro with surprise. Zhaobao-kun, do you want to kill Qin Yanren? It would be a pity to kill her. Kazuo Ichiro's face was full of a lewd smile. This woman is the best in both appearance and figure. Of course, I will keep such a top-notch woman, and I will keep her in a cage. Become my ex-slave. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Daishomaru looked at the extremely perverted Kokichiro with an awkward smile on his face. After returning home and taking a shower, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but stretch. Looking at the water stains in the bathroom, Yi Xingchen soon had a new doubt. Since the physical fitness of people in this world has declined so much, what should they do when taking a bath? Could it be that someone was directly washed to death by water while taking a shower, right? It seems. I have a chance to study how others take baths. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but pat the top of his forehead. MD, how could I have such an astringent thought? Others are all about color and emptiness, but I actually use color when I have time. Outrageous. Off the charts. Just as Yi Xingchen was getting ready to go to bed, his phone suddenly rang. It's so late. Who could be calling me? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be confused for a while, then stood up and took the phone. The caller ID is Deng Hao. Hello. Ah Hao, what's wrong? Brother Yi. Something bad has happened. The woman didn't know what was wrong with her last time. She actually went to call the police, saying that there were many murders happening in our Qinglong gang, and someone killed a lot of people. What? Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel shocked and extremely annoyed. If I had known that this woman was so bad, I shouldn't have been soft-hearted and let her go. It seems that I will never be merciful when doing something in the future. Wen Bin is now the nominal boss of the Qinglong gang and has been taken for interrogation. Brother Yi, I swear, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with me. I will not be stupid enough to instruct that brain-dead woman to do such a thing. If the Qinglong gang I've been caught, and I can't die in peace. I've asked a lot of people for help, but they can't get Wen Bin out, so I can only call you late at night. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel a headache. I am just a small employee, so what connections can I have to fish out Shi Wenbin? However, soon a figure appeared in Yi Xingchen's mind. Long Qingshan. Long Qingshan should be a person with an extraordinary background. If you ask Long Qingshan for help, you should be able to solve this matter. I understand. Ah Hao, I will solve this matter. Okay, brother Yi. After Yi Xingchen hung up the phone, he quickly called Long Qingshan. Hello? Handsome Yi, it's so late. What do you want from me? Long Qingshan's sweet voice came from the phone receiver. Miss Long, I want to ask you for a favor. Shi Wenbin, the current boss of the Qinglong gang, has been taken to the bureau for interrogation. I want you to help me fish him out. Long Qingshan did not hesitate. Okay, let's make an appointment to meet tomorrow. Okay, when is it convenient for you? Although Yi Xingchen guessed that Long Qingshan was capable of helping him, Long Qingshan's willingness to do so was somewhat beyond Yi Xingchen's expectations. Tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, is table 25 at Rising Cafe near Yida Company headquarters, okay? Okay. Okay, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The next day, after Yi Xingchen went to work, he began to wait for the time to meet Long Qingshan. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Xingchen received another call from Yi Hao. Hello. Dad? What's wrong? Son, Dad last night said you and Wenwen broke up. Dad thought about it and realized that this would definitely be Wenwen's loss. Huh? So what? Yi Xingchen felt vaguely uneasy. It was impossible for Yi Hao to call over for no reason and talk about such a trivial matter. Sure enough, Yi Hao changed the subject. So, Dad had a chat with your Aunt Wu. It just so happens that Aunt Wu's daughter is also single and her age is similar to yours. What's more, this child is also at the headquarters of Yida Company. I work in a nearby company. My father and Aunt Wu discussed it. Let's meet today. The time and place have been decided. It's at a coffee shop called Ruxing near your company. It's 9:30. Table number 24. No, it's late. What? A blind date? Yi Xingchen was dumbfounded for a moment. No. Dad. Let's not talk about whether I am willing to go on a blind date. The key is, I am at work. I am suddenly asked to go on a blind date, and I can't leave. Stop coming. You said last night that you are free at work and can leave at any time. You just need to pick up your boss when he goes out. Yi Xingchen smiled bitterly and wished he could slap himself. Why can't you control your mouth? Let me ask you one thing, are you going? If you don't go, then I won't bother to treat my father's illness. Go, go, go. I'm going. Isn't it enough that I'm going? Yi Xingchen was instantly killed and had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. That's good. Remember, at 9:30, Ruxing Cafe, table 24. New. Yi Xingchen hung up the phone helplessly, and then suddenly realized something. Etc. Rising Cafe? Damn it. Isn't this the place I agreed with Long Qingshan? Not only are the locations the same, but the table numbers are next to each other. The only difference is time. Long Qingshan shouldn't arrive so early, right? How embarrassing it would be if Long Qingshan caught her on a blind date. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but make up his mind to deal with it casually later and get it done before Long Qingshan came over. Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen quickly sent Lin Yun a WeChat message to say hello, and then went straight to Ruxing Cafe. By the time Yi Xingchen arrived at Ruxing Cafe, it was already 9:20. Yi Xingchen glanced inside the coffee shop. There was a woman of similar age to him already sitting at table 24. If nothing else happened, she should be his legendary blind date. Yi Xingchen took a deep breath and walked over as friendly as possible. Hello, beauty, are you Aunt Wu's? The woman raised her head and glanced at Yi Xingchen, then nodded slightly. Yes, you are Uncle Yi's useless son, right? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned. This woman is really a top performer. Her emotional intelligence has reached its lowest limit, and she just said such ugly words. The woman seemed to realize that her words were a bit rude, and smiled softly. I'm sorry, I've always been outspoken. It doesn't matter, it's better to be honest. Yi Xingchen smiled and sat opposite the woman. I ordered you a latte. Thanks. Yi Xingchen glanced at the cup of latte in front of his desk. It was not so much a cup as it was less than the size of a bottle cap. Your name is Yi Xingchen, right? My name is Shi Zhenxiang. Yi Xingchen was just about to take a sip of coffee when he heard the other person's name and instantly felt that he had lost his appetite. Shi Zhenxiang? This is a tasteful name. But at this moment, something happened that made Yi Xingchen lose his appetite. A young and beautiful woman walked into the coffee shop and sat upright at table 25. Obviously, the woman is Long Qingshan. Yi Xingchen was immediately dumbfounded. Why is it that Long Qingshan has already attended the appointment at 9:20? What are you really afraid of? Yi Xingchen originally wanted to hide from Long Qingshan slightly, but as soon as Long Qingshan came in, he saw Yi Xingchen, and Yi Xingchen's avoidance seemed so futile. What made Yi Xingchen feel a little relieved was that Long Qingshan smiled at him and did not say hello. He just sat quietly at table 25 and ordered a cup of coffee. Everyone's time is limited. As for me, I just ask some questions directly. Shi Zhenxiang didn't notice the subtlety between Yi Xingchen and Long Qingshan, and just drank coffee by himself. Okay, this won't waste your time. Let me ask you the first question first. What do you think of the housing market? What? Sex? Yi Xingchen was stunned for a moment. Is this girl so fierce? Don't you feel embarrassed to ask yourself such a question in public? Shi Zhenxiang looked at Yi Xingchen with a puzzled look. Yi Xingchen saw that Shi Zhenxiang didn't look like he was joking, so he hesitated for a moment before weakly giving his answer. Although I haven't practiced it, I should still know the basic postures. Of course, I'll talk about the more difficult postures separately. Shi Zhenxiang was confused at first, and then her expression changed drastically. Who asked you about your sexual relations? I asked you about the housing market, the real estate market. Huh? This. Yi Xingchen felt doubly embarrassed. Forget it. What are you thinking? Skip this question. Next, do you have a brother? Yi Xingchen was slightly startled. Yes, it's quite big. Then do you have a biological brother? This. Yi Xingchen looked down at an indescribable part of himself with an embarrassed look on his face. This is a bit difficult. I can't do it yet. What? Shi Zhenxiang was confused for a while, then suddenly understood something. Shi Zhenxiang couldn't help but became furious. Hey, Yi Xingchen. I sincerely ask you a few questions and want to know some specific situations about you. What do you mean? You are sincerely making trouble, right? Can this blind date continue? No, go ahead and get out of here. Who is this person? Really? It wasn't until this moment that Yi Xingchen realized that he had misunderstood Shi Zhenxiang's meaning. I thought Shi Zhenxiang wanted to use these two questions to gain a better understanding of some aspects of her abilities. Unexpectedly, Shi Zhenxiang just wanted to get a general idea of her financial situation through the housing market, and to get a general idea of her family situation through whether she had a biological brother, and whether she would have any burdens in the future or whether she would have a younger brother who would divide the family property. Puff. Long Qingshan on the side couldn't hold back and sprayed a small sip of coffee from his mouth directly on the table. Long Qingshan felt that if there weren't so many people around, he would have held his stomach and laughed exaggeratedly. Yi Xingchen didn't want Shi Zhenxiang to tell Aunt Wu about his filthy thoughts after he went back. If it reached Yi Hao would definitely not spare him. Yi Xingchen had no choice but to quickly apologize to Shi Zhenxiang. I'm sorry, Miss Shi, I just made a little joke with you. Since you were disgusted with these jokes, just treat me as if I didn't say anything just now. I promise that similar situations will never happen in the next conversation. Got it? Seeing Yi Xingchen's sincere apology, Shi Zhenxiang's expression softened slightly. Shi Zhenxiang calmed down her emotions and glanced at Yi Xingchen dissatisfiedly. I don't have any other intention. I just want both parties to understand each other better. Since you can't hear the deep meaning of my question, then I will ask more directly. Good. Let me ask you first, you work at Yida Company, right? How much is your monthly salary? I'm still an intern now, with a monthly salary of 80,000 yuan. I will officially become a full-time employee in a month, and it should rise to more than 100,000 yuan by then. Well, Shi Zhenxiang nodded slightly. The monthly salary is 100,000, although it is a little low, but it can barely cover basic expenses. Yi Xingchen looked at Shi Zhenxiang in surprise. I didn't realize it, But Shi Zhenxiang is still a secretly successful person, and her monthly salary of RMB 100,000 is said to be a bit low. Shi Zhenxiang continued to ask, "Do you have a room?" Yi Xingchen thought for a while. The villa allocated by the company should not be counted, right? So Yi Xingchen shook his head. "No. Do you have a car?" Yi Xingchen shook his head again. "No. How much deposit do you have?" Hearing Shi Zhenxiang's question, Yi Xingchen's face flashed with aggrievedness. "I originally had 100,000 yuan in savings, but the world has changed so much. The last time I went to the supermarket to buy grain, oil, meat and noodles, I spent tens of thousands of yuan." "Almost not." Yi Xingchen shook his head again in embarrassment. "Oh." Shi Zhenxiang smiled, looking at Yi Xingchen. His eyes became more and more contemptuous and contemptuous. "Your conditions are a bit poor. No wonder we need a blind date. If we really get together, our monthly salary of 100,000 yuan will be barely enough. It's enough for my daily consumption, not to mention you don't have a car, a house, or a deposit. Is there anything you want to ask me?" After Yi Xingchen hesitated for a moment, he became more and more curious about Shi Zhenxiang's financial strength. "May I ask Miss Shi, how much is your annual income?" "My monthly salary is 3,000. Yi Xingchen couldn't help being stunned. 3,000? Did you say 10,000 words less? When can a woman with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan be allowed to say that a man with a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan is a bit low, and the conditions are a bit poor? Could it be said that Shi Zhenxiang owns countless real estate properties?" Shi Zhenxiang noticed Yi Xingchen's strange expression, and just smiled and explained, "I am a girl." "Oh." Yi Xingchen nodded and continued to ask curiously, "Does Miss Shi have a room?" "No. I'm temporarily living in the company's dormitory." "Ah?" Yi Xingchen was shocked again. Shi Zhenxiang seemed very indifferent. "I am a girl." "Oh." Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. "Then you have a car?" "No." Yi Xingchen has begun to doubt life. This woman, with such conditions, actually says that her conditions are poor? Where do you get the courage and confidence? You said that if you were a beautiful woman, then forget it. The key is that this appearance is the kind that you can't find in a crowd. Shi Zhenxiang remained extremely calm. "I am a girl." Hearing this sentence repeated by Shi Zhenxiang many times, Yi Xingchen felt that if he hadn't taken into account that Yi Hao and Aunt Wu were too familiar, he would have scolded him. Girls are so amazing, right? Is your bee inlaid with gold or something like that?" Shi Zhenxiang didn't seem to notice something was wrong with Yi Xingchen's expression, and continued to talk to herself. "Nowadays, sophisticated girls are popular. Your conditions are a little worse, but I can barely accept it. But if you want to be with me, you have to promise me a few things." Yi Xingchen couldn't help but smile coldly. "You say it first." "First, I need more than 5,000 yuan for cosmetics every month. You need to bear this cost. After all, women only want to please themselves. The more beautiful I dress, the more face you will have. This is all for you. Secondly, it's not easy for my parents to bring me up like this. I also have a younger brother who is in high school. I need to help my parents reduce their burden. I need to give my family at least 20,000 yuan every month. Just think of it as helping me with everything. Xiao, thank my parents for bringing me up and leaving me to you. Third, I went to a car show recently, and I fell in love with a luxury car. It costs 800,000 yuan. I have learned that you can drive away with a down payment of 50,000 yuan and a monthly payment of 12,000 yuan. You also need to pay for this. Come on. After all, I drive a luxury car, so you have dignity. When I'm not driving it, I can lend it to you to drive it out to show off. Hee. Fourth, I personally don't have any hobbies, I just like bags. You must buy me a brand name bag worth more than 10,000 yuan every month. Fifth, I am a very insecure person. I don't want to be dependent on others, nor do I want to live a homeless life. If you want to marry me in the future, you must buy a house worth more than 1.5 million, and it must be zoned in my name. This way, even if you do something sorry for me in the future, I won't waste my youth in vain. You know, a girl's youth is priceless. Sixth, my health has not been very good since I was a child. Every month you have to buy me expensive supplements such as ginseng, bird's nest and deer antler. Seventh, my skin is not very good and needs maintenance. Every hobby requires me to go to a beauty salon for maintenance. You also need to bear the money. After all, my skin has improved and become beautiful, and it is also your honor. Eighth, I am relatively lazy. I have never done housework at home since I was a child. Therefore, if we live together in the future, you need to do all the housework. If you don't want to do it, you have to hire a nanny. Ninth, I have a wide circle of friends. I have several male best friends. You cannot interfere with my relationship with my male best friends. 10th, I like to go to the bar to relax at night on weekdays. You are not allowed to interfere with my private life. 11th, I'm afraid of pain, so if I get married in the future, I don't plan to have children. If you want one, then adopt one. 12th, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Stop it, stop it. Yi Xingchen stretched out his hand with a black line to interrupt Shi Zhenxiang's endless chatter. No. This is the few things you mentioned. This is the 12th condition. It's not over yet, is it? A trace of displeasure flashed across Shi Zhenxiang's face. I am a girl. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but get angry. Here it comes again. Originally I thought this product was inlaid with gold, but now it seems that I was wrong about this product. This is not inlaid with gold, it is clearly inlaid with an aircraft carrier. Shi Zhenxiang noticed the anger and contempt on Yi Xingchen's face, and couldn't help but get angry. Hey, Yi Xingchen. What do you mean? What's wrong with a helpless girl like me marrying into your family and seeking billions of guarantees for my future? Is it too much? You are a grown man. Why are you so stingy? You deserve to be single. Haha. Yi Xingchen forgot the existence of Long Qingshan at the moment and couldn't help but sneer. It's not too much. It's not too much at all. With your appearance and your family conditions, I think there is only Ma Yun in the entire Xia kingdom. Ma Hua Pain, Wang Shi Kong, and Lu Changdong are the ones worthy of you. If you follow me, you will be wronged and your worth will be lost. Stinky loser. What do you mean? Shi Zhenxiang couldn't help but get angry and stood up from the chair. You don't want to take a pee and look at yourself in the mirror. What are your conditions? I just see you as pitiful. Why? Give me a chance. Shameless. You don't think any woman would fall in love with a stinky loser like you, do you? I will never fall in love with someone like you even if I am single all my life. Fu Di Mo. Common girl. Pastoral girl. Bah. Even if I find a girl in this cafe, she will be better than you 100 million times. Yi Xingchen was also furious, and his words were full of contempt for Shi Zhenxiang. Ha ha ha. It really made me laugh to death. Shi Zhenxiang seemed to have heard a big joke. Why? Just find a girlfriend in a coffee shop. Because you are rich and fat? Because you are short and poor? It's really ridiculous. Look at it seeing you go and strike up a conversation with a random girl. Let alone your girlfriend, it would be kind enough not to slap you a few times. Facing Shi Zhenxiang's provocation, Yi Xingchen really didn't have much confidence. Communication is always Yi Xingchen's weakness, let alone striking up a conversation with a strange woman in a coffee shop, which is no different than killing Yi Xingchen. Seeing that Yi Xingchen stopped answering, Shi Zhenxiang became even more excited and tried his best to mock Yi Xingchen. Don't even look in the mirror to see what you are. Believe it or not, I can find a man in a coffee shop. Yi Xingchen did not doubt Shi Zhenxiang's words too much. Today's society is like this, there are more girls than boys. If Shi Zhenxiang strikes up a conversation with a man with the idea of going all out and sticking to him, there is a high probability that the man will hug Shi Zhenxiang. But Yi Xingchen didn't have the confidence. Didn't you scream happily just now? Why are you so timid now? Huh? Drinking coffee at the same table with a stinky loser like you is disgusting. MD, I can't even eat dinner. The loser is not scary, it's scary you are obviously a loser, but you have no self-awareness and still think how great you are. Weren't you very fierce just now? Go and strike up a conversation. Shi Zhenxiang, put my words here. If you can really get out of singles here, I will start from this coffee today. Get out of the hall. Yi Xingchen shook his head, not intending to get entangled with Shi Zhenxiang anymore, and was about to get up and leave. At the same moment when Yi Xingchen stood up, Long Qingshan suddenly stood up and walked over. Long Qingshan gently held Yi Xingchen's left arm with her right hand, and leaned half of her body on Yi Xingchen's chest. Handsome guy, I think you are quite handsome. I don't have a boyfriend either. How about this? From today on, you will be my boyfriend. How about that? Ah, Yi Xingchen stared at Long Qingshan blankly, his body stiffened and he did not dare to move. Huh? Shi Zhenxiang frowned and looked at Long Qingshan with a puzzled face. Who are you? Long Qingshan glanced at Shi Zhenxiang, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What does it have to do with you? I am now this handsome guy's new girlfriend. Who are you? Who are you? Who have you to ask me who I am? Go ahead and cool off. After listening to Long Qingshan's words, Shi Zhenxiang couldn't help but feel a burning pain on her face. However, Shi Zhenxiang was not stupid and quickly realized that it was probably Long Qingshan who overheard her conversation with Yi Xingchen at the next table, and then meddled in Yi Xingchen's behalf, or it could be said that Yi Xingchen had just secretly taken advantage of her not paying attention. Communicated with Long Qingshan and promised to give Long Qingshan benefits, and then Long Qingshan would perform a play with Yi Xingchen. Of course, Shi Zhenxiang personally prefers to believe it is the latter. Shi Zhenxiang couldn't help but smile coldly. Smelly dick, you are so good. You can find extras while chatting with me. You said you are his girlfriend from now on. I don't believe it, unless you kiss him. Girlfriend kisses. Isn't it normal to have a boyfriend? Kiss me. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but feel his heart sink. It's over. Shi Zhenxiang is really shrewd, and she can see that Long Qingshan is helping her. Shi Zhenxiang will definitely be exposed now. Just as Yi Xingchen was racking his brains trying to find a reasonable excuse, Long Qingshan didn't think so. He just smiled softly and actually kissed Yi Xingchen on the face. Yi Xingchen was completely frightened. Long Qingshan, this woman with a mysterious and powerful background, actually just kissed herself? Shi Zhenxiang was also slightly startled, feeling unbelievable. But Shi Zhenxiang soon realized that since Long Qingshan was so willing to spend all his money to help Yi Xingchen, there was no point in staying here. He would only humiliate himself and take advantage of the bad couple in front of him. HMPH. Shi Zhenxiang snorted coldly, gathered the corners of his clothes and planned to leave the cafe. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. It's a waste of my time. Hey. Wait a minute. Long Qingshan immediately stopped Shi Zhenxiang. A hint of joking flashed across his face. What do you want to do? Shi Zhenxiang turned around and looked at Long Qingshan. What did you just say? If he is single now, what will you do? Get out of the coffee shop. Damn it. Shi Zhenxiang was almost furious. How dare you, little cousin? So what if I say it? So what if I just don't do it? If you have the guts, just come and mess with me. Hee hee. Long Qingshan smiled lightly again, revealing a small dimple on his face. Which boss's Lamborghini is parked on the roadside? Can you move it? It's blocking another boss's car. Thank you. Just at this moment, a waiter from the coffee shop walked in with a weak look on his face. Long Qingshan took out a small card from his pocket and threw it to the waiter. Move it yourself. Thank you, boss, for your understanding and cooperation. The waiter didn't expect Long Qingshan to be so easy to talk to, so he took the small card and walked out of the coffee shop. Lamborghini? Is it yours? Shi Zhenxiang was immediately dumbfounded. Shi Zhenxiang had long noticed the Lamborghini parked outside the glass wall of the cafe, and Shi Zhenxiang also had a certain understanding of cars. This Lamborghini was worth close to tens of millions of dollars. Shi Zhenxiang never expected that the owner of this car would be Long Qingshan in front of her. Long Qingshan looked at Shi Zhenxiang with contempt. Pu Xinu, you are also a person who knows cars. You should understand what it means for me to drive a car of this level, right? Are you sure you won't start from here today? Get out. You have to think carefully. From now on, even if you beg me to give you a chance to get out of here, it's useless, it's too late. Facing Long Qingshan's provocation and contempt, Shi Zhenxiang couldn't help but choked with difficulty. Shi Zhenxiang wanted to resist or walk away countless times, but Shi Zhenxiang really didn't dare. In the end, Shi Zhenxiang was silent for a few minutes, lying on the ground with a livid face, and began to roll out of the cafe in a smooth manner. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of joyful laughter throughout the cafe, and many people even took out their mobile phones to record videos and post them online. After driving away Shi Zhenxiang, Yi Xingchen suddenly felt uneasy while sitting in the chair at table 25. Yi Xingchen already knew that Long Qingshan had a good background, but now that he saw Long Qingshan's car, he had a better understanding of Long Qingshan's background. Yi Xingchen knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Such a woman with a mysterious and powerful background would be willing to help her get Shi Wenbin out of the situation. In order to help her slap Shi Zhenxiang in the face, she would even go to the trouble of kissing her. What purpose does Long Qingshan have for herself? Moreover, one can imagine how deep the scheming of a woman who kisses almost stranger men is. Long Qingshan must be a person who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. In the future, I must keep a safe enough distance from Long Qingshan, and always be highly vigilant towards Long Qingshan. Haha. Dot, are you afraid of me? Long Qingshan seemed to see Yi Xingchen's heart and couldn't help but smile. No. No. I'm just very grateful to you. Grateful to you for helping me just now. Otherwise my dad would be shameless among his middle-aged and elderly friends in the future. Yi Xingchen lowered his head and replied with a guilty conscience. Ha ha ha. Yi Xingchen didn't know which sentence touched Long Qingshan's point of laughter, and Long Qingshan burst out laughing. Miss Long. I told you last night, can you really help me fish out my brother? Of course. Long Qingshan nodded very confidently. It's a trivial matter. I can take care of it with just a phone call. Ah, Yi Xingchen looked at Long Qingshan blankly. This woman's background is indeed terrifying. One phone call can fish someone out. But at the same time, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but be confused. Why would Long Qingshan want to meet him in person if he could get it done with just one phone call? Why not just make a phone call? At the same time, put forward conditions with yourself on the phone. Although I can handle this matter with just one phone call, I can't help anyone for no reason and no reward, right? Although you saved me once, I also helped you settle your relationship with your ex-girlfriend. Cleared. Long Qingshan first held his chin with both hands, then picked up the coffee on the table with his right hand and took a sip of the coffee in the cup. Of course. Yi Xingchen nodded sincerely. I don't intend to let your help be in vain. It's just, I don't understand very well. After all, your background is not weak. Do you still need me for anything? In other words, can I help you in any way? I'm just an ordinary person. Is it ordinary? Long Qingshan smiled meaningfully. Yi Xingchen keenly felt the deep meaning in Long Qingshan's words. It seems, Long Qingshan feels that she is different from the people in this world. Actually, the request is very simple. The 5 slender fingers of Long Qingshan's right hand gently pressed on the table. Just kiss me. What? Yi Xingchen couldn't help being dumbfounded. What kind of weird and outrageous request is this? With Long Qingshan's appearance and figure, among the many women he has met, only Qin Yanran is qualified to compete with Long Qingshan. Coupled with Long Qingshan's terrifying background, it is absolutely impossible to lack the pursuit of the opposite sex. But even so, Long Qingshan's request to help her was to let him kiss her. Did she hear it wrong, or did Long Qingshan say it wrong? Is he too conservative, or is Long Qingshan too open? The world is further deviating from its own understanding and moving further and further away on the road of madness. What? Are you still unwilling? There is no reward, no reward. Even if I kissed you just now and you came back, there is nothing difficult to understand, right? Isn't this hard enough to understand? This is simply too difficult to understand. It simply subverted Yi Xingchen's worldview, outlook on life and values. If you don't agree, then I'll leave. Long Qingshan looked at Yi Xingchen with a playful expression. No. Just. Why? Yi Xingchen raised his hands in disbelief. It's simple, because I want you to be my boyfriend. Peeved. Cough cough cough. Yi Xingchen almost choked to death on the spot. Don't think I'm joking, I'm serious. Long Qingshan looked serious, and it didn't look like he was joking at all. Why? Originally, I wanted to directly ask you to be my boyfriend. But then I thought about it, I don't fully understand you. And you don't fully understand me, or in other words, I haven't understood it yet. Time. Long Qingshan looked at Yi Xingchen seriously. Is it difficult to understand? Then I will be more straightforward. I will need your help for some things in the future. Long Qingshan hesitated for a moment and then continued. Things are more difficult. If you and I are just ordinary friends, you will definitely not help me and have no obligation to help me. It is difficult for me to ask you to help me. But if we are a couple, it is different. It's your duty to help me, and I won't be embarrassed to ask you to help me. Don't worry, if we really become boyfriend and girlfriend, we will basically get married. I will fulfill all my duties and obligations as a wife. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but fell silent when he heard Long Qingshan's words. What qualifications do you have to help her solve a problem that even Long Qingshan, who has such a terrifying background and strength, can't solve? Don't worry, these difficult things are very troublesome for me, but they are not necessarily that troublesome for you. I can guarantee it. Really? Yi Xingchen looked at Long Qingshan doubtfully. So, although it's not the time to become boyfriend and girlfriend directly, but I'll get used to it in advance. Is there anything wrong with it? No, nothing wrong. Yi Xingchen smiled awkwardly. So, Long Qingshan smiled again and pointed at her pretty face with her right index finger. This, Yi Xingchen looked around and felt really embarrassed. Ha ha ha. Long Qingshan couldn't help laughing when she saw Yi Xingchen's shy look. Could you still? Who said that? Yi Xingchen stood up immediately like a cat whose tail was stepped on. In a short period of time, Yi Xingchen had figured it out and made up his mind. Now that he wanted to fish out Shi Wenbin, he had no other choice but to seek help from Long Qingshan. In this case, just agree to Long Qingshan. At worst, Long Qingshan will come to me for help in the future, and I will just try to find a solution. As for kissing Long Qingshan now, who would reject a beautiful woman with such perfect looks, figure and background? Thinking of this, Yi Xingchen plucked up the courage, stood up and walked to Long Qingshan, and then gently pecked Long Qingshan's pretty face in the envious and jealous eyes of countless men in the cafe. Long Qingshan couldn't help but blush, and then nodded with satisfaction. Deal. Then Long Qingshan took out her mobile phone and made a call in front of Yi Xingchen. Hello? Take out a man named Shi Wenbin from the Yunhe City Bureau and say hello. Don't cause trouble with the Qinglong gang again. Early the next morning, Yi Xingchen did not go to the headquarters of Yida Company after receiving Qin Yanran, but went directly to the relevant departments, not giving details to avoid blocking, to prepare for the bidding for a tourism project in Yunhee City today. By the time Yi Xingchen and Qin Yanran arrived at the parking lot at the gate of the relevant department, a group of relevant employees of Yida Company, including Lin Yun, were already waiting for Qin Yanran. "Mr. Qin, these are the relevant documents. I have sorted them out. The bidding will start in an hour." Lin Yun quickly walked to the car to report the relevant work and plans to Qin Yanran. "Okay, let's go in now. Has everyone had breakfast?" "Mr. Qin, we have already eaten." "Okay, let's go in. We must win today's tourism project, otherwise the company will not have any big projects in the short term." Qin Yanran held the small tablet in her arms and walked towards the door of the relevant department first. Soon, Qin Yanran seemed to remember something and turned around to look at Yi Xingchen. "Xingchen, please go in too." "Ah? Should I go in too?" Yi Xingchen was a little confused. "I am just a small driver and bodyguard, so there seems to be no need to follow him in, right? After all, it couldn't be of much help." After all, Yi Xingchen didn't think anyone would dare to blatantly disadvantage Qin Yanran in the relevant departments. "Yes, Mr. Qin, Xingchen is just a small driver. If he goes in and causes us trouble. This is a big project, such an important ceremony. Isn't it appropriate for him to go in with him?" Several colleagues from Yida Company also questioned Qin Yanran's decision. Qin Yanran raised her beautiful eyes and looked displeased at the employees under her who had just spoken. "Forehead, Xingchen, stop standing there and hurry up. Let's go together." Several employees seemed unhappy to see Qin Yanran. Although they didn't understand why Qin Yanran valued Yi Xingchen so much, they quickly changed their tune. "All right," Yi Xingchen nodded, got out of the car and locked it, then followed Qin Yanran in a hurry. At the same time, Lin Yun couldn't help but blink at Yi Xingchen, as if to say, "Mr. Qin values you very much, come on." The group of people walked quickly towards the gate, and by chance they met Sakura Company who also came to bid. "Hey, Mr. Qin. What a coincidence. Such a big battle. It seems that he is determined to win the bid." Zhaobao Anichiro greeted Qin Yanran with a smile, his two wretched little eyes full of undisguised desire. Hee, Qin Yanran just smiled slightly and didn't want to pay attention to Zhaobao Anichiro. A Sakura Company employee behind Anichiro Kabata couldn't help laughing. "President, Yida Company has failed to bid with us several times. If we fail to bid again this time, Yida Company will not have any major projects in the next few months. How can we support so many employees without big projects?" "Hey, if you can't support so many employees, you will have to lay off employees. Once layoffs begin, the entire market will lose confidence in Yida Company. It is foreseeable that Yida Company's stock will plummet. Then it will be very maybe Yida Company will go bankrupt." Kobuchiro seemed to enjoy the words of his two subordinates, and couldn't help but smile evilly. "Mr. Qin, if the day comes when you go bankrupt, you can ask me for help. After all, we have been friends in the business for many years. As long as you ask, I will definitely help you." Qin Yanran didn't want to have a word with Xiao Xuanilang, and she didn't even want to stay by Xiao Xuanilang's side for a moment. Qin Yanran was disgusted by Xiao Xuanilang's malicious eyes. Lin Yun, who is the president's secretary, saw how arrogant Kobu Anichiro and his group were and couldn't help but asked, "What are you daydreaming about? This bidding hasn't even started yet, and you already know that you will win?" Haha. Kobuchiro smiled deeply. "Do we still need to think about this kind of thing? Our Sakura Company will definitely win this bid. I hope Mr. Qin won't be too sad after the bid fails. Of course, if Mr. Qin, if you are willing to let your secretary accompany me for a few nights, I can still consider giving up this bidding and giving it to you." Ha 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 ha. The employees of Sakura Company burst into laughter. "You, shameless." Lin Yun was so angry that she blushed, but she didn't know how to scold him back. Many times, men do have a lot of advantages when talking to women, especially when it comes to sexual swearing. Zhaobao Anichiro, right? Yi Xingchen took a few steps forward and stood in front of Lin Yun. "What are you doing with me for a few nights? You can't do anything. After all, you were impotent early, and it is said that even Shijang it's difficult to get up. Even if I give you a chance, you'll be useless." Baga. Zhaobao Anichiro seemed to be deeply stimulated by Yi Xingchen's words, and his face turned the color of pig liver. "You are talking nonsense. Isn't it?" Yi Xingchen looked at Zhaobao Anichiro with feigned surprise. "I don't believe it. Unless you take off your pants now and let me see." Of course, it was impossible for Kobuchiro to actually take off his pants to verify whether Yi Xingchen's words were true or false. What's more, Kobabuchiro felt guilty. He would not dare to do so in public, let alone in public, even in private. HMPH. Zhaobu and Ichiro snorted coldly. You Sha people only use your words. Not necessarily. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he clenched his fists in demonstration, indicating that he was very strong. Zhaobu and Ichiro was instantly killed, and he was so angry that he threw away his hand for a while. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Your Sha culture is so vulgar, unlike our Oriental culture, which is dignified and elegant. Really? Yi Xingchen was unhappy. Our Sha country has a profound culture. Not to mention you, a little devil. Even we Sha people dare not say that we understand everything. What qualifications do you have to speak arrogantly here? Our Sha country's culture is vulgar? Do you think you really understand Sha country's culture? Ha ha. Xiao Haozhou couldn't help snorting. The culture of the Sha kingdom is just that it's a little harder to write Chinese characters. What else is? What else is difficult? I have been in the Sha kingdom for more than 10 years, and I am already deeply aware of it. Now you understand the Sha culture, which has no other characteristics except vulgarity. How dare you say that you fully understand the culture of the Sha kingdom? It almost made me laugh to death. Let me just ask a few questions that people from the Sha kingdom can answer and see if you can answer them. Ask me. How can you still stump me with a question that everyone in Sha already knows the answer to? I don't believe it yet. Okay, Mr. Dog, please listen to the question. There are 3 people, A, B and C, in the classroom. At this time, A said to B, B, is there a girl at the door, your sister? B took a look and replied, your sister. My sister. His sister. Excuse me, whose sister is the girl at the door? A, B, and C. Xiao Xingyilong looked at Yi Xingchen in astonishment and was dumbfounded on the spot. Ha 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 ha. The entire team of Yida Company couldn't help but laugh in response to Kobu Ichiro. Xiao Xuanyilong looked at Yi Xingchen with a suspicious look on his face. What is your question? Are you sure everyone in Sha can answer it? Yi Xingchen spread his hands with an innocent look on his face. Don't believe me? You can ask any Sha people passing by. If you can't answer, or the answer is different, I will lose. How about it? Zhaobu and Ichiro is not stupid. It is easy to see from the expressions of Yida employees that they really seem to know the answer to this question. However, of course, Zhaobao and Ichiro would not admit defeat so honestly, and quickly began to cheat. It doesn't count. This question doesn't count. I had a sister in Toyo Kingdom who died in a car accident. Every time I hear the word sister, I feel very sad, so I refuse to answer this question. That's it. Yi Xingchen wasn't angry, he just smiled. Okay, I'll meet your request. Then I'll change the topic. Mr. Dog, listen up. A said to B. B, your teeth so white, are they real? B answered A. Fake. A asked in surprise. Are they real or fake? B replied. Really? Can I ask Mr. Dog whether B's teeth are real or fake? Why? Really? Fake? Really? Kazuo Ichiro was completely confused. Zhaobao and Ichiro couldn't help cursing in his heart. These are all nonsense questions, just asking about teeth. Sometimes they are true, sometimes they are false, and sometimes they become true again. Is it true or false? To put it bluntly, would you die? Ha ha ha. The employees of Yida Company burst into laughter again, and even Lin Yun lost her temper when she saw the aggrieved look of Zhaobao and Ichiro, holding her stomach and laughing. How's it going? Our dear Mr. Dog. Do you know whether his teeth are real or fake? Yi Xingchen was unyielding and looked at the little boy with a playful look. Hateful. Kazuo Ichiro couldn't help but grit his teeth. If he hadn't considered that he couldn't beat Yi Xingchen, Kazuo felt that he would definitely rush up and beat Yi Xingchen violently. In life, the greatest frustration is that you can't scold, but you can't hit. Mr. Dog, your understanding of Sha culture has barely scratched the surface, yet you dare to brazenly claim that you fully understand Sha culture. Are all you Oriental people so arrogant and arrogant? Kobuchiro couldn't help but sweat profusely. He took out his mobile phone and quickly searched on Baidu for the meaning of sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Then Anichiro Kobana became furious. Shaguo people, you are so arrogant. Do you have the guts to answer the questions I asked you about the culture of Japan? I never said that I understand Oriental culture. Besides, why should I study Oriental culture? You know that Shaguo is the ancestor of Oriental. I have this time, so I might as well study more about Shaguo culture, the ancestor of Oriental culture. It's okay not to learn this kind of Sun Tzu culture. After listening to Yi Xingchen's words, Zhaobao and Ichiro was almost so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. President. A Toyo employee behind Kazuichiro gently pulled Kazuichiro. Business matters. Don't waste time with this kid. Only then did Zhaobu and Ichiro come to his senses and glared fiercely at Yi Xingchen. Zhaobao and Nichiro secretly vowed that when Miyamoto Tomomi comes to Yunhei City tomorrow, he must let Miyamoto Tomomi kill Yi Xingchen as soon as possible to satisfy his hatred. HMPH, boy. You won't be proud for long. Let's go. Kobuchiro shook his hands angrily and walked into the relevant departments with his employees. TCH. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but look at the embarrassed back of Xiao Xuanyalong with disdain. You still dare to humiliate my people? You're looking for death. Ah, Lin Yun, who was behind Yi Xingchen, couldn't help but blush when she heard Yi Xingchen's domineering words. She was touched and happy at the same time. But what Lin Yun didn't expect was that the my people Yi Xingchen said were not the my people, Lin Yun thought. What Yi Xingchen said about my people more specifically refers to his colleagues. Hee. Qin Yanren glanced at the back of Xiao Xingyilong as he left, and she couldn't help but secretly feel glad that she had invited Yi Xingchen to come with her. Qin Yanren is a typical career-oriented woman, and she is really not good at this kind of verbal disputes. Evil people will have their own troubles, although Yi Xingchen is not a villain in the strict sense. For a moment, Qin Yanren felt that recruiting Yi Xingchen on the construction site was an extremely wise decision. Let's go. Qin Yanren nodded to Yi Xingchen, and then led the team into the relevant departments. An hour later, the bidding for tourism projects from relevant departments will officially begin. The person in charge of the relevant department is reading the relevant contents of this tourism project from the document. The project being invited for bidding is Yunhei Ocean Park. The project has been approved by the Project Approval Recording Authority. The source of project funds is other funds. The overall planning and integrated use of fiscal agriculture-related funds, and the bidding unit is the relevant department. This project has been the bidding conditions are met, and the current bidding method is open bidding. The scale of construction requires that the entire ocean park needs 30 public toilets, velvet crepe myrtles, 2 new asphalt concrete main roads, 5 bridges. The bidder must have independent legal personality and provide a business license with 3 certificates in one. Consortium bidding is not allowed for this project. Next, please all representatives submit your bids. This relevant department will compare the bids of each company in an absolutely open and fair manner. Only the company with the lowest price can successfully bid. Once the bid is submitted, it cannot be modified for the second time. As the heads of relevant departments read out a long list of documents, the bidding officially began. Zhaobao and Nichiro glanced at Qin Yanren from a distance, with a proud smile on his face. Kabata's assistant couldn't help but chuckle. President, that woman probably never dreamed that we already knew her low price. Haha. Zhaobao and Nichiro smiled proudly. Besides, I am already prepared for her to lower the price. This time, Yida Company will definitely lose. As long as Yida Company fails this bidding, they will be in danger. At that time, the president can take the opportunity to acquire the sold shares of Yida Company. Once the president becomes the largest shareholder of Yida Company, this woman will not be able to behave at that time. Kneel at the president's feet and lick his leather shoes, begging the president not to remove her from the position of president as a major shareholder. Ha ha ha. Zhaobao and Nichiro seemed to have seen the scene described by his assistant, and couldn't help laughing. Then he looked at Yi Xingchen with a gloomy face. I have changed my mind now. I don't want to kill him right away. I want him to see let Qin Yanren and her secretary kneel at my feet, and then get rid of him. No one who dares to go against my little brother, Ichiro, will not end well.